the echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins, chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks, solitude with neon tracks. Zero solely streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night. Rush will scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Zero solely streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, Saw dudes, welcome back to another episode. Here we are. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Day of my people, I guess, and to celebrate. Look at that. Doesn't look fucking great. I got myself a little Guinness. Got myself a couple Guinness. I usually don't drink through the week. I try not to, at least, but special occasion to the Irish people, to my ancestors. Oh, fuck, that's good. I haven't had a Guinness in, like an actual Guinness, like alcoholic, in God, a long time, like a year maybe. Fuck. Oh, it's good. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Hendrix Acid Golf. Yes, it just so happens you're in need of a good hard wrestling, brother. There's no better place in here for that. Let's be real. Get your slop buckets ready. There's quite a bit of slop tonight. Tech to enhance psychic abilities. I'm going to be watching, I didn't get a chance to last night, a little bit of the Danny Sheehan interview that Buddy from Area 52 did. I actually watched a little bit of it today, but I thought I'd go over a couple things that were interesting that I thought, might make for good conversation. I am still recovering as well. Fuck, man, I forgot to take my puffer yesterday, and fuck, I felt it by the end of last night. My voice was like, fuck, so. Yeah, it's real. It's a real deal. The bronchitis is real. Calls to leak UAP secrets. That's Avi Loeb. There's another interview I was going to watch with him. Bold claims. Christ. Calling people to break their security oaths. That's... Anyway. And in Buried the Past, Göbekli Tepe, Mr. Jimmy, I forget what his last name is, from Bright Insight, snuck into Göbekli Tepe, snuck into Turkey. And he's accusing them of burying relics of the past. And his whole modus operandi is that he thinks they're doing it intentionally to try to not upset the current status quo. which is fucked when you think about it. So anyway, we'll get into it. Talk about that a little bit later, at least. The green screen has magically fixed itself again. I don't fucking know. I have no fucking idea, you know? And cheers to everybody again who's coming in here. I don't know if anybody else is Irish heritage. I'm pretty much straight up inbred Irish, so 100% Celt. Guinness is good. I mean, it's not my favorite. The problem is it's not carbonated, so like, man, I tend to drink things really quickly. If it's not carbonated, man, this will be fucking gone in like 3 minutes. Well, just the alcohol in it. It really tickles my fucking fancy. Anyway, Ted Cruz, an absolute bombshell from Elon on the latest episode of Verdict. He reveals there are 14 magic money computers in the federal government that send money out of nothing. Well, I gotta print it from somewhere. Fucking Christ. Anyway, just fucking nuts. This is crazy. I figured eventually someone would try and say this. What's this, Hendrix? The Daily Beast. The new revelations reveal how Trump reportedly offered a female congresswoman his bed as long as she kept it a secret from his wife. Wait, what? I seldom respond to nasty headlines because I don't like giving trash credibility. However, being that there is allegedly a book coming out with me named in attacking POTUS, his marriage, our first lady, and frankly implying something to say distasteful about me, I am responding. I was very pregnant and at the time experiencing pre-eclampsia symptoms, but was not diagnosed. As soon as Donald Trump boarded the plane, being the gentleman and good person that he is, said if I did not feel well, I could use the back room. He did this in a respectful way and in front of my husband, of which we thanked him. He also assured me that they had a medical team on board in case anything happened, and they were aware of how pregnant I was. This was the most compassionate thing that could have been done at the time. I find it disgusting that the author fails to recognize that. A few weeks later, I was induced because I did have pre-eclampsia. The author of this book never reached out to me for comment, which means this book is likely going to be a shit hit piece. And if people in POTUS orbit are talking about this author, they need to cut off immediately. This is gross. Jesus. How to twist things. Oh, yeah, they're just trying to attack him. I mean, Jennifer, welcome. Conor McGregor talks at the White House is wonderful. I saw him talking. I was going to bring that up, but I guess since we're mentioning it here. Where was he now? Right here. Elon Musk and UFC champ Conor McGregor. So, you know, Ireland has had some issues with immigration recently, where there are a lot of legal immigrants, supposedly, in Ireland. And it's been frustrating people, and Connor's been quite outspoken against this. So he took the podium when he was there and just, you know, brought people's awareness on this. Connor had some claims against him recently, rape claims, and he paid the lady off, I think, $250,000. I mean, you know, I'm one of those people, you're innocent until you're proven guilty with this kind of shit, man, especially if you're a famous person. Like, that's just how it rolls. That's just how it works, I think. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the guy personally. Although I guess he is an Irishman, one of my Celtic fellow Celts. He always seemed like kind of a dink to me personally. The guy definitely has a coke problem. This is my personal take on him. But anyway, yeah. So he was there today and gave a little talk. He wants to be, I think it's prime minister or president, prime minister probably of Ireland. Which personally I think would be disastrous for that country. But listen, he can be the money man behind the scenes. He's got a lot of money. He can help put someone else in that's maybe a little bit more well-spoken and less controversial, more intellectual. Anyway, I used to watch him back in the day. We used to watch his fights, UFC fights, me and the guys. One of my buddies was a huge fan of his. I don't know. I've seen a couple things over the years. There was one incident where he knocked some old guy out at a bar because he refused to drink with him and celebrate. And he's come across to me as a dink personally. That's just my personal take on him. But anyway, there are probably worse people in the world, but he has enough money that if he was innocent, he would have taken the Walmart road and not settle. I didn't rape you. Here's some money. Now shut up. Yeah. Who knows, man? I don't know. Anyway, he was bringing attention to some of the issues in Ireland. I mean, I've heard that there's issues all throughout Europe. And the problem with illegal immigration is that it ultimately hurts people who legally immigrate. Like what was happening in the UK, where you've got people legally trying to immigrate into the country and get out of these, terrible shithole countries all over the world. And then, they get attacked by idiots who think that everybody that has, a certain shade of brown must be here illegally. Like there was a bunch of incidents where there were businesses destroyed and they were throwing bricks through business owners. Like there was a Syrian guy, a baker. There was a story we read where he was getting attacked. And he's like, listen, I've been here for fucking 20 years. Like, so ultimately it just hurts people who try to immigrate legally. But times are desperate. It's a reflection of how fucked the world is as well, that people are trying to flee into these first world countries. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, as much as I think they should do everything they can to secure borders, man, if I was one of those people, if I was one of those kids stuck and I had no way to immigrate, I mean, fuck, not that it's okay, but I understand what they're doing. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. He looks like a young Dana White. Yeah, he kind of does, doesn't he? Yeah, he shaved his head, huh? Oh, Christ, yeah. Go with your gut, it's usually right. Yeah, I get bad vibes off Connor personally, Jen. That's just my personal take on him. But anyway, I'm suspicious of all of these people. You don't know them personally, right? You just see the image, the persona they portray. And I want to get to know people before I really make a proper judgment on them. So at the end of the day, I don't know him. You just see the public persona. You see like how the media's portrayed them. So, I try not to be too judgmental, but at the end of the day, whatever. I mean, when I work in a bar, we have bouncers with McGregor vibes for sure. Bartenders too. Yeah. It's like, it's kind of like a cocky, I've been around guys like that before. People who do, people like mixed martial arts people or just martial arts people in the past. They kind of like a cocky air to them, and because they're competent people, right? Like they don't fuck around. You need people like that. Honestly, you need people like that. They had a place in society. They were the warriors of times past, right? Literally. If anyone's seen it in those shows, what's the show we used to watch was Uhtred, Last Kingdom, right? Like those kinds of people. They were the warriors of our culture. And there's that famous quote that everyone hates the warrior in the town until the enemy's at the gates, because they look like them, they dress like them, they act like them, but at the end of the day, they fight for you. But they're rough people, right? They're not really good decision makers at times. They're not super intellectual people sometimes. They're just hard, competent people. So you have to keep that in mind too, I guess, right? Do you think Russia could be behind some of the immigration problems in Europe? I don't know, Ixie. Like, what do you think? I mean, it's hard to say. There's so many conspiracy theories that the globalists, like Alex Jones will say, that flooded Europe with immigrants and stuff. If you actually read through any of their documents, like if you read through what like Kissinger has said over the years, I don't think it was intentional. They talk openly about how they regret not clamping down the borders in the West more. Their concern was that extremism would flood in from the Middle East, and like they were pretty much against it. Now, what's going on in the States? Who the fuck knows? It's the southern border there, but in Europe, who knows? I mean, you've just got to think that, like and I've talked to people, as many of us probably have, who are from these kinds of third and second world countries around the globe, and we export all of our culture to these other countries, right? So you go to some place, a random country in the Middle East, or you go down to some place in Central America. I guess, some of those countries are second world. Some of them are third world now, like Venezuela. You go anywhere. I mean, we export our culture everywhere here in the West to them. So they look at the West like this crown jewel, like, oh my God, this is where Hollywood did. This is where the famous people are. This is a land of opportunity. Meanwhile, they're living in like some fucking shack, burning wood, right? They die. Tons of people die every year in these third world countries just of carbon monoxide poisoning. And these poor kids probably just want to get the fuck out of there. And so what are they going to do? They're going to get on a boat and they're going to go across the Mediterranean to try and get into Italy and France and Spain. And I think it's just a harsh reality that of us exporting our culture to them and desperate people. There's 8 billion people and a fuckload of them are still in poverty and desperation. And, you know, Bones, it's up, man. We live. Yeah. It's my personal take as someone who talks about conspiracy theories all the time. I think some things personally are just down to the harshness of the world and reality. And, you know, it's terrible. It's heartbreaking. I mean, I've had some conversations with people over the years. I've hired some people who were from some pretty desperate places. And, you know, it's when you it's one of those things. It's like, I think most people are good. And at the end of the day, you see that. And I've just talked to some of these people and how thankful they were to be here. And they tell you stories about where they grew up, and whether it was Syria, for instance. There was a young guy from Syria that used to sweep the floors at the place he used to manage. And God, he was just so thankful to be there every day. And I was like, fuck, like, you know, meanwhile, everyone else is complaining we're not making enough money. You know, and this guy's just coming in there with a smile on his face because he's getting paid money so we can go and contribute home to like the family house. And I was like, fuck, man, like we're so fucked here sometimes. Anyway, it was perspective shifting being around some of these people. Yeah. Metal dudes with that aggression or cokeheads is the thing. That's true, though. No one wants a warrior in their village until the torches are on the horizon. Yeah, bro, that's exactly it. The best warriors are in the election ones. The leaders, maybe. The leaders. Maybe they are, right? Yeah. The Achilles, right? The Achilles of times past. Yeah. Mel, what's up? He looks... Oh, you've already read that. The issue is West does not invest in third world countries to help stop massive migration. Instead, sabotages them and exploits them, plays one factions against the other. U.S. Special Forces had to travel over 1,000 kilometers to get a fighter to a hospital, which is well-equipped, while we all having missions in Africa. Really, Mel, but yeah. Well, I mean, listen, and people know that, like the CIA, intelligence agencies, going and fucking around, too, with these, like, third-world dictatorships, and they're just trying to, you know, topple them when it's convenient to them to take resources. And China's in Africa. China's all over Africa. Like they're trying to chop some of these continents up, and it's crazy shit. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. So what was this about? I was just mentioning this. I don't know.
One of the things you told me about is what you call
insane.
Magic money computers at the Treasury.
Well,
so tell us about it, because I never heard of that until you brought that up.
Okay, so
Ted's got the cowboy boots on, brother.
The government Texan. Computers like all talk to each other. They synchronize. They add up what funds are going somewhere, and it's, you know, it's coherent. That the, you know, there's and that the numbers, for example, that you're presented as a senator, are actually the real numbers.
One would think.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they're not totally wrong, but they're probably off by 5% or 10% in some cases. So I call a magic money computer any computer which can just make money out of thin air. That's magic money.
So how does that work?
It just issues payments.
And you said there's something like 11 of these computers at Treasury that are sending out trillions in...
I would love to just get drunk with Elon. I'd just be very curious, like, what is Elon like after like 7-8 beers? Maybe like a couple joints. What's he like? I kind of get a vibe from on Joe's podcast that he seemed a little bit more like normal in that environment, because he seems so, there's something just... Anyway, that's fucked. I mean, hey, listen, research is the future. Without those, we cannot make anything. Yeah. How do you know? Well, that's true, Jen. I don't know. We have to just get drunk with them, I guess. Literally the entire fintech industry. Ask me how I know. How do you know? Yeah, we'd have to just get buzzed with Elon, I guess. It'd be the only fucking way. Interesting. How does the civilian get their hands on magic money computer? Oh, God, that's a meme, isn't it? But, you know, in the States, if you don't pay your taxes on time, the IRS comes down your throat. Same here with the CRA in Canada, Canadian Revenue Agency. Fucking come right after you. Holy fuck. I remember a couple of years ago was when I was going through harder times financially. I've been going through consistently hard times financially, actually, but when I was going through harder times when I was like losing all of my wealth, the little wealth I had, honestly. I remember they came at me because I don't fucking know what happened. Like, didn't do taxes correct or some shit. It wasn't even my fault. It was fucking the tax people's fault. But Jesus Christ. I owed them $1,000. I essentially just told them to fuck off. And I ended up paying it in the end. But anyway. Yeah, Elon's not wrong. Oh, because we used to flip bits in the database to make magic money. That was our whole business. Elon's not wrong. That's all banks do too. Isn't it fucked? Money's technically all magic. It's all made up. Worth only what the government says it's worth. Exactly. Jan, it's a fiat currency. It's not backed by anything. It's backed by the size of Uncle Sam's dick. That's essentially it, right? There's no gold to back any of it. It's so long as Uncle Sam is the biggest dick on the block. You just don't ask questions, right? That may not remain. It may not remain. There's other people that are growing in the East. They're coming up. Yeah. Yeah, fiat currency. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly it. Yeah. Fucked. It's fucked, isn't it, guys? And we are all down here at the bottom. Most of us probably. Maybe some of you are like a little bit higher up, but proportionally, almost all of us are at the bottom, I'm imagining. When you compare it to like someone maybe like a Putin or whoever the fuck's puppeting the West. Trillionaires, right? People with unimaginable wealth. They're in the history books. It's a different game for them. We're just trying to fucking buy groceries every fucking week. Yeah. Don't ask, don't tell economics. Yeah, fuck. It is all fucked. The whole thing's fucked. Speaking of this, I don't know. So I saw this morning. Donald Trump has officially invalidated Joe Biden's pardons. This is one of those things. It's like, if it turns out to be true, that's fucking crazy. That's fucked. If it turns out to be true. The pardons that sleepy Joe Biden gave to unselect committee of political thugs and many others are hereby declared void, vacant, and of no further force or effect because of the fact they were done by AutoPen. So AutoPen is essentially a copy-paste of a signature. In other words, Joe Biden did not sign them, but more importantly, he did not know anything about them. This could get, if Joe actually didn't know anything about this is where this would become even larger. The necessary pardoning documents were not explained to or approved by Biden. He knew nothing about them, and the people that did have committed a crime. Therefore, those on the unselect committee who destroyed and deleted all evidence obtained during their 2-year witch hunt of me and many other innocent people should fully understand that they are subject to investigation at the highest level. The fact is they were probably responsible for the documents that were signed on their behalf without knowledge or consent of the worst president in the history of our country. Crooked Joe Biden. We got Sleepy Joe, we got Crooked Joe, we got Child Sniffer Joe, we got we got fucking Diaper Joe. How many more Joes can we get? Yeah. Taxpayers paying income via bonds and notes and bills the Treasury sells to Fed. Oh, fuck yeah, there you go, Asa. ETFs are apparently the way forward if you buy gold in small amounts too. Do that for years and you make money. Jesus Christ, yeah, I don't even know. All the crypto bros, I've been listening to them a lot, but I was listening to this guy, I posted him in the Discord, but he was a trader in the financial district in London there. Whatever their exchange is called, I forget, but he was just talking about how fucked things are. Essentially, a really knowledgeable guy, went to an Ivy League school for economics and came from a poor background and was essentially just saying that like the wealth inequality is one of the problems. He's calling for more taxation of the rich ultimately, because he says that they're essentially just sucking all of the resources out of the middle class and buying up properties. They are buying up properties like BlackRock, Vanguard are buying up all kinds of fucking properties all over the goddamn globe. It's a huge issue. But anyway, yeah, I turn to people like that. I'm not super knowledgeable when it comes to economics. I mean, I know things are fucked, but someone wants to get into detail as to why specifically, it's, I'll defer to somebody who knows more than myself. But yeah, crypto bros are the worst place for financial advice if you ask me. Yeah, well, yeah, he's not a crypto bro, I guess I should say. For a while, man, I mean, I had this, Bitcoin seemed interesting to me, right? I think the philosophy of it's interesting. That's what interested me. But where it's gone is obviously, yeah, so fucking, as an ex-crypto bro, yeah. Yeah, I don't fucking know, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know what the currency of the future will be. Bottle caps, Sol, right? What are you aligned with, right? Are you with the Skinny Bobs? Are you with the Alpha Draconans? I don't know. It depends where we go here. It depends how things turn out, ultimately. You know, I don't know. I'm pretty pessimistic about it lately, but it is what it is. Yeah. Anyway, this is, who the fuck knows, right? I mean, he talks shit all the time, so. Here's my pardon for my son Hunter, not a joke. Joe, that's a dirty diaper. Oh God, fuck it. I mean, that whole saga. Well, they're all fucking idiots, man. That's the problem. Like, I think they're all fucking idiots. That's the scary part. There's good people involved now, I think, in Trump's campaign, but like, I don't have a lot of faith in him particularly. I just don't. I mean, there's a lot of people on Twitter that are all behind him, and him personally, I just don't have a lot of faith in. Again, I don't know the guy, but in intuition, I don't have a lot of faith in him at all. I have more faith in someone like maybe Tulsi Gabbard or RFK to some degree, at least, that he's going to try to address some of these issues people have been crying about for years. I mean, you know, one of the issues is what we're dealing with right now in the West is there is an issue with some of these diseases that we conquered over the last 100 years starting to make a comeback because a lot of people are hesitant to vaccinate their children. And instead of just calling these people idiots and saying, oh, trust the science, like, shut the fuck up. No. What we want to do is audit the science and the business behind the science, right? I mean, well, let's make sure everything's okay, right? Do a safety check. Like, you know, do what the people want. They want to make sure they're safe. Well, audit them, you know, go through, make sure everything's okay, right? You calm people's fucking fears and hesitancy. You don't address that by just simply stating you're all stupid and you just need to have faith in this higher power. Like, what, are you fucking insane? That's the most anti-scientific thing that you could possibly say. So hopefully he addresses that. Hopefully he addresses pesticides, because that's something that has been affecting people probably for decades, right? That no one's wanted to touch at the 10-foot fucking pole. And food additives too. That's another issue in fast food, right? Like preservatives. There's an epidemic of people, younger people, millennials, getting colon cancer and, intestinal cancer. So crazy shit. Yeah. It's, so I'm hoping that, I'm hoping that there's some actual change that happens, but I am pessimistic on this. I don't know. My faith still lies with the stars. That's where my faith lies. My faith lies with woo-woo things, because reality to me, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. We'll see what pans out here and how it goes. But anyway, enough depressing shit. I was gonna try and do a day where like I don't fucking get all fucking down and just go through the news cycle though. It's like, holy shit, like just every day. It's like, God fucking damn it, you know. You just gotta trying to keep your chin up, like just trying to focus on other things, because it's like, holy shit, it just sucks the life out of you, honestly. And things are hard enough right now, right? With inflation and all the bullshit going on, and the job market for a lot of people that maybe lost their job. Like I got laid off again like months ago. It's shitty. It's really hard out there right now. So, you know, get your community gardens going, right? That's all you can do, you know? Astronomers stumble upon bizarre UFO galaxies cloaked in cosmic dust. This obviously grabbed my attention because they said UFO galaxies. So they pulled me in, right? Great headline. Who did this? He wrote this. University of Colorado at Boulder. There isn't a person, just university wrote it? Okay. CU Boulder researchers found massive dust-filled galaxies called UFOs using James Webb Space Telescope, challenging previous galaxy formation theories. A new study led by astrophysicists from the University of Colorado Boulder aims to uncover the nature of a peculiar class of galaxies known as ultra-red flattened objects, or UFOs. Oh, you cheeky motherfuckers. Unlike unidentified flying objects, these UFOs are unusually large, red-hued galaxies that have captured the attention of researchers. Panza, what's up, man? Good evening. According to lead author Justice Gibson, a doctoral student at the Department of Astrophysical and Planetary Sciences, the study highlights these enigmatic galaxies, first identified by CU Boulder researchers in images from the James Webb Space Telescope. Now, Gibbs and his colleagues believe they have gained a deeper understanding of the galaxy's inner workings. The researchers explain that UFOs are odd cosmic ducks for several reasons. For one, they exist near the observational limit of earlier space instruments, such as the Hubble Space Telescope. However, Hubble completely missed them because these galaxies emit very little visible light. This new study relies on observations from the Webb Telescope, a groundbreaking spacecraft launched in December 2021. Using these images along with computer simulations, the team reports that UFO galaxies appear similar in size and shape to the Milky Way, but they are much dustier. Oh. The team recently published its findings, the Astrophysical Journal. Interesting. Cool, bro. Crazy shit. Not as interesting as maybe what Kendrick just posted here. Breaking news. Breaking news. Oh.
We are tomorrow announcing and giving all of the Kennedy files. So people have been waiting for decades for this. And I've instructed my people that are responsible. Lots of different people put together by Tulsi Gabbard, and that's going to be released tomorrow. We are tomorrow.
Don seems like he's kind of running out of steam. Anyway, he's got a good team. I don't know how JD Vance as president would make out, but this big news, I guess, right? There you go. What are we going to find? What are we going to find? We'll comb through it. We'll give it to ChatGPT tomorrow. That'd be kind of interesting, actually. What's going to happen? Very curious. I wonder how big the file will be. Probably fucking massive. Two massive terror attack tomorrow. I know all those people are fucking dead. All those people are dead, brother. Well, actually, some people claim that the MJ-12 still exists, and they could have very well been who was behind assassinating him. Who knows? Yeah. Doubt we will learn the identities of the other shooters. I wonder, do you think, Hendricks, will it be acknowledged there were other shooters? Yeah. Interesting, huh? Ivana, what's up? I don't know how on earth he hasn't run out of steam long ago. Like almost every day he's going live. That's very true, Ivana. That's very true. Yeah. Well, listen, hopefully he keeps going, right? Hopefully he keeps going. I hope that he does. The Epstein list, I mean, honestly, personally, UFO files to be first. I mean, if we're going to make a big announcement here, that's the announcement I think that the world might need right now. To kind of take our attention away from all the other shit. Just acknowledge that they've actually had crash retrievals. They might be working on that right now. Who knows? Behind the scenes. They may be working on an announcement. So, I have faith. Yeah. USA has a problem with amphetamines. Trump takes them, others take them, and doctors prescribe them for kids. You think he takes them? Yeah. Don streams more than Jim. He does, actually. Yeah, Jesus. He's nonstop, and he runs on McDonald's. So, I mean, you know, it's really a miracle. It's really a fucking miracle, yeah. You'd be surprised if anything seriously game-changing will be known, but who knows? Wow. Released tomorrow. They will be. Shit. Well, listen, I'll be live tomorrow, so we'll literally go take the whole night to go through them. I'll feed it to ChatGPT. I'm paying for it now, so it can fucking just digest it all. There was a ton of coverage in the last election of how he was hopped up on uppers. He would need to be, though, right? I mean, going to these talks, like these rallies back to back to back, like, holy Christ. God damn. The only upper I take is fucking shot of espresso in the morning. God, but you know, it's hyper busy, you know, well, resourceful, hyper hardworking people, I guess. He would be a hardworking guy, doesn't stop. Yeah. Yeah. It's no wonder Americans are so up and against each other when they're all jittery on street drugs. Jesus Christ. Ozempic, yeah. I've heard about the Ozempic meme. Some of the people at the gym were talking about that, man. I don't know. There were people in the fitness community that were on that. Mike Israel, who runs Renaissance Periodization, who I like a lot, his wife used it to cut. Now, they were using it to cut excessively, right? Because they're like hyper fitness people. And now they're finding that I think it's causing heart damage in some people who were using it excessively. It's, man, these pharmaceutical miracle drugs. It's like, man, there's always a take with the give. I just always, yeah. It's America's new wonder drug. Good luck, fatties. You're done. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, well, it's one of those things. It's like chemical treatment for obesity in lieu of healthy eating. Yeah. Try and get the weight off people quickly, I guess, right? Some people, I mean, if you're heavy enough, you may just need something like that because no amount of healthy eating is going to get it off quick enough. But yeah, who knows, right? I mean, anyway, I am an advocate for health and fitness as I drink beer here, but I don't drink a lot. I drink, what did I have? I did have a bottle of wine and 2 beer this weekend. So I'm probably just about over the recommended limit, but I also spend a fuckload of money on supplements and herbal supplements and, you know, we'll cut it out as summer approaches. We'll start the cut at some point. It will begin at some point, I promise. No, fuck that. Probably won't. Now, who am I kidding? Yeah. There's no speed hack for being healthy. No. Well, but if you consider weight loss, then Ozempic. If you get your blood pressure down, I guess. But no, you're right. I agree. Yeah. Guaranteed there'll be a class action concerning Ozempic at some future point. Always is when these miracle drugs have been out for a while and the bad shit starts happening and being learned. Oh, man, I know. That's the thing. It's like some people have just a lot of faith in the pharmaceutical industry. And I have faith in the great minds, the scientists working on these drugs. What I don't have faith in is the business behind it, where, you know, things aren't probably tested as well as someone would like them to be, and they just force shit out just to make a buck. And that's what concerns me, is the ethics involved. It's the business ethics that I have a problem with usually with these companies. And that's one of the kind of misnomers where the rhetoric is always trust the science. But first of all, you never trust science, right? And that's a political statement. Science is you know, this, you follow the scientific method, right? And they bring you evidence, right, that things are safe. And then if you look at the data and there isn't enough of it, then you should be skeptical of the product, right? But then, you know, you don't hear that. You just get thrown. And that goes for tons of things. It's not just one particular medicine. It's all kinds of them, you know. And anyway, is what it is. But no, good. Awesome. Very good news. I'm excited. I'm excited how they're releasing them though, as well. Like, I'm curious as to, like, what's this gonna be, a file we download? I'll be on top of it tomorrow. So yeah, that'd be scientism pants, and that's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's a scientism, and that's a huge problem. Yeah, that's a massive fucking problem. Yeah, and it's a lot of people in science have brought up those issues, but, you know, politicians were saying that, oh, well, a lot of people won't even bother to look at it. You know, they just need to be told what to do. And it's like, no, that's not the point of it, right? Like, it's just contrary to science, right? To create some kind of religion around it, right? Some high priests that just tell you this is okay, this is safe, right? Like, you want to see the data as to why it is. How do you know that? Ozempic proposed class action lawsuit alleges drug maker failed to disclose serious side effects. There you go. Yeah. I heard of people supposedly having heart problems. But, you know, this is the other dark side of some of these solutions too, right? Where there is just statistically going to be a group of people that are going to have side effects. And so you wonder, like, how many of them had side effects with anything. It's just unavoidable. You just try and get that number as small as fucking possible. But yeah, this would be real big bad, I guess. 3.5 million prescriptions. Oh, jeez, fucking Christ, man. Oh my God. Anyway, it is what it is. I mean, note the site you're reading it on, bro. I didn't realize that. Old New Brunswick, the province that I'm from. New Brunswick Health Council. Oh, wow. Worth $1.2 billion were dispensed by retail drugstores in Canada. Man, any friends I have, I've already, I mean, you know, I've always been an advocate for health and fitness around me. I don't know anyone actually personally that's taken it. I've heard people like at the gym talk about how they've used it. I mean, I wouldn't say I know those people personally. I've just heard the talk of it. I've heard the talk of fitness people using it too. who maybe for reasons of vanity or competition as well, where you're trying to cut, and you just can't stop having a couple beers through the week, right? And so then you hop on these weight loss. There's been Ozempic's just the newest one. Oh my fuck! Like weight cutters, they're so dangerous. There's a couple of them that are harder to get a hold of than others. Some of them are straight up illegal, but the really dangerous ones, what they do is they raise your resting heart rate. And so I remember people using these fucking things, man, and their heart would be beating out of their fucking chest. And yeah, they're losing weight, but there's a reason for that. It's sketchy as fuck. I remember there were videos back in the day, because for some people here, maybe you're a little bit younger. I'm it's all perspective. For some people, I'm old. Some people, I'm still, fairly young. But I'm gonna be 35 here soon, and I was from this generation back like during the bodybuilding forum days. And I remember Ziz was this fitness guy, and I didn't really know who he was at the time, but there were videos of them using these cutters, because obviously their whole thing is they're using testosterone to get maintain their muscle mass, and then they're going to cut all the fat down so they look crazy, right? Where they got muscles and they're chiseled, and there'd be videos of him just like laying in bed, just like seizing, and his heart would just be beating out of his fucking chest. And like, this is what these guys would do to themselves to get and stay lean, because then they can go live their party lifestyle too, and they don't have to worry about it. It's fucked. The whole thing is fucked. Anyway, that's just another topic I don't know what to get into. It's health and fitness. It's not a lot of it. It's mental illness and fucking destruction of people's health. But anyway, yeah. A lot of influencers today even, yeah. Anyway, I joined the New Brunswick subreddit, and it's been a trip. Bud, fucking go for a rip on there, bud. The boys, on with the boys. Yeah, ask them where you can send them sympathy flowers when they bring it up again. Holy fuck. There is a New Brunswick. Didn't know that. Yes, New Brunswick. Yes, Pansin, there is. It's a province in Canada. It's in Eastern Canada. It's part of Atlantic Canada. Yeah. Ephedrine is that what it is? Is not uncommon in the space. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, it's one of the ingredients they smurfed in Breaking Bad as an ingredient for the early batches. Yeah. It wasn't Anavar. There was another substance. I'm not an expert. I've avoided all that shit usually. Actually, all of it entirely. But there was another technical steroid that was used too for weight loss, which was kind of sketchy to use, that people would use. But yeah, just fat burners in general are fucking sketchy. There's just a fuckload of caffeine and other things that raise your heart rate, and then you lose weight. But it's like, that's so fucking dangerous. You go to bed and your heart rate's at like what you'd be at like at a light jog. It'd be like 140, 150 beats per minute while you go to bed. Like, it's fucking just crazy shit, man. Like, anyway, onwards and upwards. What is this? Is a little talk here. We were talking about this. I pulled this up because, oh fuck, where'd it go? Where did I put it? All right, here. We were just talking about this yesterday. People that weren't here. We were talking about microtubules in the brain, and that some people like Roger Penrose, they're starting to think that like the brain may be more of a quantum interface, that some other thing uses consciousness. You could say uses. That if consciousness is a non-local phenomenon, the brain is a quantum interface, and it's just interfacing with the brain somehow, right? Mechanisms that we really don't understand, honestly. But you can see microtubules puppeting a neural skin suit to intertangle their proto-consciousness and exchange platonic latent space frequency lookup codes. Like, holy fucking Christ, another fucking language. I mean, I don't know if that's all just woo bullshit. I just don't think some of it is. People need to understand it's microtubules doing the thing. Saying it's neurons would be like me saying I saw skin driving a Tesla. Neurons are a skin suit being puppeted by microtubules. I'm kind of aware of this argument. I've seen a couple podcasts that Roger's been on explaining this. It's relevant to these arguments for simulation theory. I should probably be more knowledgeable on it, honestly, but it's ever evolving, and it's crazy shit. It's crazy to see us move along this path, and it just goes to show at the end of the day that there were people back, thousands of years ago calling this out from many different cultures, different, prophets or thinkers, philosophers. Plato, obviously, is who I'm very fond of, and I consider him to still be like the metaphysician, was talking about this so long ago. Hence, they named this space the Platonic latent space frequency lookup codes in his honor, I'm assuming. But yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see. The world's going to be a wacky place, right? It's one of those things that maybe we just wouldn't anticipate. That in 10 years, you might have a textbook just saying definitively we're living in a simulation. Never would have thought that, right? Who knows? I'm thinking it may end up there. Now, not that I think we're ever going to know with complete conviction, but we might come to a consensus that is the most likely scenario. And Christ, I don't know. How are people going to take that? I guess, I don't know. Many of us here think about these things a lot, probably like, oh, fuck, yeah, obviously, fuck. But like, not everybody's going to take that as well. Everyone has their own kind of unique subjective experience when it comes to that phenomena. Like this, it's going to mean something different to a lot of different people. Some people may think of the Matrix and be like, oh my God, I'm in a fucking, what the fuck? Like, and we don't know any of that. I'm worried that it might be very ontologically shocking, and some people maybe who are teetering might just fall off. Anyway, I can't believe the weird squiggly stuff going on in my head right now. Isn't it funny? Well, it's fucked, isn't it, man? Yeah. Those are your memories being formed right now. That's how we're communicating, yeah. It's strange. I mean, people go even deeper than that. Get down to like, base level reality, quirks and quarks, and none of that makes any fucking sense. Yeah. You are that squiggly stuff, more or less. No bad neurons, stop touching. Here, have some alcohol. It calms them all down. You guys slow down a little bit. Slow down for me, yeah. Just slow down. Ooh, that's a bit heavy, man. I don't know if I can even drink 2 of those. Fuck. I'm slowly sipping on this. It's not like the Erdingers. Oh my God, I can put those back like nobody's business, but 2 might be put. I think I'm probably just gonna have 1. It is pretty good though. Not as good as German beer. But drinkable. Anyway, in regards to this, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. This is from the Institute of Art and Ideas. This clip is from Why Consciousness Must Be Quantum Mechanical by Stuart Hameroff. That name sounds familiar. How do I know that name? I've run into some of these people, probably just through work. Oh, this fucking guy. The anesthesiologist. And a professor at the University of Arizona and over his studies of consciousness. Interesting. Is he a professor of anesthesiology or intriguing? Just generally a philosopher, I guess. He became a professor in the Department of Anesthesiology. Okay, yeah. And psychology. Interesting, yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I mentioned this before. My grandfather was an anesthesiologist. He was a blind anesthesiologist. And then he ran a hospital blind after that. Interesting guy. Then he died at the age of 58, which is pretty fucking young nowadays. Because he had 7 kids and he smoked like constantly, which is so fucking funny when I think about it. But the guy liked to party, I guess. Anyway, interesting. I didn't know. He's and psychology. That's interesting mix, I guess. I guess it would make sense if you're an anesthesiologist. You'd have to understand like physiology and psychology. Intriguing. I've heard some of his arguments. Okay, so this is what this is about. So, okay.
I mean, it's a fascinating switch in causation that you've done, because lots of people are trying to find the function of consciousness in evolution. But it sounds like you're suggesting that evolution is a function that consciousness is using to get pleasure. That's a fascinating kind of switch.
Yeah. I think in some way, consciousness is life developed as a vehicle for consciousness, and here we are.
Yeah, and Roger Penrose's objective reduction as well. Again, another fascinating causal switch of so it's not consciousness that collapses the wave function, but the wave function is causing consciousness. It sounds like it's that flip.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It turns it around. It's not that, like you said, consciousness doesn't cause collapse. Collapse causes consciousness, or collapse is consciousness.
Yeah.
And it could be an identity theory. I was David Chalmers kind of tried to trick me and said, well, are you saying that consciousness causes collapse or consciousness is collapse? And I didn't recognize the trick at first. And I realized that what he was saying is if you say it causes collapse, you could say, well, that's trivial because, if it causes consciousness, well, breathing causes consciousness. You need breathing. You need a lot of, metabolic stuff. So that wouldn't be that useful. So I bit the bullet and said, okay, consciousness or collapse is consciousness. And
I don't know what we're talking about here, though. Breathing causes consciousness. Well, yeah, we're having a conscious experience. If we stop breathing, we're no longer going to have a conscious human experience. But I guess the question is it non-local? And if it's non-local, then it would cause the collapse. But are we talking, what's he mean here? That this is a byproduct of?
So it's an identity theory.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not super familiar with his arguments. I'd have to look into it more. Okay. Interesting. Here's an explanation here, I guess. Yeah, sorry. You're drinking Corona, Trizzy. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. I was drinking black beer. You must not be Irish, Trizzy. It was a Guinness. Yes. I may have another. I don't know. I did buy two. But yeah, it was a Guinness beer. Yeah. A stout. I'm not usually a fan of stouts either. Not a fan of like really, really heavy beer like that. But yeah. Anesthesiologists are consciousness wizards. Well, when you think about it, they would be right because they put people under all the time using substance. So yeah, it's true. I guess it would make sense. It's a crossover, huh? Yeah. He's saying that the guy he was arguing, he's saying the guy he was arguing with reframed the statement as whatever he said. I can't remember anymore. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess it was a Guinness because my dad offered me some a couple months ago. Yeah. Yeah. It's my Irish heritage. Yeah. You've never had ale before? What? You just drank Weiss beers, Pansin over there, or what? You never had an ale? Oh God. I like ale. It depends. Like, I don't like hopped things. Anything personally, like with a little hop in it, I don't like. So like usually like a red ale or like there was a company over here in Atlantic, Canada from PEI that for a while did a honey wheat ale, and it tasted like honey. It was very sweet, very carbonated, and like no hoppiness. And I fucking loved it. And then, I don't know, they probably cheaped out and it started tasting like piss after a while. So, not much of a thing where I am. Yeah, you're all in the Weiss beers and stuff, the wheat beers. I prefer wheat beers. Yeah. That's not my favorite thing, but you love Guinness, do you, Bones? Yeah. Yeah, I'll enjoy one. I guess on St. Patrick's Day I'll have a couple, but it's not my go-to. My go-to is a German beer. I love German beer. What if evolution isn't just a random process, but a vehicle driven by consciousness-seeking pleasure? In this captivating exchange, a discussion flips the traditional narrative of consciousness and evolution. Instead of consciousness being a product of evolution, it's suggested that evolution might actually serve consciousness. Okay. Is that what he's trying to say, though? The dialogue explores Roger Penrose's idea around wave function collapse. Notably, it challenges the notion that consciousness causes collapse by proposing a paradigm shift. Collapse causes consciousness. Okay? Could collapse and consciousness be the same thing? An identity theory emerges where collapse and consciousness are intertwined, blurring the line between cause and effect. David Chalmers' probing question adds intrigue. Is consciousness causing collapse, or is consciousness collapse itself? Okay, well, we don't know ultimately. Intriguing. Yeah. The idea that consciousness is driven evolution. That is actually, I've memed about that here before. And it's something that, it's why I would go through the woo, personally. I mentioned this last night, Michael Newton again. But Michael Newton was playing around with consciousness, right? With hypnosis, right? And he had some very strange discussions with people. And in some of those discussions, they were telling him on the other side of reality that they were influencing evolution remotely. And obviously time isn't necessarily a thing over there like it is here. And so they were playing around with genes and influencing them remotely and then watching as they evolve and change. And that's like woo level 10 or 11, honestly. But like, we don't know, right? I mean, even the process of evolution, there's definitely a mechanism at play here but like what's actually involved with it? I mean, I don't think at the end of the day, none of us really know. So how strange does this all get? Probably pretty fucked and strange, I'd imagine, but I went to the grocery store and it was lunchtime. I think everyone thought it was underage. I mean, I shaved, I looked younger, and went to the cashier, and girl's like, "Oh, I'll close after you." Interesting. You're getting beer at the grocery store. That's where I got these fucking Guinness from. Actually, was a grocery store. Yeah. I look old now though, so people don't ID me anymore usually. But sometimes, if you're in the States, you'll get ID'd because it's 21, and then they ID literally. They'll ID like a 60-year-old woman. But yeah, that's an American thing to say. He's not American. Grocery stores don't sell alcohol in Canada generally. You know, they do. They sell it in New Brunswick too, did you? Yeah, our grocery store chain sells alcohol. They sell wine. They don't sell spirits. They sell wine and beer. Yeah. In New Brunswick, they all sell it now. Yeah. Anyway, interesting shit. But yeah. Yeah, take it as a compliment, my man. Yeah, better to be estimated younger than that's true though. That's true, man. Yeah. Just cherish your youth. You start to age, cherish your youth. Yeah. Popular Mechanics. This is a new article they have out. I saw it, which was kind of fucking interesting. Copying alien tech would be a mind-boggling reverse engineering project. The physics get weird, experts say. An ex-Pentagon official, let me guess, Lou, claims the U.S. already has an arsenal of recovered alien artifacts and crashed UFOs, but finding extraterrestrial tech is the easy part. Imagine that a machine scoops up the device you're using to read this story right from your hands. It sends the elaborately designed and carefully assembled mix of silicone, plastic, and glass back 50,000 years through time, dropping it into the gnarled paws of a Neanderthal man. Your ancestors stares fearfully at the glowing box, then tosses it to the dirt at his bare feet. He is unable to identify the strange object or grasp how this technology, indecipherable from magic, could improve his world. Imagine all of the naked people he could see on it. Imagine all the crazy things he could do with that little box. All the pictures of himself he could take. Craziness. Oh, thank you, Mama. Thank you. Return to 2025 and you'll find rumors the U.S. military allegedly has its own version of that Neanderthal's magic box. An arsenal of recovered alien artifacts scavenged from crashed UFOs laden with technology humans haven't even grasped. That's a fucking dream. That's a fucking meme. You know. Do you have those weird laws that you're not allowed to drink in public in Canada? Yes, Pansin. It's fucking annoying, man. I hate it. I usually don't abide by it on summer nights. I'll just be out with a cigar, fucking having my fucking bourbon, going for a walk. I don't give a fuck. But yeah, it's super fucking obnoxious. In some states, don't care. Like in Nevada, I think you can, like in Las Vegas, you can drink in the street. Fuck, it doesn't make any sense. I guess they don't want drunks just like stumbling around, but like, man, fuck off. Nice beer in the summer night, go for a walk. It's the thing here in New Brunswick, like it's so sparsely populated at times, like no one really gives a fuck. But technically, yeah, it's not legal, but obnoxious. You think it's a good thing? Yeah, weird laws. Going to England is such a trip to be able to drink in the street. Man, fuck it. Go out for a night walk with a nice drink in your hand. There's nothing better. Nice cigar, nice fucking whiskey or fucking scotch or bourbon. Just go look at the stars. Fuck, it's so nice. Without any to be worried you're gonna get fucking arrested or some shit, right? Although what you do in that instance is they come up to you, as you see them approaching, you just swig it back and fucking say, what? And you just chuck the glass. Say, what do you mean? What are you talking about, brother? What are you talking about? There's no fucking drink here. Anyway. Such reports of unidentified anomalous phenomena have come from high-ranking officials. During a startling congressional hearing in the summer of 2023, for instance, Dave Grush, a former member of the Pentagon's UAP task force, claimed that current and former U.S. military intelligence officials had informed him of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval reverse engineering program. While explosive, the claims remain unproven and rest entirely with one person, Popular Mechanics previously reported. Well, no, not really. There's tons of fucking people that have stated as such, sorry. Still, it's a common practice to tinker with others' technology in hopes of creating your own better version. In the defense world, this process of reverse engineering is secretly used to copy stealth secrets for jets or steal groundbreaking missile concepts. In the private sector, it's openly used to understand and reproduce everything from software to complex machines. To successfully reverse engineer technology, researchers must decode the target objective's purpose and makeup without destroying it before reproducing it. In theory, the same should be true in gathering, taking apart, and learning from extraterrestrial technology. That is, if it exists. So we spoke with experts to learn more about what exactly the reverse engineering process entails and just how difficult it would be to extract the secrets of alien technology. Interesting. Well, I mean, this is hypothetical, but this may have already happened, right? So, fuck, yeah. We drank outside before, but at times it was dark out and not a lot of people near me. Oh, yeah, man, fuck you, but just like... You get one of those, it's a little, oh my God, my brain. A little flask. You get a little flask. You know, that's one way of doing it. Yeah. I think it's not a thing in Europe as a whole. Interesting, yeah. Fuck. You're cracking a beer, I blame me. And that reloaded foamy boy, brother. Look at this fucking thing. Isn't that beautiful? It tastes pretty good though. I mean, that's the thing. It's the thing with Guinness is you might be kind of like, but as you drink more of them, you don't really notice the bitter aftertaste as much. Just the liquor hits your frontal cortex, and then next thing you know, you've drank 5 of them, and then after that, you're off drinking something else. So yeah, you like the thick shit. Stella Artois is good. Yeah. I'm usually not into this either. As you know, I drink the Erdingers and the Pauliners and the Weiss beers and wheat beers. That's usually my vibe. But to celebrate the Irish, this is what I'm drinking. Yeah. Look at fine half loaf of bread. Yeah, it's fucking thick, man. You can see that. Look at that. Look at the foam. Look at the fucking foam on that fucking thing. Look at that. Look at that. God damn. What are they doing over there? I don't really want to know. Philip, Jesus, my brain. Philip Vogelweed, PhD, is a mechanical engineering professor at Marquette University in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He defines reverse engineering as working backwards to learn the engineering trade-offs of a given object or product. To accomplish that, there will be an assembled team of engineers and scientists to provide different insights and viewpoints. You might have a manufacturing engineer in there to determine how it was made. An electrical engineer will take a look at everything from power management to circuit boards. A mechanical engineer would examine what structural elements are in place. Yes. What you would try to do in such an advanced case is figuring out what the function is that the original creators were trying to come up with here. What is it supposed to do? Work backwards from that. I've been in teardowns in which we encountered a part we'd never seen before and couldn't figure out what it was. Instead, we had to ask what we thought it was trying to do and analyze the physics of how it worked. This is a brilliant thing with AI, is that it would also help with this, I imagine, right? As it advances. So maybe with the advent of AI, it will help us even understand some of these crash retrievals if they exist, which I'm betting they do, but yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Alexander Keys, when you buy it there, is it a domestic or an import? Here, Alexander Keys, it's domestic. Yeah. It's just made in Nova Scotia. Yeah. 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 My friends went to a restaurant and they had Guinness beer. I'd never tried it there, but they said it tasted really different from regular can. It's way better on tap, Drizzy. The reason why is that foam on the top. If you listen to the can, there's a ball inside, and that little ball is filled with nitrogen. And when you crack the can open, the nitrogen gets let out of that little ball, and that's what creates the foam. And it's not quite the same if you have a tap setup. You've got a bottle of nitrogen hooked up to the keg, and it just works better. It smooths out the beer is what it does, really. And so Guinness will always be better on tap than it will be from a can. I was told that by a true Irishman who actually owned a bar. So anyway, although when I drank it at a bar, even when it's at the perfect temperature, I can't really discern too much of a fucking difference. But Guinness enjoyers say that it's better on tap. So I just reiterate what they've said. I don't argue with them. Wouldn't you also eat Irish sweets and savory dish? I probably should, Malibu. I just fucking cooked chicken fingers and rice. It's not a very Irish dish. It should have been like bread and cheese or some shit. Some kind of like poverty dish, right? But potatoes and bread and cheese. That would be an Irish dish. Yeah. Well, my people used to eat before they fucked off from there and ended up here in Canada. I don't blame them. I mean, this is a beautiful place. So anyway, yeah. At West, it's import price. Oh, that's interesting. was always angry that Canadian beer was considered an import. Really? Yeah, Keith's pretty good. Alexander Keith's pretty good. Drinking beer on tap at a hockey arena, for example, is a gambit. The beer ferments in the lines between game schedules, and you get slammed during games. Interesting. Yeah. Thanks for letting me know, Jim. I'll let my friend know the lore, brother. Pass it along. Yeah. To nitrogen. Yeah, anyway, I wouldn't recommend Guinness personally. I would recommend 51 times, fucking Jesus. We crossed the threshold here over 50 times. If you haven't tried, Trizzy, if you like beer, get a Pauliner beer. Look for Pauliner. Fuck, I forgot what the other one's called too. There's another really good one. But Pauliner is a really good beer. Anybody that drinks beer will try Pauliner and be like, that was a fucking great beer. That was a great beer. Yeah, it's probably my favorite beer. I drink Erdingers too. We get them in the bottle here. We can't get Pauliner in the bottle. I fought with the local liquor store to order in Pauliners in the bottle, but they won't. It ferments in the bottle. It tastes better and it's better for your gut. But anyway, I'm just memeing. Guinness tap versus can is way different. Do you think you're a Guinness enjoyer though, Bones? You're the people I'm talking about here. You enjoy the Guinness on the tap. You know, the other thing too that affects it, man, I've noticed really is the environment will also affect like beer, right? Like if you're in an environment where other people are drinking and enjoying beer, it tastes better. If you're like by yourself sometimes drinking a beer, it's not quite the same, right? Like if you're out with the guys and everybody's drinking, I find that I enjoy the alcohol even more. It's like a social thing. Pansy and Paulina is really good. Yeah, man, it's good. There was another kind too that's really good. Another wheat beer. I forget. I thought it was okay. I tried it when I was in Toronto recently. The liquor stores in Ontario carry all kinds of shit. The LCBO is really good. The New Brunswick liquor store sucks. Fuck, I had a hissy fit recently there on, was it Saturday? Saturday, I cooked like a dinner. I did a chicken dinner. I cooked 2 chickens and did a gravy and everything. And I went into the liquor store and I wanted a nice bottle of Pinot Noir. And I forgot that they took all the American liquor off the shelves. And I went up to the guy and I was like, brother, where the fuck is the McManus? I was like, where's my drink? And he was like, man, fuck. He's like, yeah, I love the California fucking wines too, bro. And I was like, fuck. So he recommended me a Chilean wine, and it was like fucking mid. And I was like, ugh. It just wasn't that great. Anyway, I'm beyond upset that they did that. There's no point in even drinking wine, honestly, now. So anyway, yeah. You went to the factory. Oh, did you actually? Holy shit. Aaron, what's up? Irish mixed grill, fried potato, mashed potato, baked potato, and fries. Would that be the Irish dinner? Just all potato? Fuck. We pronounce it Paulana, like Paulana. Oh, you do? Is that how it's pronounced? Well, that's the official pronunciation then. Paulana. So I should pronounce it Paulana now. Okay. There's an awesome German restaurant in southern New Brunswick. If anybody's going through, if anybody ever comes to Atlantic Canada, fucking message me and I'll tell you where to go to eat because I'm a big foodie. There's an incredible German restaurant in southern New Brunswick, and they've got Erdinger, and I think they may have Paulina too, or Paulana on tap. And we went recently. I'd never been, and holy fuck, it's good, man. It's all locally raised, like they've got a farm too, and oh my fuck, it was unbelievably good, so good. But I did notice a difference having it on tap actually with the Erdinger. It tasted a lot better, but I love Erdinger, so there you go. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Nobody here knows what chips are. Oh, really? Yeah. You call fries chips, right? We call chips like potato chips. We call chips fries. It's all so confusing. When is the last time someone judged your drinking? My drinking, did you? I don't know. I mean, like, I do have sips on here. I don't drink a lot. Like, if I go out, like, to a restaurant or something, I'll usually stop after, like, 2 beer. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, people actually, well, like, one of my buddies, he doesn't really drink a lot at all. The difference is, with me, I don't drink to get drunk. That's the big thing. I like the taste of beer, wine, and whiskey. So I'm drinking it because I like the taste of it. The effect of the alcohol is just like a bonus. If I didn't get drunk, I would still drink beer and wine and whiskey. And some of my buddies that drank to get drunk would be like, oh, you're always fucking drinking. I'm like, well, yeah, but like, I'm just having a couple. And like, my fucking liver filters it out. When they drank, they get like fucking blackout, like plastered. And I don't do that. I don't get that fucked up. I never let myself get to that point. I've always tried not to. That's what weed was for, was to get fucked up. Because then you wake up and, you know, you're fine. You just go for a walk and then you're back to normal. So we seriously do need some rum runners to get going. I was somewhat joking, but then, well, man, fuck. It's a California wines, Will. That's the thing that people are really pissed off about here in Canada from like people that like wines, like winos and shit. I'm not really a wino, but they're devastating because the California wines are so good and the European wines are expensive as fuck. So it was like this great in between and fuck, we just got fucked. Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. You can pronounce it however you like, but if you want to boast, you can say, actually, it's pronounced Polana. I'll say I talked to Panzin and he told me that it's pronounced Polana. That's the original pronunciation. Yeah. Hey, now listen, I'm all about like pronouncing things correctly. So that's how I pronounce it from now on. It's Polana. The problem is they're always sold out here in the goddamn city too, because I don't know what happened. People talk about like good beer. And then people at the liquor store obviously are connoisseurs of liquor. And they're like, oh yeah, you should really try these German beers. That's who got me onto it originally. And like years ago, it was this guy, he's now passed away sadly, but he got me onto those brews. And they tell people how good it is, but they only order in like fucking like 20 cans of it. And then day after the order comes in, it's all fucking gone. And I'm like, guys, like you got to order more now. And they only order like so many. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, because a lot of people drink piss here. A lot of people here in New Brunswick just enjoy the taste of piss down their throat. They enjoy Moose Light. They enjoy Alpine. They enjoy these like piss consistency lagers. And I don't understand it. Personally, I am a snob when it comes to food and drink. And man, no, stop it. I've been trying to get people off this shit for years. But the problem is now they stock all that stuff and they don't stock any of the good shit. So just told my friend about what you said about the Guinness and he's like, damn, that's really interesting. And he didn't know there was a ball in the can. Yeah, man. I've cut the can open and got the ball out before. I mean, it's slightly concerning there's plastic in there, but our bodies are filled with microplastics anyway, so fuck it, it's too late. But yeah, yeah. A little bit of Irish wisdom there. Yeah. Anyway, fuck me. Yeah. But yeah, this is an interesting article. I don't fucking know. We can move on from something else, honestly. I mean, yeah, okay, all right. We know what Bob's are. Bob supposedly already did all this, so. John he hustles around the world writing with a network of publications, recording a total monthly readership more than 100 million. It'd be such an interesting job to just be a writer and an author, and you could just take your time with things, you know? You write your books, you make money passively off that, and you just go on these adventures and tell stories. It'd be such an interesting profession. Such an interesting lifestyle. Interesting. I'll never be an author. I could never foresee myself sitting down and writing a goddamn book. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'd much rather do so many different things than that. But, you know, it'd be cool if that was your job. You think about it. You're at least 2 to 3 James videos behind. Oh, fucking Christ. I did pull up yesterday one of those videos you posted. I was going to watch it. Yeah. I wanted to write a book once upon a time. You still can, though. That's the thing. You never know, right? Like, there's so many people that, oh my fuck, like, they didn't, like, do their thing until they were, like, in their, like, late 50s or some shit. And then they became known for this thing. And it's like, it's never too late to, like, do something different. You know, rich people eating mermaids was fire. What? Oh, interesting. Rich people eating mermaids, what? Oh God. I have some of these videos up here, actually. I don't know if I can sit through a Professor Simon video that's an hour long, but he had a gentleman on here, joined by renowned TV science filmmaker Simon Holland in this captivating exploration of UFO technology. Is he writing these himself? The intriguing story of Frederick Alsophan's extraordinary discovery regarding the shape of flying saucers. I saw that. That might be a bit painful. This is actually something that's interesting. This is a big deal for this guy. What's his name again? Pat? This is a big deal for Pat. Pat got Avi Loeb on his program. I watched them all the time. And to get an interview with Abby is a huge deal. So, man, that's good on you for getting him on there. So that was another one I was going to pull up, but Math Buster, fuck, poor Simon. I have never known a content creator that gets his balls dragged through the glass more than fucking Simon. Simon just gets so much fucking hate. Sometimes his videos are just, I don't know. They're thrown, it's just his style. You know, I'm going to be a dick. It's just his style of how he arranges it. It's just, yeah. Do you guys learn French as a foreign language in Canada, or do you let the Québécois just do the thing? The Québécois dictate what French we learn, Panzin, yeah. Some bastardized French that doesn't align with the French from France. Yeah. I've tried in the past to speak to actual Frenchmen, and they just laugh. And then I'm back to being an ignorant asshole, and I just pretend I'm an American and tell them to fuck off. But yeah, no, it's the Quebec. There's another worse version of French that people don't know about, which is spoken in New Brunswick. And it's not Québécois. What's the term again? It's this bastardized English French that people speak in New Brunswick. Oh, well, Acadian, yeah. There's another name for it. I forget what the name is. But they'll do things like, "Hey, there, did you go down to Les Bordeaux there? Les Tabernacle?" Like they speak half English, half French to you. They do this in Moncton and Bathurst, Northern New Brunswick. This is how they speak to you. And they speak to everybody like that. And, you know, for people that don't speak French or English, vice versa, you're just kind of like, what the fuck? Like, you follow half of what they're saying. It's the weirdest fucking thing. I forget what the term is called. There is a name for it. But, oh my God, it throws me off. Yeah. Kind of like Pennsylvania Dutch in the U.S. Is that a thing? I know there's what's it called again? They're from Louisiana. Oh, they're French in the southern U.S. and they have a very unique accent. And one of the guys was in that fucking Marvel movie recently doing it. But that's another, oh my God, I forget what they're called. I follow a guy who talks like that. He fucking, he has his cooking show down there. And oh my fucking God, I should almost find a video of him because it's so fucking funny. I don't know if I can find, oh fuck, I probably can't. I'd have to go to my actual account. Oh Christ, I'm never gonna fucking find him. I forget what his name is. God damn it. Anyway, I forget what it's called. God damn, I forget what it's called. Yeah, I'll never find him. Anyway, and it is what it is. Yeah. But for German, it's kind of like Pennsylvania Dutch, but for German. Interesting. Yeah, I let the French do their own thing, man. You weren't learning that language. That was me too, man. New Brunswick here in Canada is the only officially bilingual province, because I think Quebec technically is a French province. Their first language is French, but New Brunswick is bilingual. So technically, you know, you should learn both. And in the school system, they encourage this. And everybody, all the popular kids were in French immersion. And like, I was just like fucking not having any time for that shit. I was like, fuck no. Nothing against people who are French. Like, I love French cuisine. I love France. I love French culture, but I just didn't care. I'd rather learn like Japanese or something. It was more interesting to me. But then I didn't. So now I can only speak English. Sadly. I can barely speak English as it is, so it is what it is. But yeah. What else do we got here? Pat's dropping one banger after another. Yeah, this is big for him to get that. What else did I get? Oh, there's this. There's these videos I think you posted, did you? This one, this was a year ago. I'm curious what he says here. Maybe I'll just play a little bit of this. It's 50 minutes long. I would go to jail to reveal the truth about UAPs. Like, that's a big fucking claim. That's one of the things I have in the titles here. So I was curious as to like what the fuck he was actually just saying. So let's just see what he says. I'll turn the music down slightly.
When I look up at the sky at night, I see 100 billion stars of the Milky Way galaxy. They look like lights in cabins of a giant spaceship, the Milky Way, sailing through space. And I wonder if there are other passengers in those cabins.
Avi Loeb is an Israeli-American theoretical physicist and cosmologist, best known for his work on black holes, the early universe, and the search for extraterrestrial life.
There are 100 billion of them, comparable to the number of people who ever lived on Earth. It would be arrogant to think otherwise, that we are alone, that we are unique and special. Especially if you read the news every day, we are not the pinnacle of creation. There is room for improvement.
He is a professor at Harvard University, where he serves as the Frank B. Baird Jr. Professor of Science.
I'm just a curious farm boy, and I wonder about the world around me. And I hate to behave like the adults in the room, because they often pretend to know more than we actually know. And that bothered me since I was a young kid. And so I decided to become a scientist and answer the questions based on evidence, not based on prejudice.
Loeb has authored numerous scientific papers and several books, including Extraterrestrial, the First Sign of Intelligent Life Beyond Earth, where he argues that the interstellar object Oumuamua detected in 2017 might be evidence of alien technology.
The first object to have been reported by astronomers that came from outside the solar system looked really weird. It was discovered by a telescope in Hawaii. When it passed close to Earth, it was the size of a football field. What you see behind me is the artist's depiction. It looked really weird because as it was tumbling every 8 hours, the amount of sunlight reflected from it changed by a factor of 10, which meant that it has a very extreme shape, most likely flat, like a pancake. And moreover, it exhibited a push away from the sun by some mysterious force because there was no evaporation, no cometary tail around it, no dust, no gas. So the question was, what is pushing it?
His bold hypothesis and willingness to challenge conventional thinking have made him a prominent and sometimes controversial figure in the scientific community.
And for 70 years, we've been searching for radio signals. This is equivalent to staying at home and waiting for a phone call that may never come.
He also leads the Galileo Project, an initiative to systematically search for signs of extraterrestrial intelligence.
I enjoy nature. Whatever it brings to our doorstep is welcome. So let's just look around.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've always liked Avi. He's just a free thinker. He's not really involved with the dogma that's kind of plagued a lot of academia, that they're hesitant to even broach this conversation at times, right? Or, you know, in some of these other disciplines like in astrophysics or astronomy, consider that potentially maybe Oumuamua was an extraterrestrial object, which is strange to me, right? I mean, that is a valid hypothesis. It very well could be. We don't know what it is, right? But they put it so low down on the list. Now, obviously, there's a lot of shit flying around, but some people don't even allow it to be on the list. They say that's a ridiculous idea. It's like, you don't know that. You have no idea that it is. It frustrated me. Anyway.
All right, betters, look who I have in the house, Professor Avi Loeb. Professor, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure.
You may not remember, but I've actually interviewed before on the show. I had a different background. It was a long time ago. It was the very first interview I did on Vetted on my channel, and I've since grown the channel pretty big here in the community, and I'm really excited. And I always refer back to our very first interview. And I know you've done a million of them, so you probably don't remember, but for me, it was amazing. So I just thank you again for taking the time to come on here. I think the Vetted community is going to be really excited to hear from you. So yeah,
well, it's great to see you again, and a lot has happened since then. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, the last time I spoke to you, you hadn't gone out to Papua New Guinea you were making all these plans to go all this stuff. And I covered everything that you did after all of that stuff came out. But, before this interview started, I was thinking, I always like to start with an interesting question. And I thought, how do you feel? Okay, this is the best way. Do you regret at all taking the stance you did with Oumuamua that started you on this journey of sort of being part of the UAP community and doing more research into it? Is there any part of you that regrets that?
No, not at all. In fact, it makes my life far more interesting because, we have the Galileo project with 3 additional observatories being planned for the near future. We have the expedition materials that we recovered that we are still analyzing, looking for isotopes. There will be the Rubin Observatory coming in Chile this year and providing us with additional objects like Oumuamua. And I think
that's also going to be used to potentially track down Planet 9, which is intriguing.
All of these are exciting because they might provide us with new knowledge about what happens outside the solar system. And, before that, the subject did not rise up to the attention of the public, of the academic community, because we didn't have examples of interstellar objects from outside the solar system. And the traditional way of searching for extraterrestrial civilizations was to wait for radio signals. And that's just like waiting for a phone call at home. If you feel lonely, that's not a very good approach to finding a partner, just waiting for them to call you. When Enrico Fermi...
You're going to walk through the mall with your dick out, right? That's what we're doing with fucking psionics, Abby. That's what we're doing. You just got to put yourself out there to the extreme and see who grabs at it. Is that what... I don't know if Abby's all in on the whole psychic thing or not, but...
He said, where is everybody? That's a question that every lonely person asks. And
Sure.
What you tell the person is, that you shouldn't be so pretentious. You shouldn't assume that you are so attractive that everyone will come to you. You should actually search for partners and at the very least look through the windows of your home to see if you have neighbors, or maybe even go outside and look for dating sites. And the point is that Enrico Fermi never constructed a telescope. So for me personally, it opened a new exciting frontier for research, trying to look for objects near the Earth that might be of extraterrestrial technological origin. And that's exciting. And Oumuamua opened my eyes to that opportunity because before that, we didn't know of any objects that came into the solar system. And moreover, this one was very weird. And of course, what you alluded to is that there is a lot of pushback and people are attacking me personally, but that doesn't affect me because, it's always the case when you have, you're on the quest for something very significant that people are either jealous of the attention that this search gets, or they have a prejudice and therefore they don't want it to be disrupted by evidence. And we've seen that throughout human history. There's nothing new about it. For me, the exciting aspect is that we have the opportunity now to look for that evidence. And, I'm actually very fortunate to have analyzed Oumuamua in a way that is different than the rest of the scientific community. Because I'll give you another example. There are objects that behave like Oumuamua. They seem to have some additional force acting on them without showing any evidence for cometary evaporation. And my colleagues are calling them, as of recently, dark comets, meaning it's a comet because it's being pushed, but we don't see a cometary tail, so it's dark. And, it's just like calling a koala a monkey without a tail. In this case, it could be a spacecraft. And in fact, there was one such object like that my colleagues on the 2nd of January 2025, they noticed an object near Earth and they gave it a name as a near Earth object, an asteroid. And turns out that, like 17 hours later, they realized, oh no, this one has the orbital parameters of the Tesla Roadster car that was launched by SpaceX. And so it's not an asteroid, so they retracted that. The same happened after Oumuamua was discovered. 3 years later, there was another object that was discovered by the same telescope in Hawaii. It was pushed away from the sun by reflecting sunlight, exactly the same as I argued Oumuamua did. And this one ended up being identified as a rocket booster from a launch in 1966. And so there is this tendency of astronomers to look at objects in the sky and always say it's a rock of a type that we've never seen before. Yeah. And my point is, we should be open-minded. Around Earth, there is a whole class of objects called empty trash bag objects. These are objects being pushed by reflecting sunlight, and everyone discards them and says, all the astronomers says, even if they behave in a strange way and do some zigzag motion, they say, well, it's being pushed by reflecting sunlight. We don't care about it. It's a broken piece of a satellite. So we call it an empty trash bag object and forget about it. However, when you see Oumuamua behaving as if sunlight is pushing it, no, this is a rock of a type that is very different from what you've seen before, maybe a hydrogen iceberg, maybe a nitrogen iceberg. And I say that's not a honest approach. If you allow one explanation for objects near Earth that are definitely behaving like UAP, you should also allow the same interpretation to other objects that came into the solar system from outside. Because if we produce space trash, other civilizations could have done the same. Sure. So to answer your question, I'm actually much more excited about this subject now, despite the pushback, just because that's the scientific way of approaching anomalies. You see something unusual, you try to figure it out. Whereas my colleagues are, they stick to the notion that we should always interpret it in a way that is not consequential. If it's near Earth, it's human-made debris. If it's from outside the solar system, it must be a rock of a type that we've never seen before. And that's not a honest way of approaching anomalies.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely. Have you...
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, the whole UAP thing. So AVI, for people that don't know, again, is currently involved in scanning the skies for UAP. So AVI at least recognizes a possibility here that some of these civilizations are so advanced that they're buzzing around us all the time, and we just don't see them. There have been other great thinkers, like Michio Kaku is another very prominent physicist, kind of one of the architects of string theory, who's raised this point before as well, where, we can be the kids in the block, and we could be dealing with type 3 civilizations, and, supposing they're just going to show up and reveal themselves to us is a bit naive, right? And I think that's a concerning thing for some people to consider. So then they try and shut that out, and then they just, they look for like a SETI, for radio waves and whatnot, and thinking that the aliens are watching us at all times and we can't see them or interact with them is, a bit unsettling. And there isn't really, I don't know if there's a lot of glory involved with that either, right? It's a much more tantalizing prospect for like an up and coming astronomer to pick up a radio signal, like from Contact, is it the Carl Sagan movie, where they get this radio signal picked up and she gets elevated to this position of like most famous person on Earth. And, there's some glory there to be had, right? In that we got the signal and we deciphered the message and we messaged and we figured it out. And, we're the ones in control. In the event that they're this advanced, we're not in control. We're monkeys in the zoo. And that's not as glorious. That's kind of sad, You did a personality test, Trizzy. You did Myers-Briggs, ENFP. Excellent. Yeah. Interesting. I like the Myers-Briggs. I think it kind of gives people some insight into potentially things about themselves maybe they didn't know. I know some people aren't a fan of archetypes. I understand that. But I do like archetypes, fantasy archetypes. But I enjoy the Myers-Briggs, yeah. Has Avi's project releasing any data yet, Nick? I don't think so. Not that I've heard. Yeah. Have you heard of the theory that there's a hologram in front of the moon, Jim? Drizzy, I've heard all kinds of theories. Yeah. I have heard that the moon is an alien space station. I have heard crazier theories than that even. I've heard theories from people that We are in space, but that our immediate reality has been manipulated by aliens so as to not panic the global elite. That they've hidden other things out in the solar system from us. There's all kinds of crazy theories, but yeah, I've heard all the moon theories. That's a David Icke theory. If no one's ever seen the movie They Live, and there's another movie as well that talks about essentially there being some kind of projecting station from the moon, and these aliens are beaming this like negative energy or signal at all of us, and it's keeping us in a low vibrational state, and that's preventing us from ascending spiritually. And so what we have to do is to blow up the fucking moon. I don't know if that's what David still believes. No, David still believes we need to blow up the fucking moon, or be a lot of other problems that come along with that. But anyway, wasn't that spinning thing modeled after Project Stargate or something? That's a good question. Hitler lives on Vega. Is that one of them, Panson? Is that one of the theories? That Muamua means a messenger from afar first, arriving first in Hawaiian. Yeah, that's pretty brilliant. I love that name, yeah. Oh, did he? Caspersite just cover the moon thing? Yeah. Mixed feelings. I don't know who Caspersite is. Yeah. They Live. Obey. Yeah, it's a great movie. Rowdy Roddy Piper, for any wrestling fans, he starred in it. If no one's ever seen that, it's a classic. Yeah. Yeah, that was a quote from one of the protesters in the movie Contact. Oh, was it actually? Was it? Oh, actually. Okay, interesting. We just rewatched it, actually, Panza, not that long ago. Yeah.
Noticed maybe other colleagues who were fearful to sort of talk about it or get into the topic, but now you've seen them get into it because of maybe some groundwork you've laid.
Well, there are members of the Galileo project that joined us as a result of their curiosity. But by and large, the pushback that my approach gets, and that is often a very aggressive pushback where people are just not even following physics the way it should be followed, and just making all kinds of assumptions that are not valid. In fact, even this morning, I had to reply to a few emails of that nature. When young people see this pushback, they're really fearful because they want to get a job. And if they get attacked like I am, they would have difficulties finding a job. And so I call it regression to the mean. They basically go into the mainstream and do not deviate from the beaten path because they're worried about their prospects in academia. I think that's the biggest damage because people like myself, I'm well established. I can study things that might be risky.
You can rock the boat.
And the fact that there is no advocacy or acceptance for multiple views deters young people from innovating, and that's really bad.
You get told not to rock the boat, essentially, because what you want to do if you go to an advanced degree program, after you do your dissertation, is you want to start to establish yourself, unless you just want to teach and get a tenured position. But if you want to contribute to the discipline, you want to publish, and you want to be careful. They tell you not to rock the boat, right? But the problem with that is if you want to just live a life in the shadows and no one ever remembers or knows your name, sure. But if you want to push forward, you might need to be a bit audacious. And it's funny that is the advice that's given to young people sometimes from these different disciplines, from tenured professors, that, you want a stable job, don't rock the boat. It's like, brother, I don't know. Like, what do you want out of life, I guess, right? Like, take risks, fuck. Like, you'll regret it if you don't. That's my advice to people that are maybe going through that stuff right now. If someone were to I wish someone gave me that advice when I was younger. Take risks. Don't worry about it, right? You'll regret it if you don't. That's good advice. Don't be a fucking idiot. Like, don't go take out a fucking $10,000 loan and put it all on black. That's not a risk you want to take. But with your career or with your hopes, your dreams, take risks. Fuck. It drove me nuts. It drove me nuts when I got that advice from people. Or people told me to tone it down constantly, was what I got from my professor that I was kind of studying under. You know, I get it sometimes, you know, some of the shit that maybe I talked about, but you know, other stuff, I was just like, fuck off. Like, I wasn't a very good student overall. Anyway, it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. You're going to get a PhD under the name Anunnaki Bob and publish some shit, brother. That's at the end of the day, Aaron, like, listen, you don't even need people. You can go publish stuff. There's tons of sites. ArcFix, I don't know if you need to really be associated with the university. You can go publish a paper on fucking anything. And then, you know, they were like, oh, who are you involved with? No one. I just fucking did this. And they were like, oh, if you could solve a mystery. It's like, no one really gives a fuck at the end of the day. Like, yeah. It's worth watching Casper site stuff. I think I may have clicked on some of the, I definitely clicked on some of the videos about just posting with him. I recognize the name. Yeah. 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 Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. I'm talking before the theme song of the COVID days. Jim, you didn't drop it out until college. You were late. The system is built to create followers. Yeah. What do you mean? The college system is made to build followers? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like it's absolutely, again, people don't like, I think, pushing through. They don't like pushing the limits. And because, you know, again, you become a controversial character. And there's definitely some downsides with that. And with some of the stuff, there's like a giggle factor involved too, where people like won't take you seriously. But at the end of the day, like as Avi has mentioned before, there's logically no reason like to have this approach and have this dogma. The dogma is a giggle factor in and of itself at this point, right? And for thinking people, I mean, I wouldn't even be concerned with it. I mean, it's on its way out so fucking quickly. All it's going to take is one or two more whistleblowers, and then everybody's going to look like a fucking idiot. I mean, really, and it's what's going to happen. And what it really, honestly, beyond that, they're going to look like cowards. And that's really what it is. It's a form of cowardice that they don't want to approach this stuff. They used it as an excuse that there was no good data or no good research or nothing. It was bullshit, horseshit, right? Stanton Freeman came to do a talk at our very university. I mean, he was from New Brunswick. I mean, there was tons of great research that's been done for years. It's just they use that as a way out of addressing it or dealing with it. But anyway, yeah, it is cowardice, man. Yeah. And it's something that some people don't like to hear, right? They don't like to be called a coward. They'll get defensive over that, right? And at the end of the day, it's like, whatever. I mean, you go fuck yourself. I mean, it depends how confrontational a person you are too. I mean, I would never be like outwardly disrespectful, but at the same time, it's like, you know, I wasn't like the prototypical student either. Like, you know, I was just kind of like always asking questions about this shit, which I guess is supposed to be philosophy, right? And that was one of my problems. And that's, you know, anyway, that discipline in of itself has a hard time in an academic setting, because a lot of these academies are businesses first and foremost as well. And, you know, philosophy tends to ask uncomfortable questions, and they tend to ruffle feathers, and those departments are usually just considered like the schizo place of the university anyway. So my whole thing was like, well, why aren't we talking about this more? Fuck it. Everyone already thinks everyone here is fucking out to lunch. Like, you might as well just start actually contending with some of these more metaphysical topics and questions and get ahead of the curve. But anyway, don't want to do that. Yeah. It's a why guy. Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know what to be considered as. Probably just an idiot to some degree is who they thought, right? But like, I asked the interesting questions, I'd say. But anyway, I'm not associated with them now, so it is what it is. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what are your solutions to that? If you had control and you could do, you know what I mean? What would you do?
Yeah, very simple. Get a flood of data, as much data as possible about these anomalies, such that eventually there will be no simple
I'd rather be here, man,
interpretation.
if it's any
It will not be a
consolation.
hydrogen iceberg or a nitrogen iceberg. We'll have so much data about the next object that looks like Oumuamua, that it will be clear what it is, what its nature, and if it happens to be technological in origin, we will know it. So it's really the gray zone where people can be in denial. Well, there isn't enough data, or they don't want to collect data and maintain their views. But as far as I'm concerned, a flood of data, as much data as possible, would be a great blessing. And that includes, interstellar meteors that collide with Earth, came from outside the solar system, and could be a Tesla Roadster car, could be something produced by a more accomplished space entrepreneur than Elon Musk. There must have been some like him or better than him since the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago.
Maybe there were even someone on Earth in the past, Avi. Maybe some of their stuff's still floating around up there. Maybe they're out in the solar system still. I don't know. In my personal opinion, when it comes to this, not to talk over this excessively, but there's an element of cowardice here. Not with Avi. Because Avi literally states explicitly at one point that he thinks people should just kind of take the risk and just talk about this classified shit. But some of this stuff may have been out there in the open for everyone to see. And it's just not talked about and addressed. And I mean, that's 100% cowardice. And I don't know how that's going to go over with everyone. We went over this with John Brandenburg recently, where John, again, was on with Jesse talking about the Mars mysteries. And like, that's been in people's face. John brought that up in fucking, oh my God, like the mid 1980s. It was when all the face hysteria was going on, where they were yelling at NASA to go back and take another picture again. And so that's what the Xenon 129 and the argon and all that, the isotopes they found, the radioactive isotopes in Mars' atmosphere. And on top of the other anomalies on the ground. And I don't know. I think really what's going on, and this is again another uncomfortable reality that maybe many of us don't have a problem confronting, but some of these people do in academia, is that there has been a conspiracy again with this. And it is uncomfortable. I mean, it's the real world, right? It's not this make-believe world that people make up in these ivory towers that universities. It's the actual real world, which is dangerous. And I think that's kind of what some of these people don't like, going out into that real world, into the cold, right? They're in the comfy place, right? They don't like going out into reality. Reality's scary as fuck, right? And if you say the wrong thing or touch on the wrong subject, sometimes you just have a heart attack walking to work one day, right? And that might be what gets revealed with this, and it's beginning to get revealed with Grush and whatnot and Jake Barber. But there was a criminal element involved with this. And that criminal element, unfortunately, may be involved with manipulating and puppeting a lot of our Western democracies as well. Corruption is fucking out of control. It's unbelievably rampant. We get the broader picture. I hope that thing does not collide with Uranus. I hope it does, brother. Shaping the biblical narrative in the Council of Nicaea was cowardice. Well, there's another example, right, man, of power structures and what people will do, right? And I think we're seeing the equivalent today with this topic, with the cover-up that's gone on. And I think it's been, and this is something that has been brought up before and analyzed by people like Jacques Vallée and Stanton Friedman. They brought this up decades ago, that they started to uncover a big problem. And the problem was like, oh shit, like this pervades beyond government. This is into like private industry, and these people are really powerful, and like they have a lot of influence, and they may have a stake in some of these media companies, and like they may own the news. Some of them, like, this is some conglomerate, like it's some kind of cabal, literally. And that's where this gets uncomfortable for people, really, is that we're confronting a larger conspiracy here. It's not just Skinny Bob and aliens. There's a group of powerful people that have been puppeting the whole show here. And if you step at a line too far, poof, you disappear, right? Or your career disappears, or you get a phone call and the coordinates of your partner, where they work, their commute, right? And they say, don't ever fucking talk about that again. And then they don't. It's that simple, really. And that's what I think some people don't have the courage to face. And I don't know if I can always blame them, but that's the great uncovering that I think is going to require a lot of courage for people. And I don't know if we will, honestly, in my humble opinion. I don't know what it's going to take. I don't necessarily want to be that gadfly either, right? Stirring that pot. Because, I mean, anyone from philosophy or just history knows what happened to Socrates You ask too many goddamn questions. You put together the puzzle a little bit too clearly for everybody. You get accused as a heretic. You're corrupting the youth, right? And then they don't even need to kill you themselves. The people will do it for them, right? It's scary shit. It really is. Anyway, yeah. Shaping the history is written by the victors. Yeah, man. It's not just Jim on the moon working with Skinny Bob. It's more Jim's working on each planet with other Skinny Bobs. Oh, brother, maybe. I mean, listen. There's like, if you show up red in the Matrix poof, yeah, man. Well, I mean, that's why for me, as much as I meme about the psionic stuff, the idea that at some point there's a way to commune with these visitors, I think really, my personal take on this is I think that things are in pretty dire straits. And so, like geopolitically, I think the world's in pretty dire straits. That's my personal take. I'm not an expert, but it's my intuition that it kind of has been extrapolated out from the real conspiracy that's been around ufology. That I think we're in big trouble, and I think that if there's any way to reach out, Skinny Bob and these beings, if they give a fuck, which maybe they do, who knows, that would be a way to level the playing field, maybe. And because otherwise it's stacked against us. That's my take. And I think you might hear that from other people too. Maybe you'd even hear that behind the scenes from Avi. Again, you know, Avi's not a stupid guy. He knows there are toes you just don't fucking step on. So does Elon. Same scenario. He said as much on Joe's podcast recently when they're digging into the USAID corruption scandal. They know there's people in there that are sketchy as fuck. And he was saying, like, we can't root out all the corruption because there are so many sketchy fucking people. They will all come for me. And I can't protect myself from all of them. That's reality. That's a world we're living in right now. So what hope is there? My hope is that maybe there is some kind of a higher power at play here. And I don't mean like Space Jesus. Well, actually, I might literally mean Space Jesus if they were involved with that. Skinny Bob, really. So COVID showed the corruption. It couldn't be denied to the rational, and they can't put it back in the box. Absolutely, Aaron, 100%, man. Yeah, that was one of the. Even beyond that, I think, Aaron, what a lot of people saw, what many of us saw, was I think for the first time, I had a lot of intuitions about this, but we saw the hand move with that, and that's what scared a lot of people. And I'm still recovering from that. It's affected me deeply. I don't talk about it a lot, but you saw the hand move, and you're like, fuck. You know, this is a thing, and it's frustrating because you don't know who they are, really, but they're out there. There is some kind of a group, I think, that puppets the West. They have great influence, at least. So the hope is Baba Yaga, Baba Yaga, John Wick, the boogeyman. Maybe we need a John Wick to go and fucking clean house. I don't know. Yeah, man, I know. Yeah, I know. That's the thing, man. Well, that's why maybe we're all here, is because we saw that. So it's a Templars gym, Knights of Old. Man, well, maybe, right? The bankers. Yeah. I mean, who knows? I don't know. I don't know who the fuck they are. But I just have a very strong intuition that they are real and that they are actively involved with a bunch of bullshit. And more concerning to that, I mean, they might have plans that don't factor us involved, or don't factor us, in the plans. And so what do we do? This goes down another fucking dark rabbit hole. I don't want to go down again, but this is just the reality of the situation when you really think about it. And again, I think some people, they just want to keep their head down and keep working. And I think Avi should. He's not necessarily maybe the one to ask those questions and come to find those answers, however we get a hold of them. But anyway, I'll continue. I just want to hear him say what he was going to say. But yeah, I mean, yeah, whoever, the bankers. How do we get out of this cycle, though? That's my whole meme, right? Like being subjugated to this nonsense. And I think it may lie with like, and Skinny Bob's a meme, but like them, if they're out there, if they're actually out there and they're listening and they give a fuck, that would be maybe where it lies. I mean, or maybe they're just going to let it play out, and that's not going to be fun, but it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. One rabbit hole cover for Jim, please. When you're down at the bottom long enough, it starts to stink and you just want to get out. Yeah. A League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. They are out there though, man. Though that very group of people undoubtedly are out there. It's just the insurmountable fucking odds and the force that they're up against. Maybe there's a skinny Bob out there just watching the stream and laughing at us. Maybe Trizzy, who knows, right? I mean, I would imagine, like my bet, and again, this is, I use this kind of language because we don't know with complete conviction what we're dealing with, but I would say my bet is that there is, and they're probably listening to literally everything that everyone's talking about. Because, I mean, if we extrapolate out their advancement from what we've been able to observe anecdotally, they're probably able to do that. So they're probably aware of all these conversations happening at all times. Will be my bet. Whoever they are, and there's probably multiple groups of them, there may even be some kind of a government as well. Who knows? But I imagine they're very much aware of what's happening. Now, the question is, why can't they intervene? Why aren't they? Will they? Should they? Can they? Right? Because at some point, what would need to happen is some form of intervention. And we maybe had a brush with death just recently. Again, I'm not going to go into it for Twitch's fucking sake, but I don't know if that whole deal was an accident that we just went through a couple years ago. And so if they try and pull bullshit like that again, I mean, is there any way that we can get the curtain pulled back? How do we do that? I mean, is there a way? Are they just waiting for us to push the right buttons? Is that what's going on here? If they're waiting for us to push the right buttons, then we've got to figure it out real quick. And so that might be something like psionics, but I can't fucking do that. So then we have to rely on people who can, and I don't know who those people fucking are, really. Sometimes I wonder why the moon is the perfect position outside my bedroom window sometimes. It almost looked like it was looking at me. That's a little delusional thought I have. It's just a bit of coincidence, Trizzy, but, you know, it's just a good memory on top of everything else, right? If it happens to just line up with your window. Who knows? Dial up fear because obedience. Absolutely, man. Literally, yeah. Wealth extraction and all the other bullshit that came along with that. So, yeah. If you watch it long enough, you'll see it move. Yeah. COVID and Ukraine too convenient. Well, man, and the next thing is, I don't know. We'll find out and see what the next thing is. Hopefully it's not Iran, Israel, because that's something that's been talked about for forever, that they want some kind of an exchange there that ends up nuclear, and they want some broader conflict. But, well, we don't know. We'll just have to kind of watch and see how things play out. But, yeah. You're scrolling through your doorbell cam footage the other day. Scroll like 4 hours at once. The moon passed overhead quickly. The moon looks like a UFO. Oh, fuck. Non-tinfoil pilled as she is, she now has the Jim Russell outro tune stuck in her head, too. Holy fuck. But isn't that funny? I wasn't even going to use that. I was hesitant to put that on. I thought it sounded ridiculous when I first listened to it. But it grew on me, too. Yeah. My dudes, robots and erudites. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. You hate the song when for you first heard it? Yeah, I did too. Well, it wasn't even folk. It's 60s like dance kind of. Get 80% memorized. Isn't it funny? Yeah. The power of AI. It's scary, man, when you think about that. It's scary when you think of the power of AI and that it was able to just concoct something like that off of a couple lines of text that I wrote. That's the future, though. The earworms of the future are going to be made by robots. Yeah. But ultimately, it's made from us. It's made from our collective kind of unconscious that we've dumped into the AI. He farts as the break of dawn. Yeah, fuck. God damn. Makes a mess at the break of dawn. Yeah. Maybe you could cover it with electronic. That'd be fucking sick, man. Yeah. That'd be dope. I was going to try and actually learn the chords for the intro song because it's like my thing, but fuck yeah. At 6 a.m. we can hear him arrive from the sound of the submarine. It's a literal acid trip of a fucking song. The almond shells. I think the almond shells are, I was going to look that up. It was speakers, I think, is what it's referring to. Almond, reference to speakers. I think it's a reference to speakers. They've been used as a reference in speaker design due to their acoustic properties and natural dampening characteristics, yeah. Through the almond shells. Yeah, it was like back in the 60s, like a reference. I know that from old guitar amp shit, and yeah. You Finn to make a music video? That'd be fucking peak, actually. I'd have to pay Mr. Finn to do that, yeah. triggering our low budget alarm. Fuck yeah, you're thinking we're squirrels. God damn it. Almond shell's cracking as you get home. Yeah, no, it's through the speakers. Yeah. I did get that reference of the AI. It's funny. It's using like references and shit that like some of us don't even know about. The power of the AI. God damn it. Yeah. It is dank. It's very fucking dank. Yeah. It's very fucking dank. Hey, let me move on from. We listened to some of the Avi stuff. This was kind of. This is big. Good for him though. Good for Pat. His name's Pat. Good for Pat to get this on here. Yeah. Good job, brother. Having these conversations with Avi. Very neat. I don't think Avi would come on the Jim Russell show. Fuck. too wild west here. I got something else here I was going to pull up though. I can read this out maybe. But this is something that Jock was saying in recent conversation with somebody. We watched one of these clips. Marwa El-Dawini. In spite of all the scientists asking all the scientific questions and all the things on TV and so on, that's irrelevant. We have data, we have hardware, we have entities that are here that some of our people are communicating with. I think disclosure is going to come from some brave people putting their career, maybe their life at stake by telling the truth. So we have Avi calling for that and Jock recently. They think that we're only going to get to the truth if somebody just spurts it out. And I think that's what many of us think as well. That it's never going to be able to cut through if they follow all the rules. I don't think it will either, personally. And when you talk about confronting UFOs, I mean, we have cases in spite of the scientists asking all the questions and all the things on TV and so on that's irrelevant. We have data, we have hardware, we have entities that are here that some of our people are communicating with. We know that may or may not be secret, but we know that this is where we have. I'm just gonna play the clip. Holy fuck! People trying to paraphrase this stuff is so fucking difficult. Yeah. Your show that really triggered your skits was called Utopia. Interesting. I'm not familiar with that show, Trizzy. The Daniel Sheehan interview that was posted, that shit was a trip and a half. Listen to the whole thing yesterday, did you? I was gonna listen to a little bit here in a little bit, actually, did you? Because I haven't gone through a lot of it, but. Oh yeah, I know. I've got that up here about the psionic tech and stuff. Yeah, I was gonna go over it. I'm gonna go over it here shortly. Let me just play this clip of him talking because I can't stand people who are paraphrasing all this thing.
And when you talk about confronting UFOs, I mean, we have cases, in spite of all the the scientists asking all the scientific questions and all the things on TV and so on. That's irrelevant. We have data. We have hardware, we have entities that are here that some of our people are communicating with, okay?
That's for people that haven't followed him, Reload Spirit, for people that don't follow Jock, that's a big statement for him to fucking make. He's very obscure. I'm assuming this conviction is in speaking with people like Jake Barber and Dave Grosh and probably other first-hand witnesses who have... Jock, listen, if you Google ufology, he's who comes up. He's the guy who started it, really. So, him and Stanton. So, I'm assuming he's spoken with these first-hand people. And that's huge for him to say.
We know that, okay?
Yeah.
That may or may not be secret, but we know that. This is where we have to... That's a level where we have to think. Okay, the Congress is not being told about that. Okay, and I'm not sure that the public is capable of understanding that. Okay, I mean the thing I told you about the end of the war in Japan, people don't know that either. It's not secret anymore, but people don't know about that meeting in the Imperial Palace. After 2 nuclear bombs, that it didn't matter in military sense. They don't know that Eisenhower went to the White House to ask President Truman not to drop the bomb. So those are not secret anymore. Why don't people know that? Those books are published. You can get them for $20. Those are books by official historians who've been studying the military history for 50 years. So I think we have to think at that level from now on, not at the level where of all the, all the discussions in Washington and so on. I think we have to raise the level. And I think that disclosure is going to come for some brave people putting their career, maybe their life at stake by telling the truth. Okay. Like I'm trying to tell you what we have in the files, okay? The files are classified, but we know what's in the files. The witnesses know what's in the files because most of my witnesses are farmers. I hear about something and I take my truck and I go there and I talk to the guy and I talk to his wife and I talk to his kids. That's not classified. You can stop me from doing that.
Yeah, it's a big claim. Very big claim. Yeah, well, anyway, as it should be now. He's been doing this since the mid 1960s. Imagine he's been an adult doing this for, like 70, is it 70 years? 60 years. He's been doing this for close to 60 years. Like, holy fuck. And it took that long for someone like Dave Grush to come forward. Like, crazy fucking shit, man. Like, Utopia, I'll pull it up here, man. I'll pull it just on the side just so I remember to look at it. Okay, I'll keep it up. Gillian Land, 20 British. This one here, huh? This is it here, this TV series with Rainn Wilson in it and John Cusack. Yeah. He goes way into this, does he? For me, it was the Zeitgeist back in 2002-ish. Really. Post 9/11 Trinity. Oh, yeah, good book, yeah. Yeah, they get into how the government's working with some of them and how things are all fucked up. Yeah. Interesting thing I found, they've proven scientifically materials and abduction chips are man-made. Identical to ID chips used by the U.S. Army. Really, John? Where do you read that at? Interesting. Wasn't MJ12. Yeah. They seriously weren't budgeting on this until a certain point. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, that is that show there. Yeah. What happened in New Mexico is same base as Hiroshima bomb, Roswell. Interesting. Yeah. Well, we're just gonna have to wait for somebody to fucking come forward then. Well, maybe we should move on to this and watch through a little bit of this. When it's 3.5 hours, is obviously probably not going to happen, but I'll try and go through. Maybe Digi, you can kind of highlight some of the interesting conversation. There's a lot here, though. Danny's been getting more and more audacious as time goes on with some of his claims. He always kind of has been, but I'm just interested and intrigued if some of this is going to pan out here for us. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. All right. Let me go throw my food in the microwave. I'll be right back, guys, and we'll dig into this. There we go. I need to get like a fucking, not a stream deck. Actually, I do a Focusrite where I can just like adjust the knob. Anyway, I need a knob to play with. Yeah. I do have the Sorry Egypt thing pulled up. Well, yes, I do. Yeah. Is it all in like fucking French or something though? I was going to go over that later too. The whole ancient history segment starts, but yeah. Why are the green aliens practicing kneeing people in the bollocks? That's a good question. I'm probably going to change the background soon because we're moving out of winter into spring. So I'll probably maybe do that at some point. All right. Let me kind of get going with this. I'm trying to think of what I've seen, which is probably like into like 30 minutes. Some of the other stuff here, remote viewing, mind control. He makes some pretty big claims here. This is quite a conversation that he had with them. So I'll probably jump around a little bit, but for people that haven't seen this, should be kind of interesting. Danny Sheehan, again, for people that don't know, is a Harvard lawyer. He taught law at Harvard. He's represented people like Stephen Greer. He's been involved with Dave Grush. He represented John Mack, the famous Harvard psychiatrist who was they tried to kick him out of the school for dealing with UFO abduction cases. He's a quite a, eclectic past. So, yeah, let's just go. Let's get into it.
The commander comes to him one day and he says, "Look, I need you to come with me. I've been asked to go to S4, way down under the ground." And he said they go in and he saw actual saucers.
Wait, what?
That were there.
S4,
said, kind of just floating there. They're like 3 or 4 of them
underground.
Yeah, down underground at S4. We come into this area and he said there was this room.
That's a hell of a statement. That's
big,
Bob Lazar's place.
One-way mirror, and there was a being there. His commander went in to the room and was having this telepathic communication with them. And they said they had these index cards that had the questions and answers. And one of the questions that they asked him, he said, was, like, where are you guys from and what are you doing here, right? The ET guy said, I am one of a person from different star systems in our galaxy who have all been tasked with going around together to different planets where life has actually begun and to monitor how it's going. And that's where I saw the photographs of a crash retrieval. Wasn't any doubt about what it was. It was not Roswell because it was snow on the ground. There was snow on the ground. You could see in the photos that it had plowed through this field and it plowed up all the dirt in the snow. Mm-hmm. I saw that there were symbols actually on the bottom or along the bottom of the dome that was at the top of this. It was a classic saucer. I actually traced every single one of the symbols. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
Could you draw what you saw in the picture?
Yeah, here's the big hillside. And so I could see that all along the bottom, right along the bottom of the disc, right
the bottom
here,
of the dome.
The bottom of the dome, that I could see these symbols. And they looked like this. The Church of Scientology believes that there's a major confrontation going on between reptilian extraterrestrial species from Zeta Reticuli and the people from the Pleiades. In the next 4-year period, we're getting set to lay the groundwork for establishing the protocols that are going to govern our relationship with this extraterrestrial civilization for the next 10,000 years. And I was sworn to secrecy when I was told about the psionic, it's called psionic assists, that there's a technology that they've got that is amping up the capacities of individuals to do telepathic communication. And it's very dangerous and it's frying out the brains of people that they're testing.
If you had full authority to subpoena anyone or any person or any entity, who would it be?
Are you aware of any whistleblowers or evidence not known by the public about to come out in the next month?
Yes.
I was wondering if you could find an answer for this question. Is it possible that the National Institute of Health in Bethesda, Maryland is working with a non-terrestrial biological material? And the reason why I ask that is because back when I was a roofer, I went to go work at that particular installation on a building with 3 smokestacks. And we were on our way up to the top of the building. A guy came out of the room with a triangular-headed entity that was maybe about 2.5 feet tall in a jar of liquid. And as soon as he saw me and my partner, he told us that he was very sorry, and he retreated back into the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are joined by Danny Sheehan, who is a constitutional lawyer who's been involved in some of the most important cases in U.S. history, including Watergate, the Pentagon Papers, Iran-Contra. He's also a key figure in UAP disclosure and an advocate for government transparency. He's represented people like Luis Elizondo, and he's also founded the New Paradigm Institute and has been... your role with the Disclosure Project as well. You're chief counsel.
20 years I was general counsel for the Disclosure Project for Dr. Stephen Greer.
That's right. So obviously this makes you one of the most important figures in the fight for UAP transparency today. So thank you, Danny Sheehan, for joining me.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so looking forward to today's conversation because it isn't every day that I get to speak with, first of all, a Harvard-trained lawyer, also studied divinity school. Yeah. You've got just probably the thickest resume out of anyone who's ever sat here, and possibly anyone I'll ever meet. So it is truly, truly an honor to be able to chat with you about all this.
I appreciate it. I appreciate a chance to do it.
Yeah. So for those of you interested in what Danny's doing, I would highly encourage you. I do this at the top so people have a chance to look at it, but go check out the New Paradigm Institute and what they're doing. I left the link below. It's wonderful what you guys have set up and how long you've been working on this. I didn't know. We've talked a lot behind the scenes about this, and we'll get into that also a little bit later.
Sure.
First, I've got a bunch of questions here that I want to get to. But ultimately, I would like us to use this time to get a little weird. You're someone who I've been fascinated with your interviews because you always have these really interesting nuggets of information that I've never heard anywhere else. And I also want to let the audience know that this isn't coming from, a lot of times there is this frustration with, I can't say this or I can't say that.
Right.
But you're a public interest lawyer.
That's right.
Can you give us a little bit of a definition of what that means?
Well, it's interesting. It's sort of a thing that we created back in the 70s. I graduated from law school in 1970, and the classes that were coming out of the law schools at that time didn't think that any of the other kind of slots were appropriate. We'd end up working for major corporations, or we'd work for the government as a prosecutor or a public defender's office. And so the one spot that you had to go to was ACLU if you were going to be doing kind of civil liberties work. But ACLU was not as aggressive as a lot of us wanted to be. So at the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review, I had sent out letters to lawyers all around the country saying that, if you have a really interesting and important constitutional law issue, send it to us and we'll pick some and we'll write briefs and stuff about it. And that's where the very first case we did ended up establishing the right of journalists to protect their confidential news sources. So it went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. And it established the right of journalists to protect their confidential news sources against government-compelled disclosure in grand juries mostly. And so we ended up making friends with a lot of investigative journalists. And so we started discovering all kinds of issues that were going on that needed to have lawyers. And so we kind of developed this whole kind of public interest trust of lawyers all together working on these things. And so we developed this kind of category of a public interest lawyer. So whenever I agreed to represent someone later, I would say, look, you've come to me usually and asked me to represent you, and it's because you've got some kind of a cause, a really important thing that you're trying to achieve as a matter of public policy. I agree with you on that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be representing you. And so you have to understand that in addition to representing you and your particular interest in this, we represent the issue itself. And the people who need to get access to this information. So we have to have an agreement kind of up front that, that I'm here working with you on this. And we've got our own public interest objectives. And so that you need to understand that as a condition of our working together. So I've had those conversations with Dr. John Mack, for example, at Harvard. I had that conversation with Marcia Smith when she asked me to come and work on the major investigation for the Library of Congress, the Congressional Research Service, for President Carter. And I explained that to Luis Elizondo. I've explained it to Stephen Bassett when I was working with them. So I've had a whole series of these clients, as it were. It wasn't that popular when I was at this law firm, the Cahill firm, where we represented the New York Times and NBC, because I would tell them that I'm not going to just do whatever it is you tell me to do. In fact, after 2 years at the firm, they explained to me that they thought that my interests were not necessarily the same as all of their clients, in sort of asking
bit of a red flag,
ask me to leave. And I said, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm representing the New York Times and NBC and doing, I get to spend 50% of my time doing public interest cases. So that's how I was at Attica Prison the night everybody was killed there. I, represented the men in the Manhattan House of Correction for Men, filed the big lawsuit against them for cruel and unusual punishment, and lots of these other cases that I was doing. And then I said it to Lee Bailey, F. Lee Bailey, when he asked me to come to join his firm when we were doing the Watergate burglary case. And for example, I investigated the reason why the Trafficante people were in the Watergate Hotel.
Right, yeah.
Bailey didn't seem to care, or he may have already known, but I conducted that investigation. That's how I figured out what was going on, why they were in the Watergate Hotel and all that.
So this is all, because this seems to be the MO, that the through line with your work is that you're all about transparency.
Yeah,
you're really, really fighting for the people's right to know about UAP, about this consciousness work, but also about these other fronts, these other civil cases that you've represented.
That's
and being this type of lawyer, also a lot of this is pro bono work.
It's all pro bono.
It's all pro bono work.
Well, except when I was at the law firm.
Correct.
It was kind of bizarre. I was actually getting paid for it.
Yeah.
It was kind of unique because I wasn't doing anything. I was working all the time, so I didn't ever get to use it.
That's a surprise to a lot of people, I think. Most people, when they hear lawyer, they think, oh, this person's all about the bills and all of it. And it's not necessarily the case. It actually isn't the case at all with you. And so, to hear that, and this extends beyond just legalities, this actually touches into like TS clearance opportunities that you've denied as well.
That's right.
For the same reasons.
Oh, yeah. No, I refuse to ever accept a security clearance because then I'll never get to tell anybody about all the other stuff that I know.
Yeah.
Of course, I spent 10 years at Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C. as their general counsel in what they call their social ministry office. And so I was into this whole thing of not needing to get paid for anything, or charging anybody anything. Yeah. And it therefore gives you the additional freedom to say, look, we're representing the public interest here. You're here because you agree with me that we have to be meeting the public interest. So, you're not paying me.
Yeah. You can't be strong-armed by a paycheck. Right.
Yeah. But I mean, even though I joke once in a while, people say, what do you guess is going on in here? What do you guess about this or that? I say, I don't get paid to guess. And of course I don't get paid at all, as it turns out. So we raise money. We get contributions from people that get tax deductions, and just like ACLU or NAACP or.
I hear what you're trying to say, Will. I've been reading through the comments. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, where associating with Scientology immediately will sound like the whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, Danny's got it's crazy his involvement again. It's you just hope to be one of these people who are still into their 70s, 80s, and they're still competent intellectually. right? Because I know so many people who are into their 60s, 70s and are already kind of like, falling apart. And Danny's just still going, and he's still able to hold conversation so well, and it's incredible. It would truly be a privilege to have a conversation with someone like this, right? So, yeah. Danny says something that's totally quotable in this interview. Most people aren't used to being a part of history. They freeze up when they see a celebrity. Wow. Yeah, that's probably very true, right? Yeah, he's just been exposed to all this stuff by happenstance. Yeah. Very interesting. Okay, I'll continue.
Anything else?
Yeah.
So that's I've set those up over the years.
I think that's tremendously commendable and obviously very important for this conversation that we're about to have as well. Because I think we needed that at the top because there is a growing frustration among the community with this, with this topic because people want to, they don't want people to have some weird hidden agenda because that has happened in the past and there's been, we've been slighted before by this stuff. And so I think people are, they're just really critical of whoever, talks about this subject. So I thought that was really, really commendable, but also really important to get out of the way.
Great.
Right before we were setting up the cameras, you had mentioned something that we spoke about last night. Now, you had mentioned this gentleman, Oscar Wolf.
Oh, Oscar, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is an amazing story.
It is a great story.
Yeah, because it ties into S4, which ties into inevitably Bob Lazar, but also Dan Burrish and all these other really fringe sort of cases. But there's a really interesting portion of the story that you're about to tell, and that has to do with the deathbed confession.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, the FBI finds secret JFK assassination records. But how can I trust this? That's why this video today is sponsored by Ground News. In today's landscape, it's quite difficult to
These boys are cooking
locate
these fucking ads into the goddamn videos now. There we go.
Well, look, I've got a lot of things to do. I've got a lot of people I need to see.
Why should I make this a priority? New Brunswick?
He said, in the classified portion of Project Blue Book, I was fully employed there as a U.S. Army in the stenographer and bookkeeper. So I said, okay. So I fly out there. He was out in Minnesota. So I flew into Minneapolis and rented a little car and drove up into this little teeny town where he was. So I go to the little hospice place, and there he is with all the tubes in him and in his arms, and he's got one of those little things on wheels he's having to walk around with. And so we sat down, and he started explaining to me that he was assigned to the portion of Project Blue Book that they never admitted they had, which was over 700 incidents in which they couldn't conceivably explain it away. There were too many people had seen it. The witnesses who had seen it were too credible. They had photographs or video or something of it, and they just couldn't call it swamp gas, or searchlights on the bottom of clouds.
Jupiter.
Right. Or Venus in the morning.
Yeah, Venus.
And so he was in that section, he said, and he started telling me. So I'm sitting down with him, just like this. We're sitting off in a little table at the little hospice, and he starts telling about how that he was a clerk typist from the U.S. Army. He was in the U.S. Army, assigned as a clerk typist to this unit, and he would just be in the office all the time. And he gave me the name of the base where he was and everything. And so I started pressing him to, say, who was your commander? What was the name of your unit? What years were you there, et cetera. And he was forthcoming and telling me this stuff, right? And then he gets to the point of saying that he would stay in the office, and they had these guys would get assigned from different military units, mainly U.S. Air Force but some Army people, and they would come through and they would spend a year, sometimes two, going out and doing field interviews and interviewing the people and trying to either talk them out of believing that it was a UFO but finally coming back and saying, look, this is the real deal. Here's my information. And he would take it all down and keep the records, right? Then they would go and others would come, but he stayed all through the years in the special division. And it turns out it was because he belonged to the same church that the commander of that unit was in. There's a thing called the Worldwide Church of God. And it was this really fundamentalist, deep kind of conservative Christian.
Look at that
sect.
building.
And so that he got on really well with the commander. So he ends up, the commander comes to him one day and he says, look, I need you to come with me. I've been asked to go to S4 out in the West. We have to leave because he was like in New Jersey, their base was. So he said, and he didn't tell him what they were going to do there. He says, I want you to come with me. So they go together and they go to Area 51. Then they take them all the way like 11 miles away or something. They go to S4.
Do you know, sorry to interrupt. Do you know if they took a bus or anything, or how did they get, did you ever say that?
Somebody took them from Area 51.
Yeah, in a car?
He said he started out just kind of saying, I was at Area 51. Then they put them in this vehicle and took him and his boss.
Drove
to
Papoose.
To the S4.
Yeah.
So he said they were way down under the ground, and he said they go in and he saw.
It was that Marvel movie, wasn't it, with Loki?
He saw actual saucers that were there. He said, kind of just floating there. They're like 3 or 4 of them
underground.
Yeah, down underground at S4, and they were just like in these little.
Hangars,
little garage like thing, each one of them a little area, and they were just kind of floating there. And he was kind of floored by that. And they went and they said that we went into this other section and we come into this area, and he said there was this room there with this big one-way mirror, and you could see through into the room, but you could tell it wasn't a window; it was like a mirror, and there was a UFO being there, but it was tall. It was like 5.5 feet tall, and it had they had a little blue jumpsuit on him, and he was in the room, and he thought it was demonic, he said, and he didn't want to go near it, but his commander went in to the room and was having this telepathic communication with him, and he was afraid of the being. He was afraid of it.
Yeah.
So he stayed outside. And the people that were there, they obviously were having some process they were going through with this ET guy, and that they'd been questioning him. And they said they had these index cards that had the questions and answers that he'd provided, and they were going to show them to Wolf, right? And so
index cards. They would. Of the communications that they had previously.
Yes, they were earlier ones.
And they would transcribe them.
Yes, they were all transcribed. And he didn't tell me whether they were printed out or typed or what they were.
I see.
I didn't have. He just said that they had it there. And one of the questions that they asked him, he said, was, where are you guys from and what are you doing here, right? And he said, the ET guy said, that I am one of a person from different star systems in our galaxy, who have all been tasked with going around together to different planets where life has actually begun, and to monitor how it's going. He said, and just giving reports on this. So he'd been asked to follow up because, who's in charge of that? Who's tasked you to do all that? And he said, well, you people would probably consider God. But it's very different than you think it is. That's what he said. He said, and I didn't believe him because I thought it was demonic. And I've never told anybody, never told my wife, I never told anybody about this.
Jesus.
He said, I'm dying, as you can see, he said. So I wanted to tell you that this is true. So that's what he explained to me. So
he had mentioned this before. I wasn't aware the guy had mentioned S4. When I saw this. So I was we'll have to continue watching through. So I would have been, I don't know, maybe only 35 minutes into it. But I have heard him mention that before, that he was with someone at their deathbed and they were talking about dealing with aliens and being witness to some telepathic communication. But it's funny because, whatever God is, probably some council of elders, maybe. The people out in the woo supposedly have been able to discern what actually is going on here, and that we're in a simulation, and that there are other beings that he wouldn't consider to be that which no greater thought that can be conceived. They're not necessarily that. They're kind of a lower level version of that, but that they're involved more immediately with managing the simulation. And that ultimately all of the alien groups are, whether they like it or not, having to deal with them. Like they're the government. So they're the Galactic Federation. And that they manage all the interactions of these different species. Otherwise, you would just have chaos, right? And there wouldn't be any planets or people that have experiences on. They'd all be space pirated away or some shit. So supposedly, I'm starting to think it's more likely we're a smaller part in a larger whole, like a macroorganism. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. If you go out into other anecdotes from ufology, from the abduction phenomena, from even wooier people than that, like channelers and contactees, they have a framework that essentially there's a, I don't know if this is objectively true, but that there is like a council of elders, or there's a council that's involved with managing each galaxy. So you got a galaxy, you got life in it, and there's kind of a council involved in managing all of the alien species, or all the life forms within that galaxy. And then they're kind of the big boss. They're the Galactic Federation, like their management. And that's who you deal with in the simulation. So what happens, I don't know, we don't know if any of this is true, but what happens when you kind of graduate to an interplanetary species, when you finally kind of become technologically capable enough to get from star system to star system, you run into them. So you, as soon as you exit the playpen, they introduce themselves and say, "Oh, you're living in a simulation." And you're living in a simulation. And it's interesting that as we progress technologically, these things are kind of coming together, right? There is in tandem with one another, which is interesting that we're slowly approaching a point when we will be leaving the planet, and we're also on a separate note starting to realize what reality might actually be. And that at some point there's a great reveal and we're like, oh, this isn't what we thought it was, right? And then that's what reality is. And supposedly, according to some people who claim that that's what's going on. And it's interesting, you just hear these are some of the anecdotes that contribute to that, right? Narrative, where you hear the aliens say that, yeah, well, our boss isn't who you think it is, and our boss is, someone on the other side of reality, essentially, which is... It's interesting to think about. It's stuff that like Michael Newton honestly had run into too with his experiments, that there's just like a council involved with people and everything's very neatly micromanaged, everything about the whole experience, right? Who knows? Yeah. People on there, it's demonic bullshit. I know, brother. We go in there and be like, bro, what the fuck is up? Like, you got any of that space weed? That's what we'd say to him, right? We'd throw him the Chud Bluesky. Where's Chud? Operation Majestic was my first foray into the UFO phenomenon back in 1994. As State of Reticuli was named third star in Orion's Belt. Yes, this was big news back then. Above top secret, Timothy Good. Yeah. But Majestic too. Yeah. Well, Stanton, right? If you ever read his work, Aaron, but Stanton Friedman, suppose he was completely convicted. The MJ-12 was a real organization. And they were covering the whole thing up. So yeah. Right, and I'm saying as above, so below, so like take everything you just said, and what if the Galactic Federation was just the brain of the macroorganism, and we're just some outlier skin cells developing on the outside of the Milky Way, but perhaps at scale, planets of consciousness and solar systems, galaxies. I don't know, maybe, man, yeah, who knows? I mean, I think what's implied in that narrative, whether it's true or not, is that we're players in the game. These are effectively other players that are more leveled up than us, that aren't really playing the game anymore, they're managing the game now. I think is what they're trying to say, TLDR, in regards to some of these theories as, what's going on. So leveled up players now managing the game. That's who the other players in the game report to. Is that objectively true? Who the fuck knows? Yeah. I don't know. There's no way to really prove that until they reach out to us. The old Jen on his deathbed could have listened and learned some amazing things from that being, but was like demonic. I know, well, a dogma, man. I know it's a problem. If the Collins elite still, right, in Congress, in the U.S. government, that are these very fundamentally religious people that supposedly are still interfering with disclosure. There's talk about whether consciousness emerges as top of a complex system. It's a kind of a self-awareness. Maybe that scales upwards. Your brain manages your kidney function. Who knows, man? Yeah.
The reason I was
Maybe we'll
telling
find
you
out
is
soon.
We were joking about, failing to turn on the record because I had this little camera that I brought with me. The staff said, you got to record this guy. So I put it on the table and I got it with, I forgot to turn the sound on.
Are they mostly Palladiums?
So
Oh my
I
heavens.
I interviewed the guy for like a whole Saturday afternoon, then all Sunday morning.
I've heard that
day.
talk before.
I'm double checking
Yeah,
myself.
double check your mics. But it was really a bummer.
Oh my gosh.
But anyway, that was Wolf.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm fortunate that I have things like that that happened in the past to get to talk to interesting people.
That instantly makes me think of Dan Burrish with J-Rod.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So many people dismissed that story. It'd be interesting to see him and Bob and all of them just be vindicated one day.
Well, Burrish, 3 different times that I had people set up meetings that I was supposed to go meet Burrish, and every single time, he'd have some kind of an excuse, like his mother's horse died, or
right, yeah,
or that his wife had decided she didn't want to talk to anybody anymore, and so finally I just sort of dropped it. I've got a whole stack of stuff in my office there of all the Burrish stuff and lots of details about it. So someday I'll have to sit down and go through it again and talk with him.
What's one question you would ask Dan Burrish if you could ask him right now and it would be like the last time you ever saw him? What would that question be?
Does he have any idea of where J-Rod, is now, or is there anybody else? Are there any other beings that we are presently in direct communication with? Because we've gotten a lot of information since that time of different people that say they've been in underground facilities and that there are actually different beings there from different species.
We'll pull her up after. I don't
actually
remember that.
working together in some of these bases. I mean, some people have given
some type of coalition that agreement that
something. Now, what we're going to do now at the New Paradigm Institute, now that we've turned our kind of full attention to this, because this work has been basically kind of ancillary to a lot of the other major stuff that I was doing.
Sure.
Doing the Iran-Contra case, the Karen Silkwood case, in all these, but, so I would go and work with Dr. Mack on the side, basically, and work as general counsel to his peer group, the Project for Extraordinary Experience Research. But it was all kind of like on my free time. But now that since Luis Elizondo called me and asked me to represent him, I've given this kind of a higher priority in our whole organization, the Romero Institute, that is the progeny of our old Christic. The Christic Institute is what we set up out of Jesuit headquarters to do the Karen Silkwood case originally. And then we did the 3 Mile Island case to stop them from pumping all the radioactive effluents into the Susquehanna River. We did the Greensboro case against the Ku Klux Klan and the American Nazi Party that gunned down all those labor organizers down in Greensboro. We did the Eddie Carthan, the first elected mayor in the Black Delta, Mississippi, first-degree murder case where we caught the guys doing it and put them on the stand and broke it. There's lots of really good stories there. But those are kind of the cases in chief that I was doing all the time. And all the other stuff was like weekends. And I would, go and do talks at the International UFO Congress, for example, and then these consciousness things, Conscious Life Living Expo. And so I would just go and do these on the weekend and then come back and go right back to work on Monday.
But this is what you were always really passionate about. This is what drove your curiosity for years. We'd spoken last night and you had said initially you'd set out to be an astronaut.
Yes. That's what I was going to do.
Yeah, early on in your, you wanted to join the Air Force. You were like, this is my way into becoming an astronaut.
That's right.
And the reason you wanted to become an astronaut?
Because I wanted to get to meet people from other star systems. And I thought that during my lifetime, this is what was going to happen. We were going to, in the 100 years or so that I had here in this particular incarnation, that we would be actually encountering the beings. And so I told that to Jacob Javits, as I mentioned to you last night. I was one of the top 3 nominees for the Air Force Academy appointment in 1963. I know I don't look that old, but the bottom line is, when he asked me why I wanted to be an astronaut, I said, Well, because I want to get to go into outer space and get to meet these other beings from these other star systems. And he looked at me, he said, you actually believe that there's other people on planets? I said, well, sure. I said, so do you. You must, I mean, you're a United States Senator. I said, you got to know that. You got to know that. Yeah. So I was, right from the very beginning, I was dedicated to wanting to do that.
Yeah.
But that, as I mentioned to you last night, that, he ended up, he was so stunned by what I said, as he said, that he said, look, I've got to admit to you, I'm not supposed to say this, but I've already given the appointment to the Air Force Academy to the son of one of my major funders and supporters.
Yeah.
He said, that's just the way it really is, Dan. So, but I'll give you the appointment to the Naval Academy, And I said, I'm not into boats. I want to fly. I want to get to be. And he said, no, you can get to fly in the Navy and be in that. And I said, no, I don't want to have to go through all the boat stuff.
Yeah.
I want to do the planes. And so he said, well, look, you can get the appointment from your congressman. He said. And you don't have to have the senatorial appointment,
Does he mention Bob Lazar again? This is around, I think this is when I stopped listening to it. That's what I'm interested about. J-Rod connections, Carter Seeker. I don't want to skip through too much of it, though. Tracing alien symbols, hidden UFO archive. God, there's a lot of shit in here, though, isn't there? Scientology, intelligence agencies, and ET craft. Holy shit. That's the telepathic experiments, the UFO agenda, good versus evil alien civilizations. Holy shit. And then it kind of trails off. Meditation, telepathy, discovering meditation. Oh, God. Okay, well, I'll continue this here.
A few dozen congressional appointments from New York. Who's your congressman? He said, and I said, it's Carlton King. He said, oh,
I'd love to be able to do that, man.
I'll give him a call. He said, I'll just tell him to give it to you. And well, it turns out that he gave the appointment, Carlton King gave the appointment to the son of the Republican mayor of Glens Falls, who was number 7 in our congressional district competition.
Number 7.
Yeah. And so I said, oh, look, our government, I thought, is a little bit out of tune here. I said, so I better become a lawyer. And then I can work a little while and help get our government back into tune. And actually, when I got out to practice, I discovered that our government wasn't just a little out of tune. It was playing an entirely different song than we'd been taught, and so that I got caught in this and doing the Iran-Contra case, doing the Pentagon Papers case, and discovering this entire netherworld.
But all the while, still pursuing NHI.
Yeah. So, well, actually, it reached out to me a bit. I was at Jesuit headquarters right when in 1976 when President Carter got elected. And when President Carter got elected, one of the very first things he did before he'd even come into Washington, of having been the governor down in Georgia, he gets elected president on November 4th of 1976. And on the 19th of November of 1976, he orders the head of the CIA to come down to Plains, Georgia, to come to his home and brief him on the UFO issue, because he had seen a UFO when he was governor. And not just a little light in the sky, but I mean like the length of a football field away, and there were 11 other guys with him who saw it, and so he filed a report with NICAP at the time about it. And so the bottom line, he demanded to get briefed in. And the person who was the head of the CIA on November 19th of 1976 was George H.W. Bush.
Motherfucker.
And George Bush said to him, oh, look,
MJ-12.
He said, what I want to do is, before I decide whether to brief or not, I want you to agree to leave me on as your CIA director. I want to become like J. Edgar Hoover was for the FBI. I want to be able to stay one administration after another. And if you'll appoint me to be your CIA director, I'll agree never to run for public office anywhere ever. And President Carter said, President-elect Carter at that time said, no, I've got somebody in mind already, so Bush refused to brief him, saying he had no need to know the information and he wasn't going to tell him. So President Carter, after his inauguration, contacted the head of the Science and Technology Committee of the House of Representatives and asked them if they would task the Congressional Research Service to find out everything that we knew about the UFOs, what documents we had and what witnesses we had or anything at all. And so that was assigned to Dr. Marcia Smith, who was the head of the Science and Technology Division. And people all, it sounds more impressive than it really was. People go, oh, Dr. Marcia Smith called you, at the headquarters, just picked up the phone and called you to. No, what happened is I was a candidate for the Jesuit priesthood at the time, and I was
Crazy,
over going to the mass that Dan Berrigan, Father Dan Berrigan, was the roommate of my Jesuit superior. And so I actually represented Berrigan, Phil and Liz McAllister and some of them in some demonstrations and stuff. And so that I would go over to the mass when he was in Washington. And I was at mass, and there was this one woman, kind of this matronly young woman who was there, and she came over to me and introduced herself, and it was Rosemary Chalk, and she was the executive secretary of the National Academy of Science. And she said that she wanted to take me to lunch. So we went to lunch, and she started talking with me. She's saying that, I know you because you did some of the Berrigan stuff, and she was a big kind of Catholic person. And so she said, and I looked at you up, and I found out these other cases that you did, the Pentagon Papers case and Watergate and all that. And so she said, you must have always wanted to be a lawyer. It's just because it must come naturally to you. I said, no, actually, I wanted to be an astronaut. And she said, you wanted to be an astronaut? Why? And and then I told her, and she said, really? You're really interested in this UFO stuff? And I said, yeah. She said, look, you should meet one of my best friends, Marcia Smith. She's the head of the Science and Technology Division at the Congressional Research Service, and she's been tasked to do this major studies for the president. Would you mind if she gives you a call? And so that's how it happened.
Wow.
So Marcia Smith called me, and I went to lunch with her, and she asked me if I could get at the Vatican archives as a Jesuit council in Washington.
Probably a better odds.
Yeah. It comes through the kitchen window.
Sure, yeah.
So I went back and checked with Father Bill Davis, who was my Jesuit superior. He checked with Terry and the other guys that were at the headquarters, and they ran it up the flagpole to the provincials, the 10 provincials of the Jesuit order in the United States, and they agreed to have me do this. That was very important because that isn't, you're a person sort of under authority when you're in the Jesuit order. And so that I made sure that we got permission all the way up so I wouldn't run into some, crossfire.
Sure.
So the bottom line is that they all agreed for me to do it. And so I did. And in that context, I said, I want to get at the classified portions of Project Blue Book. And she said, oh, they'll never give us that. And I said, well, you've got to ask, and tell them who it is and that I want to get this. And so she said, well, okay, we'll ask. And then she got surprised. And a couple of weeks later, she called me back and said, I'll be darned, they said you could do it. And we'll bring them to this new Madison building, this brand new building that just got finished getting built, actually, in Washington. There was nobody even in it, that you just go over there, bring 2 different photos, official photo IDs, and you can get to see these things. That's where I saw the photographs of a crash retrieval. Wasn't any doubt about what it was. It was absolutely photographs, of crash retrieval.
Which craft?
Yeah.
Which crash?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Do you know where?
It was not Roswell because it was snow on the ground. There was snow on the ground.
Recreated using AI.
You can see in the photos that it had plowed through this field, and it plowed up all the dirt in the snow, and it was stuck in the side of this embankment. And it was kind of like some big earthen bank that was all covered with snow. It was stuck in the side of it. So the bottom line is that I saw the photographs, and so what I did is I saw that there were symbols actually on the bottom or along the bottom of the dome that was at the top of this. It was a classic saucer, with a dome on top and the big disc. And so I actually traced every single one of the symbols, traced them. They told me I couldn't take any notes or anything, so they took my briefcase away actually before I could put it in the room. But I had put a yellow pad.
You smuggled it out.
Well, I'd be careful to use those terms, but the bottom line is, it just for some reason, when I was, when I showed up at the Madison building, that, as I recall, was a Saturday morning, there were these two suits guys out front of the place. Like I said, there was nobody in the building. It was completely empty because they just gotten through building it.
Yeah.
And so here are these two suits, these big no-neck guys at the door, and they weren't Air Force. They weren't OSI guys. You can tell OSI guys are different, These are kind of no-neck dudes.
No badges?
No. They just, they were there for my ID, not me for their ID.
I see, yeah.
And so I had to show them my ID, and they said, okay, now you go in and you just go down the hall to the left to that elevator there, and you go down to the basement, and you'll see them down there. So as I got in the elevator and was going down, I just happened to think, I just opened up my briefcase, took out a yellow pad, and kind of put it under my arm, kind of lengthwise, just put it under my arm. So I get out of the elevator, and I look down, I can see the door open down the hall. I can see the light coming. I can see these other two suits down there. So I go all the way down the hall. Right away, he said, no, you got to turn over that briefcase. You can't bring anything in there with you. And they took it. And they said, you can't take any notes or anything. It's just, so there you go. They were kind of resenting. You could tell there was this kind of resentfulness that
they didn't want to let you in.
It didn't seem right.
Yeah.
That I was getting to see this. They didn't seem to agree with it. So anyway, I go in there, and here's this room, about, 20 feet wide, about maybe 10, 15 feet deep. And there were these three big cardboard fold-out tables with all these little shoeboxes, these big shoeboxes, kind of light off green government,
like this
stuff like that. And so the bottom line is, and they had these little ties on them, and so it was a microfiche machine that was there. So you had to open up the box and take out these little canisters and take the film and put it in the little microfiche machine. Real high tech stuff.
Yeah.
You crank it with your hand. And so that's how I found the photographs.
Wow.
So, but once I saw the symbols, I said, I want to get this absolutely correct. So what I did is I took the yellow pad out and I opened it up to and it was weird because I wasn't planning it in any kind of real way, but I just opened it up and I slid the cardboard underneath there, the inside of the cardboard, and then I traced exactly because I wanted to have the exact order that they were in, and the exact shape that they were in. I traced these, then I closed them up, and I said, okay, look, I better get out of here. I've done, I don't know how long I would have been allowed to stay in there, but, but as soon as I found the photographs and I traced them, I said, okay, I'm getting out of here.
You got what you needed.
So I put them all back, and I put the little yellow pad under my arm, and I just walked right back out, and I picked up my briefcase and started going down the hall. And one of the guys goes, hey, hold it. Sheehan, hold it. And I turned, I said, what have you got there? And I said, oh, it's my briefcase. I just picked up my briefcase. It was just there. And he said, no, under your arm. And they both came over to me, and they kind of, one of them just yanked the yellow pad, and he flipped through the pages, and of course there's nothing on him. And so he handed it back to me like that. So,
wow.
So I bring it all back over to the Jesuit headquarters, and I go into Father Davis, who was my superior, and I showed it to him. I said, look at this. I said, and I've seen the photos of this crash retrieval going on. And that's what he just leaned down, and he kind of slid open the drawer on the desk, and he takes out this little 8.5 by 11 manila folder with a little clasp on it and handed it to me. And so I opened up the clasp. I pulled out this little 8.5 by 11 black and white glossy photo of a UFO.
Whoa!
In full flight, right? And I look at this and I say, "Where did you get this?" And he said, "My sister Dodie gave it to me." And I'd met Dodie at their little family picnic during the summer, so I knew her and her husband, Mike. And I said, well, where did Dodie get it? She said, well, Mike gave it to her. Mike was the head air traffic controller at the Seattle airport.
Whoa.
And I said, well, where did Mike get it? He said, oh, his best friend gave it to him, who's a pilot that flies cargo all around up in the Northwest. And he took this with his little brownie camera out of the window of his airplane.
Oh, my God.
And he brings it, at that time, you bring it to the drugstore to get your
to
thing
get developed.
And when he got it back and he realized what he had, he didn't want to report it because he didn't want to lose his
job.
license.
Yeah.
It's crazy, this story that I've heard the story that Danny's told before of how he got the symbols, and I think he's shown the symbols. And I mean, well, he knows, he's mentioned this. He's like, what does this fucking really mean in the end? Like, to all of us, it's like no one has any fucking clue. But what it means, why it's important possibly, is that they do have documentation showing crash retrievals. They have photographs, they have documents, they exist, and supposedly they're aligned, they were in regards to Blue Book. Which makes you wonder too what maybe Jacques Vallée had been privy to, and J. Allen Hynek as well. What they maybe I would presume by now Jacques would have said something. I don't think he mentioned any mention of it, but yeah, it's intriguing. It just means that there are files that they have, is what it means. If they still exist, they have been destroyed, but this is back in the mid-1970s. I wouldn't imagine they wouldn't have been. So if Trump and co. decide to release shit, that could hypothetically be what we could anticipate would be those very documents that Danny supposedly saw, which would be a big fucking deal. I mean, if those photos are confirmed to be authentic and they're from fuck knows when, the 40s or 50s, I mean, it'd be a real craft. I mean, that'd be a big fucking deal. It'd be a huge deal.
So
do we believe him?
His
I don't
friend,
know.
who's the head air traffic controller guy, said, okay, now I've given it to you. And Mike didn't want to get in any trouble. So Mike takes it and gives it to Dodie and said, here, give this to your brother. He's a priest.
Wow. The provenance on that is wild.
Isn't that something?
It is something. Yeah, it's definitely something. Do you remember, you've seen the craft, you've seen the photo.
Yes.
Can you describe both of these crafts, what they kind of look like?
There's only one.
Well, there's the crash one.
This was a crash.
I love
retrieval.
Danny's hair.
This thing had obviously hit into this field. You can tell because it had plowed this great.
Was
big
it a
trench.
disc?
Yeah,
white spaghetti.
It was a big disc with the dome on top. It was like a classic flying saucer.
With a glass dome, like
no, it was a metal
dome.
It was a metal dome, and it was clearly to me like a metal craft.
Any panels or
no
seamless?
No, seamless, and there were U.S. Air Force guys all around it. I could see them.
Oh wow!
Because and they were taking photographs of it, and one of the guys actually had a movie camera, and you could tell it had those two big canisters on the
lenses.
top of it.
Oh, the canisters,
the big canisters,
the reels.
So it's like I don't know, in the 1950s or late 50s.
They made a documentary, but didn't they actually go off? Okay, interesting.
But they were and you could tell that they were
send it along,
extremely
man.
excited. It wasn't like this was one of ours and they were all worried about it. You could tell they were excited and they were taking photographs of this thing. So, that's what I saw it and I knew that.
Wow.
Do you still have that drawing?
No.
That's crazy, bro. Fuck it.
It was with the Jesuit
I'll
files.
check it out later, definitely.
I put it with the Jesuit files, and we brought the Jesuit files with us out to California when we came there after the Iran-Contra case, and we stored them. This is one of those terrible stories.
Sure.
And we stored them at Riverside, where we were going to be staying temporarily, and there was one of these big things, these big storms that they have in California, whatever they I don't know, they call them something.
The fire?
No, this was a huge rainstorm.
Oh, I see.
It rained for like 12 days in a row, and it flooded out. And the people down at the storage facility actually took it upon themselves to throw some stuff out. And we didn't know exactly what they'd all thrown out until we all moved to Jackson Brown's ranch. Jackson Brown invited us to stay at his ranch up in Santa Barbara. And then we were teaching at the university because this was just after the Iran-Contra case, and so that we were teaching all about what we discovered during the Iran-Contra case and the off-the-shelf enterprise, and all the assassination programs and everything. So that they got lost. They had tossed it out. I know what they looked like, and I've pre-drawn them.
Oh, here we go. Here he's gonna fucking do a little drawing for us.
Sure. Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a brief update. The store over at Area 52 has now been replenished. Visit area52.shop to pick up your
Brother, come on now.
And so I could see that all along the bottom.
I dig the Fallout style kind of music.
Right,
the
bottom of the dome.
At the bottom of the dome, that I could see these symbols that were there. And so
were they etched?
They were etched. They were in the craft. It looked like
there was like a depth to the symbols.
Well, it was far away.
I would love it if you did.
It was far away, like
crazy.
the photograph that was taken. You could see the guys. You could see.
Do shots with Danny Sheehan out back. Holy shit, that'd be fucking crazy, right? That'd be crazy. Fuck
the little guys, running around here. These two guys were taking photographs. There was a guy over here that had the camera, with the two little balls on the top of it, and he was taking pictures of it, and they were all around it, and it was winter because you could see all the snow on the ground, and they had these little fuzzy hoods on, those little guys.
Yeah.
So you could see it, and so when I saw those symbols, I said, "Oh, look! I've got to trace these exactly." So I blew it up, and here we'll do this little guy. And so that you have the dome like this,
mm-hmm.
and the big craft like that, right? And so they're all along here, and they look like this.
Interesting. Yeah, I've seen these recreations before. Looks like division symbols, mathematics. Very intriguing.
Yeah.
And they went all around the whole 180 degrees that I could see of it. There were a whole sequence of them like this, and that they were like different combinations of these straight lines like this, pointing in different directions, from left to right and right to left, and then they had these little dots.
Yeah, by the craft
here, and some of them were like
just
little
some
long
meme.
lines, and others were these little
you can read the language
shaped kind of little U's like that.
Why not?
And
it's funny though that whenever you see depictions of aliens, like in popular culture, you almost always there's like a humorless take on them, that they're stone cold and serious, and that might be in part from like some of the anecdotes from ufology, but that they're always anticipated to be like very serious. And maybe that won't be the case though, right? Maybe they will just be a fucking giant meme. They'll just come down like, they'll just be like a dick and balls for the craft or something, or just some meme language, right? Why not though? It depends how hard they meme, like, call Glork for a good time. Yeah, humor is a fruit of wit. Yeah, if they're much smarter than us. Exactly, man. They're probably funny as fuck. That's what I would presume too, though. That's what I would probably presume too. I would think they maybe would have a sense of humor. But, the anecdotes from the abduction phenomena, maybe some people, but that's very different. And who the fuck knows, right? I mean, you could maybe even say that they're at work when they're doing that, right? Like, but yeah, that's pretty low tier, man. You think they're just about fart memes and shit? Like, they just think we're like sloppy, disgusting pigs. Like, we're just like dirty monkeys. Like, that's what they think that we are. Like, maybe, who knows? I would presume they're all the same thing, Corin, that they would fucking say the same thing. Like, they'd be the same way. Sorry, that they would have humor. They would be funny.
Repeated like that, and they went all around.
This looks a little bit what Bob Lazar described on the inside of the craft. He had this panel which went transparent, and then there's these symbols that appeared.
Well, that's what it was.
And
so I said, I better, because I said
he seems to be avoiding. He seems to be avoiding mentioning Bob. Like, for people that know ufology or know like Dan Bursch and like the J-Rod story, like, here's Bob Okay, here's J-Rod and Dan Bursch. Like that is honestly where he's at. There is the J-Rod story. Here's Alex Collier. Alex is, I think, a full-blown schizophrenic. Okay, here's J-Rod, in my opinion. Here's Bob. Like, why is Danny more interested in fucking J-Rod than Bob's story? I don't get it. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Ask me what's up. Yeah, the host, I can tell when he's probing and testing. Yeah, he's a pretty good interviewer, man. I enjoy the flow of his conversation. He lets the guest speak. I really enjoy his podcast. Yeah.
Even though I can only see this half of them, that, you know, someday we were going to be able to figure out by putting them into a computer of some sort to figure out what
crazy,
that
man.
was. And so I brought it back to the headquarters.
That is fascinating.
This guy's a bobhead
I have seen
like
those
me.
symbols. I don't know where, but I've got so many books and these old, like they always just come across my desk in old files. You never know what's real and what isn't. And
right.
But this to me is very credible.
That's the real deal.
What was your feeling when you saw this? Because that is, for some people, that would be enough for them to lose their minds.
Well, no, what it was that I'd always assumed that there, you know, ever since I was really little, and I first got to be outdoors at night when the stars would come out. And when I realized what stars were, that they were like suns with planets. I said, obviously they must have planets going around, because if they're like suns like ours, you know, they must have these planets, and there's people probably on them, you know, and I never thought much about what the people would be like. Just that I thought it was fascinating, the perspective of being down here, like sitting in the grass in my yard and looking up and seeing these stars and saying, look at how weird it is of all of what we're doing down here, running around, and not even paying attention to that, you know, not only that, but doing these weird things to each other, you know, without taking into account, you know, the kind of perspective that
the
this
weird
really
stuff they're
brought
doing to
us.
each other up there.
And so I'd always been
Crazy
confident
shit.
it was true. Then when I guess the Betty and Barney Hill thing, I was really fascinated by that, and got a copy of that incident at Exeter and read it, Fuller's thing, and I was always kind of keeping track of all of this, and that I would always whenever I was out at night, I would always kind of take time to step aside and just stop and
skywatch,
and look up at the stars and pick out a particular star, and just I realized when I was young that the stars pulse, you know, and the planets don't. You know, the planets just are just a beam of light like that. This is how I could tell the difference. I would pick out one star, and it was just sort of pulsing, and I always kind of had the sense of like maybe that's like Morse code or something. Maybe they're kind of sending little messages to us, and we just haven't kind of figured out how to interpret those things yet. And so the bottom line is I'd always been that way. And so when I saw this, when I saw this thing, I looked at it, my feeling was just like, yeah, there it is. You know, there it is. There's
His
one of them right
intuition,
there.
yeah.
You know, and I'd
fruition.
almost any photograph or anything that I've ever seen that was purported to be one, I would find it and look at it and say, how are we doing on getting these things identified? So
I think I would probably have a similar, I don't know how you guys feel. I think I'd probably have a similar reaction to it too, where I think, yeah, fine, okay, nice. At the end of the day, like, you know, the context of that photo, I don't think there was no other information that came along with it. So it's kind of like, you're not going to know what it's going to fucking mean. So it's like, that's crazy. They have a language. We would presume if they're an intelligent species that's conquered FTL, right, travel, they would probably have a fucking language of some kind at some point. And so they might still use it, right, symbolically, even if they're telepathic. You know, when they go that far with it.
When I saw this thing, and I said, yeah, that's one of them right there.
Yeah.
And so, but it was the first time I'd seen the symbols like that.
I mean, it's something to see it in the setting that you saw it into. I think that makes it, you know, much more important as a, you know.
It's official.
Exactly.
This was official.
Yeah.
These were the files.
This isn't in some obscure magazine or you know,
these were the classified blue book stuff.
Not to interrupt him again. Now, what I would ask him, what I would say, Danny, why do you think that they let you see it and nobody else. Because there have been other people that have tried to see these files. Now, Danny had kind of an in with some people in the know, I guess, is what he implied before with these conversations with these ladies tied to Carter in the administration. But, there have been people like Jacques Vallée, Stanton Friedman had tried to get a hold of these files and whatnot. Maybe they didn't trust Stanton, that he would just fucking blab his mouth about it, right? That he would try and steal some. Maybe he would have, but yeah, you don't need a language to speak telepathically. It just makes sense to your perception. Yeah, man, probably. Maybe at some point they had a language, though. Maybe they weren't always telepathic. If they weren't always telepathic, they need a language, I guess. But maybe they were always telepathic. Maybe it's just math on the side of it. Who knows, right? You would still want to have something to represent numbers, I'm assuming. Yeah, the way he explained the whole blinking light is Morse code, I think he wrote the language. Yeah, that was a little bit more. Yeah, I think it was him as a kid, maybe. So it's like thinking that the blinking light was like Morse code or something. Like, we know why they blink, but who knows? There could be one of them out there that's blinking in a particular way, and they've got a fucking Dyson sphere around it, and they're intentionally blinking it in a way, and we're just not paying attention. But the audacity of these aliens to think that someone's going to actually pay attention to that. Oh yes, someone will see it. Someone will figure it out. Maybe not. Maybe no one gives a fuck.
They brought, and so this is one of the first things that I told. What's his head at the in the Arrow office that what's his name? Sean
Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, that's the first thing I told him. I said, I've seen it. I saw them direct, and this was a crash retrieval. I said, so there's a direct, not exactly eyewitness, but
there's also video
witness.
Apparently.
I said they've got to have the photographs.
Yeah, and the video,
and they've got to have the records of having brought him to Washington.
That's right.
They've got to have those records, and so that there's 4 guys.
Paper trail.
Because I saw the 2 guys at the front door and the 2 guys downstairs. So there's records there. They'll have all their reports. So those are all there. So when he published this thing saying they had no evidence of any sort, no one had ever given them any information or evidence, and I told him all about Clifford Stone and all about my interviewing Clifford Stone, for the Disclosure Project, and said get all of his records, find out what his unit was. So I laid the stuff out in detail to them,
That's they didn't give a fuck, Danny.
Yeah.
It's remarkable that
Sean and Arrow were just intent to kind of quell public intrigue again. That's the whole modus operandi of it. Literally. They just want to put this down. The Defense Department just wants to put this down. That's all that's, I think they all know this now.
No closed yet so far.
Yeah.
It's like right under their noses, and yet we're acting like we're looking in space and at the bottom of the ocean, and it's like, hey, it's in a shoebox somewhere under your feet.
Well, the thing that was weird about it is that Father Davis was so impressed by this that what he did is he talked to the other people at Jesuit headquarters, and we got permission to go to the Washington Interreligious Staff Council in Washington, D.C., that had representatives of the 54 major religious denominations in the United States, and made an official presentation to them about this, asking them to put together a task force so that we could start getting all the churches and synagogues and stuff together and temples to come to grips with this thing. I remember Judy Stone was the head of that at the time, and she kind of stared around the room and she said, "Well, are there any other suggestions?" And so they just were not going anywhere near this.
Yeah.
But the Jesuits were all supportive of trying to get them to
very
do something
intellectual.
about
The Jesuits, though,
Yeah.
they're all very intelligent. There's that. That they're able to perhaps fit that into their ontology.
Sure.
Whereas it's much harder for, I think, some other people.
Well, they're smart enough to alter their ontology
Exactly.
to take it into account
Correct.
once they've got it.
Yeah.
How
does this? Yeah.
That's their job, is to reform the church.
Speaking of Jesuits and religion and UAPs, there's also this connection between not only Scientology.
This is not what I'm probably going to skip this. This is Mormon intelligence connection. And Now, this is a little more. I'm just going to the next part because this is the part we were talking about earlier about the Scientologists believing that the Pleiadians are fighting the reptilians. However the fuck they came about this information. I'm curious to hear what Danny has to say on this.
Project 2025, for that back then, but to redraft the entire federal criminal code. And so we were opposing that, and we'd helped organize this coalition of 81 different federal organizations, citizens groups, to oppose it. So I went over to see Bob Drinan, as the head of the Judiciary Committee, to get them to bottle up the Senate bill on the House side and just not let it even go to the floor, right? And so when I was there talking to him, I was saying, why is it that, down here in Washington, you got the Greenpeace for all the environmentalists, you got the National Organization for Women, you got the ACLU. Why don't the churches have some kind of organization, collective organization for dealing with public policy things? We've got some basic values, human rights values, et cetera. And he said, that they're afraid of the church and state, blending together. And I said, well, the fundamentalists aren't paying any attention to that. Why aren't the liberals and progressives doing anything? He said, well, that they're really leery about the Catholic Church because of the long history of the Catholic Church dominating in all of Western civilization for 1,000 years, and especially the Jesuits. And so I said, well, look, let me try to reach out to some of the folks to see if we can get past that. And so I did. I went and met with Rabbi David Saperstein of the Union of American Hebrew Congregation. I met with Joe Eldridge over at the Methodists and met with Bob Alpern over at the Unitarians. I went around to actually meet the people. And so we organized a thing called the Washington Interreligious Staff Council. And we put together this group that would meet once a month, and we would discuss all the different public policy issues that were going on, and we'd put together task forces. We put together a task force on nuclear disarmament, a task force on more just economics. We had these task forces, and one of them was a task force on human rights and criminal justice, and I chaired that, right, for the country. And so that one of the things I did is I wanted to have consultants come in, like ACLU and some others, to be able to be in our meetings so we could talk with them. And all of a sudden, I don't know, about the third or fourth of these monthly meetings that we'd gotten organized, this young couple shows up and says that they're from the Institute for Human Rights. I was going, Institute for Human Rights, I've never even heard of that at all, but they were extremely well-dressed and very polite and everything. And they started advocating that we do something about psychiatry and psychiatrists, that they were, the bane of our existence, and we had to do something about making them illegal. And, and I said, this is kind of a weird topic. And then I checked it out, and it turns out...
Outlaw psychiatry? What the fuck are you guys talking about? They're keeping everybody locked up. It needs to be locked up. They're giving people the pills they need to keep people balanced out. You want to outlaw them? What the fuck?
The Church of Scientology was deep into opposing psychiatrists. And so the next time the couple came over, I pulled them aside and I said, "You guys are Scientologists, right?" And they were going, well, no, I mean, individually, but not. That's not why. I said, you don't have to do that to me. I said, I'm very open-minded, and you guys are recognized by the IRS as a church. It's okay with me. And besides, I have just consulting groups. So they were totally delighted that I was tolerant.
You weren't judgmental.
No. So they were very happy about it. And so they came, and then a couple of months later, they asked to apply to become members of the Washington Interreligious Staff Council as a church. And I said, now that's a little more formal. So I went and talked to Jim Hamilton, who was the head of the National Council of Churches, and he said, absolutely not. We're not going to allow them in. I said, well, that's kind of a strange position to take. You're just kind of Xing them out. Have you done any research or anything on them? And they said, no, but we know, that they're having a whole bad thing with the IRS. IRS is trying to take away their tax exemption. I said, well, I'm going to just let them stay as a consultant to our thing. So they were very happy. And then, I don't know, a couple of months later into the process, I'm getting set to go out of town this one Friday.
I didn't know, but I was enlightened to this. That I guess, well, I should say I did kind of know that, like, hell put off but was involved with Scientology at one point. But there's remote viewing that's involved with Scientology. To this day, actually. I wasn't aware of that. But they have a background in like sponsoring remote viewing and whatnot, which is interesting. Well, my take is fight against reptilians is known across a whole lot of sources. Takes me back to stories of the Orion Wars and the offshoot of that empire being active in our solar system. It's definitely an integral part to ufology, Will. Yeah, I mean, I've heard the stories from many different people that the reptilians are bad, or whatever group of reptilians, but who knows? All right, even anecdotes of people encountering entities like that in different like states, right? That they've seen these beings in like a dream state or under the influence of substances, or it's fairly common. Who knows, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we don't know what the fuck is going on. I guess I could say this, but there was someone who said this, and I don't know how true it is, but that supposedly during David Grush's News Nation interview, he dropped a couple of names of alien races. And I think in the interview he maybe mentioned like gray-looking aliens. But he mentioned supposedly the reptilians, and they didn't include that into it because they thought that that was getting to be too much all at once for some people to digest. But that supposedly, and this is a big supposedly, that is one of the confirmed alien races. That you've got gray aliens, you've got humans, right? Like tall whites, Pleiadians, whatever you want to call them. You've got mantis-looking creatures, and you've got reptilians. That those are at least the big four, actually confirmed. So they kept my ass in that skiff right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really gonna like mention obviously like the background on that, but I'll just say that that's floated around, I guess. That Dave had mentioned that. I don't know. You'd have to talk to them. You'd have to really talk to Dave and be like, Dave, where did you hear that from? And if it's from like a government document, then who knows? Even that, like with what conviction do we know this? Where'd the document come from? You know, you just have to go back down through the paper trail. But it's still interesting if that's the case, that was one of the groups that was mentioned. And also if it's true that they cut that part out because they thought it was too much. And I could kind of see that. It probably would have been too much. Anyway, continuing on.
Morning. And I stopped at a phone booth because we didn't have cell phones back then. I'm older than I look.
Yes.
Yeah. So anyway,
I didn't have cell phones when I was born.
We're good. Okay, but you didn't have. We didn't have television. Okay. Anyway, so the bottom line is, so I call into.
That's the idea, Will. Yeah.
Say, is there anything going on?
Well, when you think about like the zeitgeist, like in ufology and what people are acclimated to, like most people out in popular culture would know about like the gray aliens, because like the emoji, like. When someone says alien, that's the first thing that pops into their head. The idea of a human alien isn't really like a disturbing concept either, because you're like, oh, there's human aliens, so we're not the only humans. Oh, it's crazy, right? Like the mantis one gets a little bit more weird. But that wasn't mentioned either, actually. And then the reptile one too would be far more. You could think maybe, we're drinking, what's up, man? You could think how it would be more like unsettling, maybe. Like a lot of people are afraid of snakes. Snakes, they're like it's a common phobia, and you'd have a giant reptile human that maybe is also not nice, which is the other meme that's in ufology and many stories. So maybe that would be a bigger pill to swallow. And Aaron, that's a good point. Yeah, fucking David Icke has the biggest meme collection on the reptilians too. And that might be another reason why you wouldn't want to do it. Because again, when I think of reptilians too, if someone mentions reptilians, I think of David. always I think of David, because David was just known as that guy who claimed that the Queen was a shape-shifting lizard, right? And like, I don't know. It would be one of those things that they might not want to get into. Yeah. But yeah. I don't know why I've always found reptilians very interesting and never really scared of them. Who knows, man? Maybe even another phobia. I was never really scared of snakes either. Am I scared? I wasn't really scared of spiders either, honestly. I don't know what I was scared. Bees, wasps. I had an allergy to wasps and bees and hornets. And so I want me to run like a girl. Fucking just send a couple fucking bees after me and I'll be fucking gone. I'll be doing the Steven Seagal run all the way down the fucking street. Run like a bitch down the street. That's what I'll do, man. Because I was definitely allergic to them. That's what I would have a phobia of. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because spiders, snakes, I wasn't really. I had other things to fucking worry about. Yeah. Everyone get Ike pilled. I swallowed all of David's slop. And I can tell you that I don't think he was on the money with the reptilian thing. But who knows? Ultimately, we don't know. Yeah. I think reptilian is, I never left this planet. They evolved from dinosaurs and tandem with apes. That was the theory, man. There was a gentleman, I forget what his name was, but we've looked at his pictures. He like literally did a whole deal at this could be a lost race on the planet of beings. There was a particular dinosaur too that he imagined, like he took and he imagined what it would look like if it grew to be bipedal, and who knows? Yeah. Bees don't bother you, really. Fuck yeah. Probably because you're a beer drinker. We are the aliens. Well, then that's the other thing too. That's the other thing that I meme about here, and I'm going to talk a little bit later again, but that's one of the dirty memes is that I don't know where they came from ultimately, but I think there was another group here that were humans and were more advanced than us and may have stirred the pot and I don't know. And this is anecdotes from like people like Norman Berggren. But I think they may know. I think they might know. The government might know as well. Actually, I would presume that they would, just from some of those anecdotes. I would bet, that they would. I don't know with conviction, but yeah. Has Sheehan talked about the Saurons yet? The reptiles? No. When does he talk? Oh, he's about to right now, I think.
I need to do before. And Bill David, Father David said, absolutely. I'm so glad. He said the Church of Scientology people have been calling the phones off the hooks all morning. You know, the FBI has shown up at their place.
Hold on. So Danny talks about this idea that the reptilians are a native to Earth species. What? Can you yodel? Anunnaki. Okay, we'll keep it going. All right.
Off their door.
We're at the part right now, Digi, with Scientology, intelligence agencies, and ET conflict. Wait until he meets Hubbard. Oh, Christ. All right. We'll keep this going then.
It turns out the FBI
it's been pretty good so far. Yeah.
Chainsawed the doors off the headquarters in Washington and contemporaneously sawed the doors off the headquarters in Los Angeles at the same time. And I drove over there, and here's this big mass arrest wagon, with all the antennas on it, and they've got people inside, and they had rolled these Xerox machines into the headquarters, and they were Xeroxing every piece of paper in the entire place, right? And so I said to the Guardian, or the legal counsel for the Guardian's office, I said, is there a warrant here somewhere? And he said, well, that's the guy over there. He's got the warrant. So I go over and I confronted the guy. You can look at the warrant, and the warrant said, that they're looking for any evidence of electronic listening devices, and they go down through this whole thing, and they get all the way to the bottom of the thing and say, and any evidence of any other potential violation of federal or state law. I mean, it was an absolute general warrant. I mean, you couldn't have drafted a more, illegal, unconstitutional,
they'll take anything,
overbroad, anything you can find. Right? So I went immediately over to Judge Green over in the federal district court, because I was admitted there, and got a restraining order against him and struck down the warrant. And came right back and delivered it to the people. And I got to write the actual order for the judge.
Danny protected them. Oh,
Jesus They returned all fingerprints off documents, any Xerox copies, any photographs they'd taken inside the facility. It was just completely thorough. So, and just extracted every last thing out of the hands of the feds that had come in. And so that they were ecstatic. there at the Church of Scientology, right? And it was just 2 weeks later that the subpoenas were issued up in New York for the top 20 leaders of the Church of Scientology to come to a grand jury. And I was totally offended at the fact that they were doing that. So I went up and struck down that one too, just as an ancillary thing.
Sure.
And so that's when I got these guys showed up at my office at Jesuit headquarters saying that, L. Ron Hubbard would like you to consider becoming the lawyer for him and his wife, Susan. And I said, well, no, I said, as a condition precedent for me even being willing to go meet with him, I'd have to be given access to every single document anywhere in the world of the Church of Scientology to be able to review ahead of time. And I figure that's a non-starter, right? 2 weeks later, they come back and said, it's a deal. That's Ron Hubbard wants you to be the
I didn't know any of this. It's fucking insane. Danny's lived like 5 fucking lives, man. Like, what in the fuck? Like, Jesus.
And so that they fly me down to the Blue Cube down in where.
This is the part you linked in Discord, did you? Because I read your comment and it linked to that part, but I was going to wait to watch it.
Was it in Florida? Anyway, they fly me down there. So I get a hold of Bill Taylor, who was my investigator at Lee Bailey's office. And he's the president of the Florida Association of Professional Private Investigators. So I bring him with me. And we go to the Blue Cube down there in Florida. So we go in and we come into this, they bring me up in this big room. And one of them is the head of the Guardian's office for the Church of Scientology for the country. And they had the international guardian of the Church of Scientology worldwide sitting there at the table. And so he says to me, what's the first thing that you would like to see? And I said, I told you this the other night. I said, I'd like to see the file that you got on me. And the other guy from the U.S., I said, no, we don't. We wouldn't. And I said, excuse me. I said, well, look, I fell off some melon wagon somewhere coming out of the country. I said, that if you're asking me to be the lawyer for Ron Hubbard and you don't have any file on me, and the guy said, the international guy says, go get him the file. So he goes and brings me the file. So I leaf through the whole thing. Look, I'm showing it to Bill Taylor, and he's got pictures of me in restaurants and meetings and different things. Like
recent pictures, or
yeah.
They were staking you out.
Yeah. Had pictures of the blue flame that we drove Father Davis's little Ford Falcon. We drove around. Had the license plates on it and all that. So I said, okay, I just wanted to make sure it was accurate, and so then. The International Guardian said, so what is it you want to see now? And I said, I want to see the 3 most sensitive documents anywhere in the world, according to your opinion as the head guardian. And he went, oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He said that?
He did. He said, oh, shit. He said. And so he went off to get him.
But he could have showed you anything.
Yeah, he could have. But on the other hand, then I wouldn't have even considered being the lawyer.
Yeah.
So that's how I got shown the first ones. It was all Ingo Swann's reports.
Yeah.
Ingo was a high level clear of the Scientology, and he was one of the main remote viewers in the remote viewing program with Hal Puthoff.
Stargate. SRI.
Hal Puthoff and
Russell Targ.
Russ Targ. And so they had all the reports there. And it turns out that Ingo Swann was filing reports with the Guardian's office on this top secret Office of Naval Intelligence operation they had going on of the remote viewing, because they were trying to figure out how to communicate with our nuclear submarines.
Mm-hmm.
Because the submarines would have to come to the surface and put up an antenna to have any communication, and then they'd get picked up by the Russian satellites.
Wow. So that was the goal there.
That was how it started.
Oh.
Yeah, that's right. What they had done, as I saw it, in the file, they had gotten this mother rabbit in her litter, and they had taken the mother rabbit and they'd had her there in Connecticut at one of the big naval bases there, in this little cage, and they hooked her all up to these electroencephalograms, electrocardiograms, and everything, and they took the little members of their litter and they put them in these different nuclear submarines around the world, and then at an absolute designated second, on these like atomic clocks, they would start torturing one of the little babies, and instantaneously, the brainwaves in the mother would start freaking out.
Whoa.
And going all off the thing, and she'd start banging around inside the cage trying to figure out what to do to how to get to go. And so they realized that there was something that was going on here that enabled the baby rabbit and the mother to have this kind of communication that was like instantaneous.
Whoa!
And so that's how they started. That's how the program
Interesting,
started.
Will. Okay.
Of saying, look, there's something going on. There's some phenomenon here, pursuant to which these mammals can do this. And so that's how the thing started. And it was all in the files.
Survival again.
And, yeah. And so I started looking through the stuff, and then Ingo Swann was filing these reports, and they filed this report about this one fellow named Pat Price, who was there, and they had the details of this challenge that they gave to him to try to remote view a particular place in real time. And he did, and he said, okay, I can see where the place is here. They gave him the longitude and latitude, right? And so he starts saying it's some kind of a facility. It's got like a big fence with razor wire at the top of it, and this big kind of no man's land around it. And Russ Targ was kind of processing him through this thing. He said, okay, can you go on the other side of the fence? Can you get over to the other side of the fence? And he said, okay, I'm over on the other side of the fence now. He said, cool, can you go up to the front door of the place? And he said, okay, I can see, I see over there. I'm in front of the door. He said, can you go through the door? And he said, okay, yeah, I can see what's on the other side of the door. I can go over to the other side of the door. And he said, what do you see? He said, I can see this big hall, and there's like 3 doors on the right and 2 doors on the left. And he said, okay, now go down to the center door on the left. He said, okay, I'm down there by the door. I said, can you see what's inside the room? He said, okay, yeah, there's this big table and desk and stuff, and there's a big file cabinet in the right corner. They said, can you go over to the file cabinet? Now, second drawer, the first file, can you read what's in the file? And he read off to them what was in the file. And it turns out this was a highly secret CIA base out there around Washington.
Yeah,
so
we've
they
heard
could
the story
confirm
before.
that he had accurately read the content of the file.
Wow.
Okay, and this is there, right in the file in front of me. And so I was saying, wow. That's something. And I said, and the Pat Price was so good that what they could do then is they could just show him the photograph of a boomer class Russian nuclear submarine, and then he could find it right down to the minute and second, longitude and latitude of where it was and the depth where it was in the ocean.
Yeah,
and he did it. And the first time that he did it and located this guy, there was a UFO hovering right over the top of where the submarine was and following it around. And it was there. It was there in the file. And
he remote viewed the UFO.
Yeah. And so it was all there. And so that then I started talking later with the guy, but then they showed me another file that showed this thing that I told you about that made me not. I said, I'm not going to have anything to do with this, and I just refused to work with them anymore. Yep. But they tried to talk me into doing it still.
There was the other thing with the radar.
It wasn't radar. It was a thing that Pat Price did. It was a center in Canada. It was in south central Canada, just across the border, north of the peninsula, Michigan. And it was it was like a little mini observatory, a little dome building, and it had these big antenna on top of it, these dishes, these broadcast dishes. And they brought Pat Price there, and they put this helmet on him in this chair, and they put this helmet on him and had him just concentrate on sending this message out telepathically. And then they turned the little antenna or the domes or the dishes,
literally
down onto the
Dr.
peninsula of Pennsylvania, of Michigan, and he kept broadcasting, saying, "Here, file your next federal income tax forms in this little post office box in this little tiny town in West Virginia," and like 80% of all the people did it. And so that they've got this capacity, they've got that capacity.
That's mind control.
Yeah, that's not it's mind control on a massive scale.
Yeah, massive
scale. It's like a neuro-linguistic programming, but for like a whole slew of people all at one time.
Yeah, but it's not even linguistic.
No,
it's just neural programming.
Yeah, neural programming.
Yeah. The other, the account that he talked about just a second ago, where Pat went into the filing cabinet and opened it up and started reading out the classified documents. They used, oh my God, I was going to say Snuka or whatever, but oh my fucking God, my brain. But like an 8-ball. They used, oh my God, holy fuck, man. Sometimes this happens where like I just have these fucking relapses. I can't even remember what the fuck it's called. The game's called. Holy fuck. Anyway, they used like an 8-ball, cue ball. Like they used that as a way, billiards. Fuck yeah, billiards. Holy fuck, yes. Yes, snooker, billiards. They used like billiards balls. They were using those as code names. And he got that as well. And then they got contacted. And I think they got in trouble. And that was the beginning of some of the trouble for Pat Price and the guys and Russell and Help It Off. Where they were realizing, like, with the right people, this is unbelievably intrusive. There are absolutely no secrets anymore when you start, if you're able to master this. And there were a couple people like Ingo and Pat that got pretty close to it. Supposedly, and these are documents, and this is documented that this happened. And so the power of psychic phenomena. Now that is crazy fucking claim if he actually did that and influenced people remotely. And then you have to wonder if that isn't being done today in some situations on people. So it's really concerning to think about. Yeah. He said that more secretive the info, the more you were drawn towards it in remote viewing. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, you want to know the secret, right? I mean, that's the thing, that you want to get to like the biggest, like darkest truth you possible. I'm like that. I want to get down to like the objective truths. Like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, what's with the alien situation? Like, and that's a world we could be heading into with this psionic stuff. If it continues forward, where there aren't going to be any secrets. And how does the world work? I mean, it's just a reframing of people. People will just have to like be different. People will have to change in that world. There will be no ifs, ands, or buts. Or you'll have people kind of regress to like another less connected community who don't want to be a part of that, right? Who want secrets and so I when I saw the third program they had that I refused to participate with, so I ended up absolutely the fellow who's still legal counsel, main legal counsel for the Church of Scientology was there, and they were trying to talk me into it. I kept asking more questions about it, and what it was is that the Church of Scientology believes that there's a major confrontation going on between reptilian extraterrestrial species from Zeta Reticuli and the people from the Pleiades. And that the Pleiades are the good guys that look just like us. They're like Homo sapiens. They're these reptilians, and the reptilians are trying to take over our planet, and that they've struck a deal with an element inside our United States intelligence and defense infrastructure, and that they're engaged in trying to transform the climate of our planet, to turn the heat up on our planet and have it be more jungly and hot and stuff. Because the reptilian people want to be able to
enjoy the warmth.
Yeah, and they believe that they are assigned, or they've taken upon themselves the assignment to stop this horrible thing from happening. That they're on the side of the Pleiadians, and that they're opposed to the reptilians, and they're opposed to this deep national security state here.
Who's this?
This is the Church of
guy's like,
Scientology.
what the
Church
fuck?
Scientology.
And they believe that they're entitled to all of the same sovereign immunity of any nation state, claiming they are entitled to at least the same status that the Catholic Church.
You imagine you go to dinner with fucking Danny Sheehan. You're like, Danny, holy fuck, brother. Like you're like the guy. Like, tell me what's going on. And he tells you that. I don't know. That'd be a mind fuck, wouldn't it? This is obviously what the Church of Scientology believes, not Danny, but fuck, man. That's crazy shit. And, again, how did they come to know this? Well, remote viewing is where it came from, I think, for the most part. And obviously with remote viewing, we don't know that with complete conviction, or at least you have to be careful with it. But yeah, cha-ching, yeah, holy fuck, yeah, Jesus Christ. This made Scientology make sense for you? What the fuck is that Xenu shit? I don't know what the Xenu stuff is. I've asked about this. Yeah, what was it in the Dino era? Someone said, no, stop that, and direct a large object to cause an impact chain stuff. Maybe, yeah. Who knows, Will? That's the thing. Like, who the fuck knows, yeah. And leads into Mormonism. So for the Xenu thing, ties into volcanoes, and sure enough. And Thetans, yeah. How did they come to acquire this knowledge? That's the thing, right? That's the big meme. Like, how did they come to acquire this knowledge is what I would ask them. And I've heard this, that they're still involved in remote viewing. That's where they're getting some of this information from. And it's like, who knows? There's all kinds of shit we can go with remote viewing. I mean, if we're going to go there, I can say Nibiru's real. It's about to kill us all. It destroyed Mars. We can go there with remote viewing, right? But I don't know that with complete conviction. So like, we must go. Oh, that's pretty deep. We're going deep. We're going deep right now with this. And that's maybe like a more broader kind of, that's what's going on in the galaxy. Who knows, right? I mean, what we do know, I shouldn't say that because we don't know this. I should say what exists out in the world are anecdotes from people who seem to be credible that have had encounters with human-like aliens. Although they didn't say anything. Pants, thanks for coming around, man. Sweet dreams. But they didn't explicitly, like Travis Walton. Travis Walton is one example. But they didn't explicitly tell him where they were from. They were just human aliens. As well as Grace. So, yeah, it's slipping in your own slop right now. Keep going. Fuck, yes. We're getting sloppier as time goes on. It's all over the floor, but we're still eating it. I mean, yeah, and we'll continue it.
Church has,
and their goal is to help the Pleiadians to. Yeah. So what's interesting?
Protect our planet against being invaded and occupied.
By
the reptilians. That's the bottom line.
It's wild.
Where they're at.
I'm reading a file right now. Have you ever heard of the Lacerta files?
Lacerta.
Oh, yeah. Jesus.
No, not the circle.
We've read that file here before.
Lacerta.
No. You've read that file before.
Lacerta is apparently in 1999, this man who remains anonymous met with a reptilian and who calls herself Lacerta. She's like, you can't pronounce my name. It's like a bunch of
you mentioned it earlier. Well, I didn't see that.
She meets with him in her true shape or form or whatever and fills him in through this document. They met twice. I've read through, the part one of it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's basically filling them in on the history of the reptilian and what happened on the planet. And so basically, and it's funny that you say like these humanoid looking Pleiadians, because according to Lacerta, those are the bad guys.
Yes.
And she says they're...
yeah, but in the Lacerta files, they're from Earth. Some of them are from Earth. I'm not sold on the Lacerta files. But then again, we have no idea, right? There's so many documents out there and so many claims, and there's a lot of conflicting claims too. Like when you look at it more broadly, who has the top down, right? Yeah, the Pleiadian theory is that we were our former star and we seated here. This tracks as a larger meta. Yeah. Well, that the Pleiadians contributed to us originally. Yeah. That there's like a bigger human family out there. Yeah, I mean,
she says they're very conniving because they look like us. But so in a nutshell,
I would never think to see this, that someone's talking to Danny Sheehan about the Lizard Files, for Christ's sake. This is a hell of a cross. What anime are we watching right now, for Christ's sake? Like
65 or like 100 million years ago, whatever it was, this planet had nothing really going for it. And there were saurians, as she called them, like dinosaurs were here, and intelligent life naturally evolved into what she called like the iguanodons, the ones with the thumbs. She's like, those were actually intelligent beings, and like they lived here, whatever. But then there was a war being fought between these humanoids and these other reptilians. Now, they don't know exactly where they're from. They think possibly a separate universe even, but they came here and they were fighting for this planet. One of them was fighting for resources, and the other one was fighting for what I think we refer to them as the Elohim, or like
Elohim.
Yeah, exactly. Elohim, yeah. And so basically the Elohim were coming here to manipulate these monkeys that were hopping around in trees, and the reptilians were already living here underground and everything else. It was their planet. And then the Elohim came here, manipulated the monkeys to turn them into humans so that they could mine the planet for them and act as their slaves.
That thing, the gold thing. Yeah,
the Anunnaki,
gold and copper as well, they said. So anyways, they ended up leaving for whatever reason it was. And the reptilians were kind of like being forced underground because of these others, but they were like, this is our planet. We were here first. And so they were just trying to defend their planet. And what happened is in the Bible, they wrote the Elohim and all of these human-looking creatures in as angels, because the Elohim would start psyoping humans and telling them the reptilians are evil. We're good. We're here to help you. And when in fact, it was the reptilians that were good. And they weren't interfering with us at all, and they were trying to be peaceful. So it's really interesting to hear that side.
Well, see, I mean, that's one of the many challenges that we have in the whole UFO investigation and community, because people get extremely creative. And down into detail. I mean, look at the people with Star Trek. I mean, there are people who basically even believe Star Trek is true.
Yeah, they built a universe.
Yeah, and they know all the different names.
Danny comes in with the fucking probably a fan fiction.
Buddy, they know all the different planets. They know all the different series. And they've got no life.
Yeah,
and they live in this complete fictional construct of some sort. and now with the games that they have, the computer games, there are people that are just their whole life is made up of playing these games. And they've somehow despaired, I think, of the legitimacy of truth. And the importance of truth, because they've despaired of being able to trust any people in positions of authority, because the people in positions of authority have been so discredited. I'm afraid I have to take some credit for that over the years, because I thought that it was not good to have people just blindly believing whatever the authorities told us. And I took the Constitution seriously, that, don't blindly trust the government, challenge them, make sure they prove what they're doing. And if they're doing things incorrectly, correct those things. In some people, I think, in kind of a reductionist mindset, the minute they can't have absolute confidence in what the government says, they have none at all. And the minute that you point out that there's some pretty nefarious things going on with the government, and you try to mobilize them to cure those things, they just throw in the towel and say, I don't believe in any of that anymore. But when you find people, spending entire weekends sitting watching men knock a little ball as far as they can and knock it into a hole, and they spend millions of dollars watching that stuff.
Coming out for golf now too.
Or chasing
Goddamn.
a football up and down the field, or basketball, bangity, stick it in the hoop. What they've done is they've substituted some kind of a constricted realm of absolute attention that they can pay to something, where you get winners and losers in a dialectical.
Way to get Danny on a Monster Hunter, brother. You fucking. You can kill Gyptros in under 1 minute now, brother. Fucking, you just get the best build together. You'll have so much fun. It'll be the best minute of your goddamn life, let me tell you. Yeah, the Voyager files, Aaron. What is it? The stuff I mentioned is serious woo, but so compelling, dude. It's complexity. Who is it from? It's from an indigo child. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, was that the lady you mentioned earlier, the channeler? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's an endless amount out there, man. That's the thing. It's like trying to sift through it all to try and come to truth, to try and find like what is objectively true, what's actually true. I think that's what everyone's after ultimately. Like, what's actually fucking going on here? Like, what is the truth ultimately? How do you discern that? I don't know, right? I mean, I think things like remote viewing are interesting because there was a process behind them. And remote viewing is interesting because there's a blind protocol. And they're also tasked blind. And you've got multiple different participants involved. So, for instance, if we want to do a remote viewing session on Planet X, you get a tasker, you get a group of remote viewers together, you task them with this subject, blind. So you just give them a set of numbers tied to this tasking. The tasker knows, it's not double blind in this instance. So the tasker knows what the tasking is, remote viewers do not. You then get 5 people, let's say, together. And then they each do a session on these numbers. And if each person, or say even 4 of the 5 people, get an object on an elongated orbit that causes issues in the inner solar system and also has a group of people living on it, blind, blind to each other's sessions as well, that's a significant data point. So that's why, like, remote viewing to me was always very interesting, because we're getting closer. That's extremely significant. That happened, actually. That was a session that I was involved in a couple months ago. And I think that's statistically significant. That's extremely unlikely that you would have that happen. I mean, unbelievably unlikely. So, you know, that's why I like remote viewing. That's why I think it's important. That's why it could potentially be important. It could orient us in the right direction. We could ask the right questions. You could task them with anything too, right? And sometimes you do it and there is no consensus and it's a mess, and then maybe what you task them on is just bullshit, right? Or they will straight up say in the tasking, this seems like a concoction. Sometimes that'll happen. So, yeah. Yeah, that's what we all want. Fuck yeah. I find Deanna to be too technical for me. Feels as though she said, if you don't know these spiritual mathematical formulas, you can't ascend. Interesting. Tasker needs to encourage, but not sure Vivanco does the same. Ingo protocols. Yeah, this wasn't John that did this. Yeah, Aaron, it was another friend of mine who was involved in doing it, that does remote viewing and is a remote viewer himself, and did tasking on this. And yeah, the results were very compelling. So yeah, it's one of, like, that's a scientific approach to it. As much as you can get scientific with this kind of stuff. But it gets us closer to, like, really honing in on data. I mean, anybody can channel anything from anywhere. And I mean, unless there's some corroboration, like, I'm wondering, like, what is it objectively worth? I mean, who knows? That's the problem with it. I mean, ultimately, it could be ultimate truth. But, you know, if there's no way to corroborate it, then how do we know with conviction what we're dealing with? I mean, and I want to know with conviction what I'm dealing with usually. So that's, like, it's my interest in, like, some of the woo, which that is, although that is still pretty significant, that event, right? That session, remote viewing session. It's an unbelievable coincidence. If you were that ignorant, someone can maybe attribute it to unbelievable coincidence, but I'm not that ignorant. So there's something mystical going on there, and I think is statistically significant as well. But ultimately what it could be used for, I think, is just asking the right questions and orienting ourselves at there's something to this idea. But anyway, yeah, I'll continue on here. Yeah.
Dynamic that is somehow energizing, and it provides some kind of a sense of purpose or value to their lives. Some of them are just these fanatical. I mean, take a look at the Los Angeles Raiders fans, you know, who dress up in these crazy
Montreal Canadiens. We got some wild fans here too.
Yeah. I mean, and they've substituted really trying to pay attention to anything really important in the world. Because they're despairing of being able to trust the people and the authorities.
Right. Well, I don't know about that completely. It's bread and circus, Danny. That's what it is. It's what it's always been. I mean, you feed people the bread, you give them circus. They're happy. They won't want to ask any questions. They don't want to care. I mean, is it a failure of those in power? I mean, I don't know if it's that I don't say that's a failure is pretty audacious. I think that was the fucking intention all the way along, brother. It wasn't Danny's intention, but I think it's absolutely somebody's intention. Like,
so that they've attached themselves to this other completely artificial binary world.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, 10 million people a year starve to death on the planet.
Yeah.
Millions of others die of diseases that we've known the cure for 100 years.
Crazy.
And the people aren't paying any attention to that at all.
They've been burnt before, and that's as far as they're willing to go.
And so that we have this important responsibility to try to reestablish legitimacy if we believe that there are some legitimate institutions that can be helpful to people collectively, our collective decision making as a human family, that we have to try to resuscitate some trust in the institutions, even though I found it fairly simple early on just to take a kind of just go after them attitude. Find out what they're doing wrong, go after them, bring them into court.
Danny, let's get back to the reptilians,
all the time I was attempting to prove that the judicial system could work.
Yeah.
So therefore that we can
use the proper channels,
get our government back in tune.
Yeah.
As I said, I started out thinking I just had to kind of help retune the government to be doing what it's supposed to be doing. But the real problem is that I have discovered that, that our country had been captured by this national security element that was directly linked with corporate power and private greed.
Yeah.
And I can see where people would almost despair of being able to break that hold, and also chide us for only being able to get partial victories each time. That we can get them to stop doing like the enterprise. We can get them to stop, shipping weapons to the government, the contra forces against the Nicaraguan government, or we can get them to stop the heroin smuggling coming out of Southeast Asia into Havana, with Batista. But the bottom line is that they still keep on coming.
Yeah.
And so that a lot of the young people just give up on that.
Naturally.
And so that this issue here with the UFO stuff and the extraterrestrial civilization, I go all the way back to when I was 7 years old of realizing that the kind of the things that we're doing to ourselves here are so incompatible and inconsistent with the larger perspective that if we could just get people to shift over to this larger perspective and really understand, where we really are in the universe, that hopefully we could atrophy some of this desire to engage in these completely false dialectics against each other, and trying to find meaning out of vanquishing some ultimate other, and get into a much more collegial, collective consciousness of doing good for our people. And I'm hoping that we can do that. I think that this particular subject, in addition to the original just complete awesome effect that it had on me, to understand kind of a practical application of this, to be able to make an argument to people, look, this is a really practical program that we're engaged in here, trying to elevate the consciousness of our human family, so that we can stop threatening to destroy ourselves with thermonuclear weapons or destroy our planet by, contaminating it with, chemicals, pouring chemicals into the atmosphere and into the rivers. That we ought to be able to solve these problems if we have a more expansive perspective.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important to really come to understand what the agenda is of the extraterrestrial beings. If there's any truth at all in these other
LARPs or stories or
nightmare stories, if there's a bad guy, species that's trying to come in and take over our planet, we need to know that.
Yeah.
Or if there's some kind of confrontation between some good guys and bad guys in outer space, and they're struggling over what's going to happen to our planet, we need to know that.
Yeah. How do you discern as well as a lower, species in we're pretty much the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to, I would suspect, I don't know this, but I mean, when you witness these feats of incredible magic that we see, with these creatures, you assume that they're so much more intelligent and have access to so much more of the quantum field than we do, that they're able to pretty much manipulate us in any way, right? So being benevolent or seeming benevolent shouldn't be that hard to convince us. You know what I mean? It's not going to be that difficult if they wanted to deceive us. It shouldn't be that difficult for them. And I always hold that position. You talked about John Mack. He had much more of like
Yeah, but if you're that advanced and you have that kind of power and ability to exert that power at will over any species, why would you bother or need to? At that point, what do you want? What do you need from them? What would be the point of deception at that point if you're that powerful? I mean, you would just take what you want, if that's the case, if they're able to do that. So I don't know. I think that you'd be careful with implying intent or assuming intent as well, or it's a concerning potential. Deception is a concerning potential. I brought that up too, but I mean, why? I guess there's a potential though that if they're advanced enough, I mean, we don't know. I mean, to kind of counter the point I just made, I mean, maybe they feed off of our negative energy. I have no fucking idea, right? Like, yeah, who knows? It's concerning that when you see and hear these anecdotes that they're able to like bend time and space to the degree that they do. And also the anecdotes, and this is where I think you get into like the ontological shock of the abduction phenomena and why the government might be hesitant to release anything and give the public like some conviction that there are aliens here. Because ultimately some of the stuff has disturbed these people, I'm assuming. And, there's places you can go with it. Like if they're pulling people through walls in the middle of the night at will, and we can't do anything about it. And they're even playing around with like time to some degree. There's like time dilation in some of these abduction accounts. Like that's a godlike power. I mean, you're into like Deus Deceptor kind of territory there, like evil demon, like Descartes. Like, could they be deceiving us all at all times? I mean, could they be hiding things from us? They hide a planet from us. Could they hide comets from us? Could they manipulate these things? I mean, could we all be brains in a vat? Like, there's all kinds of crazy places you could go, and people will go if we know this with complete conviction. So, anyway, I'll let them
a positive
talk.
outlook for the NHI.
John did,
and then David Jacobs, had much more of like, no, they're deceiving, and the truth is, it could be both. It could be a spectrum. There could be many different types of NHI and all of this. I often think, like when I have this example, like if my water bottle started speaking to me right now, if it grew a mouth and just started speaking to me, and once I get over the fact that I'm not having a psychotic break or hallucinating and that this was real, I would probably be inclined to believe everything it says.
Yeah, I hear you.
Simply on the fact
yeah.
that it's proven to me that on some level my reality is a lie.
It's already blown out your ontological assumptions.
Correct. And it's
right?
created a new reality,
Yeah. It's a very dangerous situation.
Yeah. And so I must be cautious in listening to anything that it says, because at this point I'm very vulnerable and I'm very, capable. And that's sort of what I see happening with a lot of these prophetic messages or a lot of these communications with NHI, with a lot of abductees specifically, is that they're given this message of, oh, the world's going to blow up if you don't do something. And I'm always struggling with that because I'm like, what the hell do you want me to do?
Well, the advantage that I've taken on is that, if what it is that they're advocating we do, such as stop polluting our planet, or stop threatening to blow the whole planet up to smithereens, I mean, it's hard to find a downside to that, except they do. I mean, I know that the people in the national security state say, oh, well, look, they're trying to talk us out of using our nuclear weapons. Because our nuclear weapons can be used against them, and so they're trying to get us to voluntarily disarm. So they've already gotten out ahead of that one.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that the nuclear weapons don't make any sense anyway. I mean, we all know that. I mean, and as long as we could get some kind of mutual stand down on that, of course, that's what John Kennedy was attempting to do with Khrushchev in 1963. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, they were actually engaged in the process of trying to figure out how to disassemble the actual nuclear warheads in both nuclear arsenals and destroy them to get rid of this thing once and for all.
I'll definitely take a look into it, Aaron, at some point. Yeah, I'd be down to check it out. Who knows, right? I mean, yeah. It's a master of sacred geometry. You make a spinning light vehicle. World's going to blow up unless we don't. Man, who the fuck knows, right? I mean, maybe that's the one way people get saved in the end, is they try and ascend to some higher place, right? With some technique that they reach out. And if they reach out to the right people, the people take them or pick them up at the right moment. And everybody else gets left to fucking, the waves. Who knows, right?
We have to get back to that. And it does, if conceivably, the nuclear weapons are the only mechanism that we would have that we could defend ourselves against an invasion, this would be part of their agenda to do that. And so that's a major risk in and of itself. But I mean, the risk of our own self-destruction with the thermonuclear weapons
just as great
is probably a little more immediate.
Probably, more immediate.
That one we got a pretty good grip on. We know that one's true. The other one we don't. And so that I've been devoted my whole professional life to trying to support the disassembly and destruction of all of the nuclear warheads on the planet. And now that doesn't destroy the technology and the knowledge to know how to do it again if you want to.
Sure, yeah.
So it doesn't cure the problem, but it can definitely eliminate the immediate threat of our going to that.
Yeah, there is something there is something to the idea that, like, in order to get to that next level, we have to cooperate, and that's just that's plain as day. We have this unfortunate track record of coming up with the greatest technology through the most violent atrocities.
Yeah.
Right? That's our track record. How do we come up with the best technology? Well, we literally have to kill each other and be in a position of survival where we, through pressure,
dig into our greatest intellectual resources.
Exactly.
Possible.
And there's part of me that feels like, man, this would be much easier if we just worked together. Like, I mean, you could probably achieve that even quicker. Yeah. And, when you look at the Fermi paradox or the that sort of breaching this level of intelligence in order to get to that next level. Like, first we got to get off the planet, and then we got to get to that next level. We got to get before the planet dies. Like, we're in this small little pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like any civilization who has ever broadened their reach outside of their own solar system had to have worked together to get there. I can't believe that there's war going on in these places. Meanwhile, they're also leaving the planet and exploring the universe. Like, I mean, that seems to be, to me anyways, fundamental in order to, you know, whether it's seeding life across the universe or whether it's just visiting other, you know, galaxies. I think you would have to come to that point in order to make it. And I think most planets probably end up destroying themselves before they get there.
Yeah, it's one of the first questions that you would want to ask them. When John Mack and I, back in must have been 1996, 97 or so, that we had the big confrontation with Harvard throughout 94 and into 95. It was almost 16, 18 months we were doing that. But then when we started working at the peer group, the Project for Extraordinary Experience Research, we were working at trying to figure out this new paradigm thing. And we were trying to develop a citizen diplomacy corps. I mentioned to you the other night that people who seem to be repeated abductees, that we thought that, look, as long as you're getting set to have this experience again, why don't we train you to do holotropic breathing so that you can relax and get centered when it starts to happen, and then you can remain calm enough to kind of ask them questions and seek communication with them, and not just get zapped and frozen and then be terrified, panic, and so that's what we were engaged in then. And that I think that an active citizen movement of people unconnected to the national security state infrastructure, reaching out to establish direct communication with the beings. We now know that mental telepathy is real. We know that they use this, and we know that we can communicate with them on it. If we could reach past the national security state strictures and have direct citizen-to-citizen communication with these beings and try to establish a peaceful, positive, and productive relationship with them, I know this freaks out the national security state people because whether they're conscious of it all the time or not, and I've discovered they're more conscious of it than I had originally suspected, that they think that their mission is to basically be able to apply military force and the threat of military force to maintain our continued privileged access to the strategic raw materials of the planet for the benefit of our major corporations, which is the actual wording of the document, the 1992 United States Defense Department Policy Planning Guidance document that was promulgated immediately after we were involved in talking to Gorbachev to step back out of the Cold War. The Jesuit office we were actually in direct communication with Gorbachev.
Is there actually a plug?
And it was, I should probably tell you the story. It's because a lot of people don't know about it. Let's see how this went. I had it in our Jesuit headquarters office.
This is a Gorbachev meme because on for a while here. Yeah, I mean, he kind of got onto a bit of a tangent, and I see they go on a tangent for a while till they get back to the NHI and connecting with the phenomena. I mean, yeah. Listen, I think that's what people want. I mean, again, we're memeing about this before. Like, we want a way for the general public to reach out because I think this has become some kind of a sick machine and it's not serving the will of the people anymore, really. So we've got to try and find another way to connect that isn't dependent upon the government. I mean, I think we desperately do not want a scenario again where this government puts out these high priests who commune with the aliens for us and hand down these dictates to us. Like, that's not what we want, right? And I don't think that's what's intended either. Clearly, with the abduction phenomena, that's not what they're interested in. And at the end of the day, I mean, as much as these people in control are going to hold on to it desperately, this is the will of the people. In the end, if the people decide this is something they want to do. But this is the other problem too, is a majority probably are not going to be comfortable with doing this. So you unfortunately have a minority of people out in the general public that will start reaching out on their own accord. And then what'll happen, I mean, this is where things might get kind of fucked, right? Where, in my opinion, and not that my opinion's worth a lot around this, honestly, when it comes to like the future economically of the West, but there seems to be a trajectory here on the downward. So, what's going to happen in the future? I mean, there may be, some kind of decoupling of groups of people from the state. And I mean, how weird is this going to get? I mean, it's going to get very culty and kind of commune-like, but people may start to decouple and form these literal communes where they're communing with these visitors, and they start to break away into some new civilization. Danny looks like an Oompa Loompa right there too, actually. It's what the fuck to do with the lighting on his goddamn face. Anyway, this is all Satan's plan though. Yeah, let the devil into your heart. Who knows, man? I mean, what does the future look like, right? That's the thing. I mean, I don't know. It could get weird. I think it's going to get weird. And I think that actually may be a scenario too that plays out, depending upon how things go here. I mean, I don't know what the intentions of these people are, these elite that are currently sailing the ship of state here in the West, but I mean, from all accounts, it doesn't seem to really factor in the middle class. They don't really seem too interested in the lifestyle or living standards of the middle class. They seem more concerned in just wealth extraction and ultimately like controlling resources for themselves. And they will use the military industrial complex to do that for them, ultimately. Because to some degree, whether they're aware of it or not, they're being subservient to them. And then that's hugely problematic. And so then what do? What hope do we have? I don't know. Pick up the phone to fucking Skinny Bob. I mean, really, seriously though, live, laugh, Lucifer, yeah. I mean, as crazy as it might sound, I could see that happening. I could see communes cropping up of people doing this. The problem is you just don't want to, that does not turn into a complete fucking cult. The only way it wouldn't turn into a cult is if they pick up the fucking phone. That's the biggest problem here, is that you've got people like Steven going out with his CE5 slot, but like no one's really picking up the phone. And I think that's the big problem right now, is doing CE5 and seeing a ball of light dance around in the sky. That doesn't mean fuck all to me. Like if we were to go out on the front lawn, all of us together, and sing Kumbaya, eat a couple mushrooms off the front lawn, and then a light starts dancing around in the sky, I don't give a fuck about. If we just fucking decouple from the state, brother, we need fresh water. I'm gonna need fucking, single malt fucking whiskey. I'm gonna need some fucking beer. I'm gonna need some wine. I'm gonna need some fucking espresso. I'm gonna need a fucking gym. I'm gonna need a bunch of fucking shit. Oh, Dr. Crennel, thank you for your resub. And OD too, if you see this or in here, man, thank you for your sub as well. I'm gonna need a bunch of shit here. So like, that's not good enough. We're gonna need them to pick up the fucking phone if that's what's gonna happen here. Or maybe they just want us to all to fucking sync with the ship. I don't know. I'm hoping that's not the case. Yeah. I'm going to form a breakaway civilization inside Stephen Greer's ass. That's where it could start, Golf. We could fit a couple of us in there probably. And once we're in there, it'd probably be pretty cozy. We'd feel pretty safe knowing that we've got a bear of a man protecting us. I don't know. I mean, that might be where this goes. But yeah, we need them to pick up the phone. That's my take on it personally. Yeah. Catch me at Agartha. Holy fuck. Yeah. Total monkey radio silence. Do not engage. For most people, man, yeah, that seems to be the fucking meme. Yeah. We'll shove a black hole up there, create some more space. We'll use some of that alien tech he talks about where you can walk into like an area and it's bigger than we thought it was, right? You can create more space inside of a space. Yeah, we could have like a whole tent and everything. Oh my God, that'd be fucking hot. Yeah, let me continue on here at least. Oh my God, that was an hour and 45 minutes we watched that. So, fuck. Elfman 7. Okay, this is going to sound a little weird, but I have my second weird encounter I've had in the past 6 months the other night. I was sat outside and saw something flying. It almost looked like a dragon, massive bird, but had spotlights on the underneath. And I know everyone always says it, but when it happens, you're in awe that much you don't even think about phones. Anyone else heard of dragon bird looking UAPs? By the way, this is like 1:30 in the morning. I wasn't hallucinating. It didn't try and get at you, did it, Alf, at all? Like, there's another friend of the show here who had a pretty nasty encounter with a giant bird. He's still recovering psychologically from it, and physically, actually. That's crazy, though, bro. Holy fuck. What the fuck was it? It looked like a dragon bird. It's like a Mothman kind of deal. It had spotlights on it. Maybe it was a drone. Interesting, though. That's quite strange. Yeah. No, it was moving very smoothly. Didn't notice me, for all I can tell. Intriguing. It looked like a dragon, though. Massive bird. The spotlights is very strange detail, isn't it, though? Yeah. Drone or advanced plane. It was silent. 1:30 in the morning. You aren't in the Chicago area, are you, Elfman? Yeah. Look like that book, House of Leaves, where they discovered the inside of the house is slightly bigger than it could possibly be, and then find 5.5 minute long hallway. Let commission a sequel called Stephen Greer's 5.5 minute long asshole. Fuck it, Jesus Christ. Let's do it. I'll be down. United Kingdom silent. Listen, Elf, go on to, I meant to do this if you haven't done this yet. Go on to MUFON and report it on there. Go to MUFON and report it. Sorry, my voice is getting a bit hoarse. Is this fucking, hold on. Just a second now. Where's the fucking reported MUFON reports? Where do we do this? There's, just a second here. Search database. What the fuck? MUFON's gonna pay their bills here. We went to this recently. This is very strange. There is a way to do this. Because we were reading stories off of the map. There's a map. Oh, for fuck's sakes. UFO sightings map, was that it? No, you don't need to sign in. You can just go on. For fuck's sakes. Listen, it's a not-for-profit org, so. I mean. People are shitting on Gary fucking Nolan. People are shitting on Gary Nolan for asking for money for his organization. And then look what fucking happens if you're not for profit. Nothing gets done and you don't know where the fuck anything is. There you go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hot New Galen TV largest drop. Holy fuck. Yeah. MUFON's been compromised. It could very well be, man. Yeah. You know about New Fork? Report it, man. Fucking report it. Report it on there. I had a sighting myself back in September where I saw a set of anomalous lights flying through the sky. And I meant to fucking report it. I still should. Because I was looking to see if other people had seen it, because they absolutely would have had to have seen it. There's no way other people didn't see it. Who knows? You might get other people that saw it. You know. Yes, Lemon JFK files supposedly tomorrow. We're covering it here live. I'll be feeding into the ChatGPT if we can download it. So, yeah. Interesting. Page has been deconstructed, it seems to be. The fuck? It's weird, huh? Kind of strange, huh? You can almost see like a flapping of the wings. Oh, this just happened. Oh shit. This happened a couple days ago. We live an hour north of Washington, D.C. This thing kept going by to the west-northwest. We watched it go by several times, at least 7. Interesting. We would just catch it coming from the south to the northwest. We thought it had been some bizarre bird activity, but the speed was so intense. My partner has night vision binoculars, and through those it looked like lights. We saw no flapping or anything of the sort. We're certainly willing to believe it's birds if someone can maybe clean it up. Don't know. Could be like a big bird, like a fucking... Interesting. Yeah. It freaked you out a little, not going to lie. I imagine it fucking would, man, if that actually happened. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Listen, people seen all kinds of weird shit. Who knows, right? Bird lawyer here. This is not birds. 100% not birds. Birds aren't real anyway. That's very fucking true. Yeah. Who knows? Fuck me. Yeah. That's crazy though, bro. I don't know. I just have to keep looking around, see if anyone else saw it. I'm gonna go, just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go grab some more water because my voice is like fucked. Just a second. Okay, there we go. Wet my willy. God damn. Still recovering from this fucking bronchitis, man. Rough out here. I don't know if I need something carbonated there. That's a bit better. Look, already. There you go. Fuck yeah. Yeah, well. We got dragons. We got fucking aliens. We got fucking brother. What the fuck's going on? Crazy shit, though. Oh, what else do they have up here? Had some other stuff up here. Oh Christ! Actually, I've been thinking about this post all night. I really don't want to read it, but I can't not because we were talking about this just a minute ago. I love when people find Alex. It warms my heart a little. Some part of me that's dead inside comes back to life momentarily when people first find Alex. Yeah. Yeah. This interview is dragging on a little bit. Blussy. Those are quite flattering pictures of the Pleiadians. That's, oh my fuck. Finn has told me her name 17 times and it's Billy Meyer's fucking girl. Oh fuck. I can't remember. I try and keep all this shit straight in my fucking head, but Semjase. You fucking will, you got it. Yes, it's Semjase. Yes, coming to mommy my way. Yeah. Yeah, mummy me away. Yeah. Semjase is your name, right? Okay, there it is. There, that's her. It's who Billy had contacts with. I think Billy had fantasies about. You know, happened to be living in Switzerland. Oh, well, this tall Nordic mummy just shows up in a craft. It's like, what a fucking, I was like, holy fuck Christ. Anyway, this is Alex. People that don't know, this man who claimed to have worked in the U.S. Army said that humans were created using DNA from 22 different alien species. In 1996, he claimed a dimensional collapse had begun, marked by changes in sound and color, with rods, streaks of light on video being alien craft from higher dimensions passing through ours. The rods ended up probably being bugs flying in front of cameras at high speeds. But listen, I prefer Alex's story, right? And the Jim Russell Show, we're not about really what's really objectively going on. We're about what's the most interesting take. What's the most interesting theory? Yeah. In his 1994 interview, Alex, who claims to have worked in military service as a helicopter pilot in the United States, recalled many secrets of Mars told to him by his mentors from Andromeda, named Visayas and Mornay. The Andromedans have stressed that Earth and Mars are biological and genetic experiments. Collier said the sudden appearance of fully formed reptiles, birds, mammals, indicates the seeding and colonization of Earth. Nothing to do with evolution. The primates or monkeys are brought to Mars and then to Earth by the Draconians or Orion explorers. Interesting, yeah. Alex, this is not your everyday thread. No, it isn't. This is fucking crazy. I got banned for nipples, I know. I can't show, there's no nipples yet. Maybe there'll be Alex's nipples, but that's okay. isn't that strange? We can look at Alex's hairy nipples, but we can't look at Semjase's nipples because they were forbidden, I guess. Very strange. Now, if Alex pulled his dick out, that would obviously get us banned, right? You can't see below the belt. Anything above the belt probably needs to be normalized, you know? I'd be more offended if I saw Alex's belly button hole up close, personally. If we're talking about like shock factor, like trauma, ontological shock, seeing inside Alex's belly button would freak me more than seeing Semjase's nipples. I think that's far more disturbing prospect, yeah. Forbidden by galactic decree. Fuck. He compiled this all into a...
Is it already starting?
It's already started.
With the sound and the color?
Okay.
Who was saying earlier about fucking people in ufology that have fucking bad haircuts or whatever? This is an example of a great haircut.
It's already started. Thank you for leading me here.
I love the music in the background.
What you're going to start hearing about in the very near future are something called rods, and they will be something that will be videotaped. And what you will see are large streaks just shooting through the air that are etheric, but are being able to be captured on tape. And what you're seeing is literally fourth and fifth dimensional craft moving through space, not...
The rods were being filmed at the time of the filming of this video, by the way. Just FYI.
Having the slightest clue that they're flying right through us. Okay? And that's because you're beginning to see the implosion. It's great stuff.
And ghosts?
Yes, you'll see more ghosts, more apparitions, because those that are stuck between...
Alex used to hang out at the ranch. The ranch was a place that people used to go in California. And they would tell their stories, their abduction accounts. And slowly over time, the more Alex went, the more stories he brought. And then slowly he became a contactee, full-fledged contactee. Anyway, I love Alex. He is kind of like Giorgio's hair a little bit. Yeah, he kind of has Giorgio's do going on a little bit. Like, I don't know. Oh my God, that's my favorite.
Years ago. Our moon is in fact an artificial...
What I would give to have an original fucking VHS tape of this. Oh my God. I'd put it in a box. I'd save it.
Brought here from Ursa Minor, from a star system called Chauta.
He's kind of the Giorgio Tsoukalos of fringe fucking UFO contactees. He kind of embodies that role, yeah. You're getting your massive slop wellies. Oh my heavens, brother. Yeah, this is a big bucket here. And it's not pre-chewed. You're going to choke on it. Alex has that fact. I love how they put the text right in front of his fucking face. You can't even fucking tell what the fuck you're looking at. Oh, God. I'd recommend there's a protocol with watching Alex Collier videos. You need to be completely sauteed. Almost to the point of being incoherent. And a lot of patience. And then you can sit down and you can go through the whole thing with him. You will stare at his forehead for probably 95% of it, but that'll help you digest the information. Yeah. Fuck. Is he is he still on fucking Michael Sala? Fuck. Okay, I didn't know he was still out there. I thought he disappeared. All right, well. Interesting. Yeah. He talking about the Elf Draconans. I don't know. It's one of those things. I mean, at the end of the day, did Alex get picked up by Mornay and Theseus from Andromeda? Fuck, I hope so. That'd be a sick story. Don't know. Yeah, he had the Elf Draconans, yeah. I don't know. It's who the fuck knows, right? I just know that there's a lot of shit that didn't pan out. A lot of shit that didn't pan out, but we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the shit that didn't add up, right? It was just the Andromedan perspective. It didn't pan out the way we thought it would. Oh, fuck. Anyway. With the woo mainstream, yeah. I do find the resonating threads between various info POVs. The top down, man. Yeah, there's something. They're all connected to something. Who knows what it is? I mean, yeah. Who the fuck knows? Anyway, I thought I'd just pull this up. Because I am a fan of him.
The Greys do and the Orions do.
He embodies to me like that time period. It was kind of the beginning of the awakening to all this stuff. Like I feel like in the 90s, where it really started, like the mid 90s from what I can discern is when it really kicked off. I mean, it's kind of snowballed from there to where we are now, where people are trying to actually, we've reoriented ourselves and we're trying to get a better grasp on this whole fucking thing now. But no one knew what the fuck was going on back then. Oh, I would have loved to have been in the room with some of these talks. Like, I do try and seek them out. There's not a lot that come around like where I live. Not a lot of conferences. There might be like a Reiki conference occasionally that come through and you'll have someone give a talk like this. But it's hard. It's hard. They're like gems to kind of find. And, you know, I just love it. I love it in one way or the other. Whether it's true or not. Probably not, but we don't know. Someone had posted this. We were just talking about this. More weird stuff. Weird looking stone on Mars. Okay, can I open this in a new tab, Reddit? Fuck you, Reddit. Fuck you. God, I hate Reddit. I can't zoom in on this. It just opens in a new Reddit. Can I zoom in on it? That's as far as we can zoom. Okay. You almost need to zoom more. For fuck's sakes. Hold on. Just. Fuck. Why do I. Photo P. Paste. Allow. Boom. View. Zoom. 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 Okay, we're going to go over. I can just grab it, right? Okay. Oh, yeah, that's a little bit strange. This is another fucking... Yeah, hard to say. Hard to say, brother. Yeah. There's a second pick. Yeah, I've got this down, Pat. That is pre-zoomed. What's pre-zoomed? Oh, fuck. There you go, brother. Yeah, it looks kind of almost like hieroglyphics or something. Kind of a strange shape. Again, yeah, I mean, interesting, definitely. 52 times, Jesus Christ. Okay, so we don't need photo P. Leave. Okay, yeah. What were people saying, I guess? What was the consensus about it? I'll have to zoom back out here on the browser. Bear with me now. There we go. Anything interesting? Well, great find. There are tons of machine parts like features in the Mars rover pics. Interesting. Okay. Thanks for the great photo. What's this? Rumble. Contrast to 2 human skulls. I don't know what the fuck is this. More Mars shit. They get closer, but the pics are not released. Definitely not. Doesn't look natural. You got the lady from Power Rangers. That's just a rock. Well, yeah, we can see it's a fucking rock, you idiot. Was it a part of something? Yeah, it looked like a smashed column. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Interesting. I mean, most people looking at this are just instantly going to come to the conclusion that it's a rock because they're not anticipating there was life on Mars. I mean, if you're coming from the perspective that potentially there could have been, then this is going to look very different. I mean, a lot of people, again, it's like they're like, oh, well, it's obviously a rock. It's like, well, no, it doesn't. It's not obvious. I mean, it looks like it could be a rock. Is it more than that? There's some interesting features, I guess. Do we know definitively there isn't anything more to it than that? No. Same with the other image too. It's like, oh, it's just a fucking rock. It's like, well, but yeah, but it makes sense in the context of all the other rocks, but it looks kind of different. I mean, do we know with complete conviction that's all it is? No, we don't. We're not going to know till we go there. Or the rover goes back and takes a closer fucking picture. So, yeah, it does kind of look weird. That's a good catch. I mean, you know, it's like, again, whatever. People are just kind of looking around. I mean, it's all fucking just nonsense until someone finds something and it's not. And if the perspective is like, don't even bother looking, there's nothing there. Whoever said that, you're a fucking idiot. Like that is honestly what some people are saying on Twitter about this. Why are you even looking? Because there might be something there. You don't know that there isn't. Shut the fuck up. Like, Christ, drives me nuts. Just the ignorance of people. They're just trying to control the narrative. They're trying to control you. They're trying to control the way you think. They're trying to assert that they know everything and they don't. So shut the fuck up. Like, it drives me nuts. I saw endless amount of posts about the last one. And it's just so smooth, man. Martian, well, I mean, maybe call him. I mean, who knows, right? Like, yeah. That's a rock. It just has layers like the rocks around it. I don't know. Is it? Maybe. I don't know. Oh, she's coming out of a rock. I see what they mean now. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, it's the second picture, right, that you zoom in on. And there's the raw file right there. Interesting. That's almost better. That's way better. Oh, yeah. Wow. It's even closer. Who knows? Who knows? We'll have to go there and find out. It's the meme with all of it, right? I mean, I would love if they sent one of these goddamn rovers to Cydonia. Why they don't, there's no good explanation why they don't. So Reddit feels like it was designated on purpose and with a great skill to be the absolute bottom feeder normie NPC honeypot social media site. I could see that. Golf, yeah. Those ignorant people need to shut up. Also, what are we talking about? Sorry, just giant fish. Yeah, fuck those people, right? Yeah. We're talking about rocks on Mars, yeah. Would I miss the alien babe? Yeah, you did. You did. I think I've already closed it. Oh, right here. No, I didn't. Alex's dream girl. Some Jazzy. The rock meme, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, there are remote viewers who have done fairly good work in the past, supposedly. And they have seen there was a civilization that was here that was destroyed. So now, and it might go back 1 million years. So like when we're looking at remnants of a civilization from 1 million years ago, we have no context for that. Like, what does a stone structure from 1 million years ago look like now on a planet like Mars? Like, how eroded, what would the terrain look like? It'd probably be completely fucked. We would have no idea. We'd have no frame of reference for that, right? It would look like a fucking hill. I mean, we do have examples, right? We have examples on Earth today. We have, like, Teotihuacan I've shown this before, I think. Where is it? Teotihuacan, fucking Christ, come on now, help me now. Help me, AI. Pyramid of the Sun, God bless you, AI. Before it was on Earth, there's like a picture of it. Where's the site? Oh, fuck. Good luck trying to fucking find this now. Before, I don't know, early photos, maybe. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Anyway, it was covered in grass, in dirt. And it wasn't until they unearthed everything that it kind of appeared. And there's been tons of pyramids like that throughout Mesoamerica. It's amazingly Mesoamerica. But it got overgrown. And it wasn't until someone with a keen eye came up to it and said, oh my God, that's not a fucking hill. That's a goddamn pyramid. All the other smooth brains walking around there like, it's a fucking hill, you know. Same in the US too. The burial mounds. That's just a fucking hill. No, it's not. You can get inside the hill and there's a bunch of people inside. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Those rocks on Mars need to shut up, brother. It would probably look ignorant, not gonna lie. Maybe. All the other rocks around it are jagged, but this is, you know, like curved entity. Yeah. Look at it. It does kind of look at a place there, does it not? Look at all the other rocks. Look, we'll zoom in. This could have been some kind of ceremonial burial site for the Anunnaki, right? Where are we going to go with this fan fiction? Look at this. Look at all these other rocks. Look. Boom, boom, boom. Look at that. Look, and then bam. What the fuck's that? Hieroglyphs. Brother, hieroglyphs. Crazy. Just absolutely fucking insane. I don't know. Again, there's only one way we're going to fucking find out. When you actually zoom out, it looks very high resolution photograph. Pretty crazy. Look at that. Pretty fucking crazy. And we're going to have to go there and see what happens, I guess. That's the only way. Happy St. Patrick's Day, fish. Yes. I had a couple Guinness earlier in honor of St. Patty himself. So my belly's full of Guinness, as it should be. Yes. Happy Green Day. God bless the Irish and that guy. Was it St. Patty that let all the snakes off Ireland or some shit? Now Connor thinks he's gonna take all of the other people off Ireland that are living there. Fucking good. Oh God. Hopefully he doesn't get in. Anyway. Oh, dude, thank you so much. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah. It's crazy. There's tons of examples of this, that they were literally just hills. So many of those pyramids in Mesoamerica, they're completely fucking overgrown with sediment and shit, which is fucking crazy. So, you know, now that is, let's get an exact, precise figure. Where was Teotihuacan at? Well, this is how old the archaeologists think it is. So, 2,200 years old, they think. So that's just 2,000 years. And it went from that to that. Now, if you're on Mars and you have a pyramid, after 1 million years, what does the pyramid look like? It's probably going to be almost indiscernible from a hill. You would have to really fucking dig it up. It'd probably be, same with the face, same with any kind of structure, right? It'd be completely fucking eroded. Yeah. So, like, that's what you're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with, which is fucking insane, right? This is something, again, that's not really brought into the argument a lot, where, you know, it's just more unknowns, you know? But yeah. Yeah. So again, when we're looking around and we're looking at strange rocks on Mars, like, how old is the civilization that we're looking at? We know there's documents literally on the CIA's website, and we know from Joe McMoneagle, who's still alive, that the military went to Bob Monroe and gave him a target for Joe to remote view, which was Mars 1 million years ago. So that's very fucking interesting. And that might give us a bit of a timeline as to how old we're looking at here. And then looking at rocks isn't as crazy anymore when you frame it like that. There is wind, Aaron. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I think Mars is a pretty brutal environment, is there not? How harsh is Mars environment? Pretty sure there is there not? It's extremely harsh. Nights are brutal. Atmospheric pressure too low for liquid water. Unprotected. Winds and storms. Winds up to 100 kilometers an hour, but weak due to low pressure. Interesting. Dust storms can cover the whole planet for months. Fuck. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Oh, you mean Teotihuacan, Aaron? Yeah. I mean, I think they've been involved in remote viewing Mars in the past. Cancer risk is high. 250 times Earth exposure to radiation because there's no magnetic field. Yeah. Crazy, huh? Yeah. You'd wait last, but muscle and bone loss is rapid. 38% of Earth's. Jesus, yeah. Oh, the Mars pics. Oh, see what he would get. Yeah. Mars is deadly. Yeah. So, yeah, it is pretty bad. So, I mean, but you can maybe argue Earth would be even worse for erosion, but still, and give it 1 million years, man. Fuck. It's going to be pretty crazy after 1 million fucking years. But anyway, yeah. So this stuff, it's interesting, man. I don't know. That's why, like, you're just waiting. But the thing is, this is the other problem, right? Is if there were actually something interesting found on a picture, would they release it to the public? Are there any indicators in the past from people internally who worked with NASA, JPL, that they've covered shit up? Yes, there are. There are whistleblowers who've said that much in the past. Donna Hare was one of them. She wasn't directly employed by NASA, but she was working there as an imaging specialist. It was at Stephen Greer's 2001 press club event. She literally stated they airbrushed anomalous objects out of satellite photos before releasing them to the public. So we don't think they're going to do the same fucking thing on Mars. It's like, you know, people are like, oh, there's nothing on Mars. It's like, are you fucking childishly naive? Right? Holy fuck. Like, the level of hand-holding people need, like, to think about this shit, that try and put all this down. Like, come on now. Do we think they're just going to release that? Absolutely fucking not. So then it's not going to be obvious in the picture, at least. If there was anything obvious found, I don't think we're going to get it. Absolutely fucking not. No. So then maybe there'd just be little interesting anecdotes like this that people might find. Who knows? Or it could just be a rock in the end. There's lots of rocks around. That's the big question, right? Where does it all go? Trying to solve a mystery. And that's what people are trying to do here. They're trying to put together a mystery. Some people don't have patience for that or time for it. Sure, whatever. Fuck off then. Let the people alone who are trying to figure it out. They've already airbrushed the Martian holding hands in prayer out. They missed the altar thingy. Fuck. Well, they've already been caught too, right? Like seriously involved in like some kind of strange filter on the Mars photos originally. This is the unfiltered photos, and Christ, it doesn't look any different than like probably somewhere in like Sedona or Nevada. Like it's very similar, right? Which is crazy. But anyway, yeah. Intriguing. Very intriguing stuff. What do I get some stuff up in regards to this, I think. I'm trying to think. That's a Terrence McKenna thing. Oh, this is just a meme. I saw this guy. Listen, we meme about how these Anunnaki, right? We meme about these giant bodies they found. There's a lad right there. He's 7'9", playing on a fucking basketball team. Look, perfectly healthy. He's almost 8 feet tall. So it's not like impossible to think, right? There was another guy from Africa too. 7 foot. He's literally 8 feet tall. What's his name? Oh Christ! Don't even. Abidun Edogoke, something like that. That sounded more fucking Italian, but you know, he's from Nigeria. He's 7'11", so he's literally almost 8 feet tall. What the fuck? Oh, there he is there. Right there. Big fucking guy. God, he makes Shaq look like a little boy. Jesus Christ. Oh, bro, there's no way you're fitting in that fucking Bentley. Sorry, brother. You won the lottery already genetically. You're not going to fucking win the lottery again. You're not fitting in the fucking Bentley. You can imagine, isn't that fucking nuts, man? He's 8 feet tall. There he is right there. There they are. Yeah, there's real people that are that height, right? He says he's 7'9" there. He's 7'11" now. Crazy shit. Yeah, just hang on the sunroof. I mean, yeah, he's that big. Holy shit. Crazy. So anyway, that's kind of an aside. I just brought that up as a meme, honestly, more than anything. What's less of a meme is this, which is the other thing I was going to talk about, actually. Then maybe I'll get off to watching this another video here. I was going to kind of go over which one. I forget which one it was. All right, this thing. So, couple things from Jimmy from Bright Insight. Jimmy has been on top of Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe is an ancient site in Turkey. It's the oldest human megalithic site that we know of. About 12,000 years old, roughly. And there's been some controversy because the WEF, the World Economic Forum, got involved with it. I think they own it now. And they were planting trees all over the fucking place, man, and just causing trouble. So Jimmy showed up there, and he's been documenting some weird shit that's been going on. So supposedly this is the first part of the thread, but confirmed this anomalous 12,000-year-old ancient relic discovered at Göbekli Tepe was reburied by archaeologists. This is confirmed by Hugh Newman, who do I follow Hugh? Oh shit, I don't. Hugh's a giant guy, actually, who did a couple books on this. Interesting. There's the artifact right there, whatever the fuck we're looking at. Looks like a shelf or something. Which begs the question, what on the flying fuck did the WF want with Göbekli Tepe? Good question, Golf. Why are they burying shit? Yeah. Or instead, was it sold on the black market? Well, Jim, I would say probably, that's how big it is for scale. Holy shit. Wouldn't surprise me if it ended up in the black market. So, Hugh Newman. Yeah, his name is Hugh Newman. Or Newman, however you want to pronounce this. But he's written a couple books on like the giant bodies and shit. With this guy, his co-author, Jim Vieira. But they dug into the whole giant meme. They got all the documented accounts in the US. I meant to buy their book. I still mean to. But kind of an encyclopedia of all the accounts. They did the grunt work of actually going and collecting them all. You can find them online, but it's annoying to dig through all of it. So that's not good, right? Where is this block from Göbekli Tepe? It's not at the site currently. Well, yeah, someone probably bought it. And this is the other thing too. I took these photos last week. Brand new sidewalks being constructed on top of buried ruins at Göbekli Tepe. Make no mistake, there is no plan or intention to fully excavate this site. 90% of the ancient ruins remain buried. Try to turn it into like a tourist spot, I guess. But, you know, obviously they're frustrated because all underneath here are other sites, other tepes. So then they're saying, why are you doing this? Laying down design walkways prevents visitors from wandering haphazardly over the site. Jimmy didn't like that explanation. That might be a logical take, honestly, when you think about it, really. But there's another take going on here. In this ad, they're trying to cover this shit up. Jesus Christ. They were planting trees all throughout here, but then they uprooted them because people got angry that they wanted them to continue excavating the site. The logic, I guess, from the archaeologists is they want to preserve this site for future generations to excavate. But like, guys, come on. Like, what we really want is for you to just dig it the fuck up so we can find out what the fuck's going on. So, I don't know. You know? They don't want us to know, probably because eventually it would show proof that maybe climate change is a lie. Brother, then what are they going to do? Then they're not going to be able to fucking control us anymore. With their mind control, their brainwashing. Motherfuckers. Oh my God, no. Jimmy derangement syndrome. Oh God, they got fucking Flint. Oh fuck, Christ. Poor Flint. Christ, brother. This is Flint, you dug yourself in your own fucking hole. You dug yourself in your own fucking hole. I don't even want to go to this. What is this cockatry? What is this fucking cockatry here now? These posts are protected. Only approved followers can see Flint Dibble's post. Oh my God. Brother, no. Brother, no. No, what have you done? Anti-intellectualism is a real cancel culture. Yeah, like your whole fucking modus operandi. This fucking dickhead, man. You can't even see what he posts. His posts are protected. Go off to your safe space in the corner, Flint, right? Where you guys can fucking jerk each other off in silence. What a fucking idiot, man. Holy fuck. I don't ever block people on Twitter. Never. Because it's like, whatever. I'll mute people if I keep seeing them and they're fucking annoying, but I'll never block somebody. I would dig a pit about 3 feet taller than the dibbler and put him in it, and then pour in liquid cow manure. Jesus Christ, holds waist high, then ask him questions about ancient seeds. Holy fuck, that'd be torturous thing. Oh, God, it's just beta male syndrome, man. I hate to fucking say it, but that's just kind of what it is. Now, how Jimmy goes at this sometimes is a little bit, I don't know. Like, even that sidewalk thing, when I read that, I was like, I don't know, they probably need a sidewalk in there. Jimmy is like memeing, and he has a channel, and obviously there's a financial incentive for him to meme. So, but you know, for people that aren't familiar with this whole thing, anyway, you probably are. But Flint Dibble is an archaeologist. He went on Joe Rogan's podcast and debated Graham Hancock. After calling Graham on Twitter multiple times and referring to Graham as a white supremacist or a purveyor of white supremacy ideology, Flint then, before Joe's appearance, or before the appearance of Joe Rogan, literally the day before, went back and deleted all of the posts calling Graham a white supremacist. And then to Graham's face and Joe's face said, I never called you that. I know that he did because I commented on multiple of the comments saying, Flint, this is extremely inappropriate. And I went back to look for those comments and found my comment, but his comment was deleted. This guy's a fucking dickhead. That's a TLDR of it all. Ultimately, I don't care I don't care about his knowledge in whale bones and shit. I mean, he was on Danny Jones, dude. He's just a dickhead. There's tons of good people in archaeology and anthropology. There's tons of open-minded people that would love to like dig further into this, literally. But there are also idiots, and they exist in any discipline, and he's an example of it, unfortunately. So, you know, whatever, it is what it is. But I think, like, you know, some people on here just like harp on him and just let him go off into the sunset. No one will remember his name. Just let him go off into the sunset and just keep shit up and keep moving forward. The Shockmeister. Oh, Robert Schock. Oh, yeah. Robert Schock is someone you actually want to fucking listen to. A true open-minded intellectual, not ignorant to mystical experience or, you know, new findings, right? That might challenge some of our beliefs. But anyway, that's not what some of these people want. They want their truths. They're not out after objective truths. They want their truth. They want their truths. Right? And it's very different, right? They've got some kind of an establishment that they're a part of a power structure. And when you start asking these questions and making these suggestions like Graham did, it starts to undermine their credibility. And then you're involved in like nasty behavior where they're trying to like make you out as a bad person because ultimately you're challenging their authority. And they've spent their whole life trying to become an authority here. And it's just a knee-jerk reaction, and it's just a weak reaction from weak people who aren't after objective truths, they're just after power. And that's essentially the TLDR in the whole situation. So, anyway. Yeah. From what I remember, Schock doesn't agree with all of what Hancock says, but backs him up completely about the age of the pyramid and the Sphinx. Yeah. And I think that's like a healthy perspective, right? Where you're not going to agree with everybody all the time on everything, right? And I think that's perfectly natural. But he definitely saw that there was an issue there. And I think that's really what the issue is again, power structures. They exist everywhere. They exist in academia, right? They established power structures. Randall Carlson spoke about this a lot. That, what's his name again? He was a geologist. I forget what his name is. But he had essentially talked about this, that I'll lower my tone so my voice is so rough. He essentially had to wait until all of his detractors died. That's essentially what had to happen because they held positions of authority in geology. And it was to do with catastrophism that there were bouts of catastrophic flooding that had happened. I forget what the guy's name is, but they were so vehemently opposed to it because they had been conditioned by their professors that anyone that suggests any kind of catastrophic flooding is a biblical literalist and a fundamentalist and an idiot. And that wasn't the case. It wasn't when he was arguing, but they just were so conditioned that they couldn't break out of the mold. And for this guy to kind of move forward, and ended up getting the highest award in geology. But it wasn't until after all these imbeciles that had power died before people saw the light. And a new generation came forward and said, oh, this doesn't make sense. It's conditioning. And that's also what's going on with people like Flint. Is they're literally conditioned. They've been conditioned. And it's scary. Yeah. It may be, probably man, right? They would have been labeled one, yeah. That's the current prevailing meme, right? Anybody that asks questions, you're just a white supremacist. Although Graham is married to a lady from Indonesia. So I just like, Flint to some degree actually does deserve to have his balls drugged through the glass a little bit longer, probably, because it's a hell of an accusation on somebody who's not. But, you know, anyway, he'll fuck off to his corner and no one will ever hear from him again. So I'm glad. Yeah. Same fuckwits who have editorial rights on Wikipedia. Exactly, man. Yeah, same meme, right? They're everywhere. There's these idiots everywhere at all times. What they're concerned with is holding power. They're not concerned with objective truths. They're just concerned with using rhetoric to confuse people ultimately. And that's their end goal. Same problem back fucking 2,000 years ago. I want to talk about Socrates and Plato and Atlantis. The same people that killed Socrates, for Christ's sake. Right? Sophists. They called them sophists. Sophistry. They use rhetoric to confuse their opponents and just win arguments. And there's tons of these people on Twitch too, actually. And all these platforms. They just use rhetoric and they debate and use rhetoric. They just want to win the debate. They just want to appear to come out on top. They don't care about objective truths. Destiny is a content creator that's like this all. I can't stand that fucking guy. Another extreme example of sophistry where he's literally just interested in winning a debate and throwing things out of his ass to confuse people to win the debate. He does not strike me as a character that's after objective truths. And it's just a very low form of conversation. And it's very problematic. And Plato and Socrates, and they fucking hated them. And they were everywhere. They were also super established people too in society. They're very slimy. They're very clever, right? And they worm their way up and become an authority somewhere. And they go through the motions to become an authority figure. And their goal ultimately is power and control and wealth, right? And that's what it's all about, right? And it was funny. And it's like, you know, we know Socrates' name now. And he is still considered probably ultimately as one of the wisest people to ever live. Because Plato immortalized him as that. And Plato is effectively one of the architects of all of Western civilization. All of Western civilization is a bunch of footnotes to fucking Plato. And Socrates at the time, who was his teacher, had no real authority. He wasn't a very accredited person at the time, right? He wasn't a well-regarded person. You know, there were tons of people who were considered to be, more professional than him. He was just a guy asking questions. That was literally it. And we have a similar structure today where we've got all of these academies set up and people climb their way up the ladder to become an expert in something. But at the end of the day, if you're not after objective truths, honestly, what the fuck are you for? And here we are. So anyway, it just drives me fucking nuts personally. That's why I meme about it all the time on here. It drives me nuts, you know? And nothing's changed. Essentially, TLDR is nothing's changed in 2,400 years. Same bullshit. It's laid on a bit thicker now because we're more hyper specialized. And that's not to mean that there aren't people that know things and that are experts and stuff, but it's how people approach things. It's like a good way that I've been able to discern this over the years. It's a quote from Jung, but you know, I'm paraphrasing it probably, but it says essentially when you touch another human soul, it says know all the theories, right? Know all the theories, like know everything you can about given discipline. But when you touch another human soul, just be another human soul, right? They're not going to be an expert. They're just going to be another person in conversation, right? And someone like Robert Schoch's a really good example, man, because exactly when you listen to him speak, he's just on a level grounded with people, having an honest conversation. When you listen to some of these other fucking dinguses speak, they're trying to just appeal to authority. They're trying to also argue all the time. Well, I'm an authority. Fuck that. Like, you know, give me an argument or something. Like, why is this, you know, they're not interested in that. Jimmy Thielen takes over the world. I'll get him to install you as a minister for truth. Thank you, brother. Listen, if you can get me one of those new Cybertrucks, I mean, I'll do whatever he says, all right? Yeah, I'll do whatever the fuck he says. All right, Papa Elon. I said, listen, set my house up with those Tesla roof tiles. I sit home, play Monster Hunter all day. And then, yeah, we'll just go through and we'll say, no, this guy's spreading rumors again about the state. Cut off his toes, right? Fuck me. All right, my voice is starting to go again, and I want to come back tomorrow night, so I'm probably just going to end it there before I destroy my voice again. Fuck. I just got to I got to keep the calm, right? Keep the fucking meme. I'll try and remember not to scream. It's fucking hard. You with the Minister of Justice, Trudeau and Greer going straight to jail. Cut their toes off. Feed them to the reptilians. Let's do it. Yeah. All right. Hey, listen, everybody. Thank you for coming around again. Listen to the memes. Lots of memes. Danny Sheehan, very interesting. Very interesting talk. Who knows, you know? I said 1,000 follower special. I'm going to do CE5. Live stream CE5. So, well, fuck, we're almost there. We got another 563 people. 53 people, actually. So, fuck. Anyway, everybody, listen, until next time. Sweet dreams, stay safe. Say your prayers tonight to Skinny Bob. Might be the only hope we fucking have, so. Stay safe.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.